Dear friends of dermatopathology, of African dermatopathology, welcome to this conference. Welcome again, partially physically and partially online. As you know, we have an hybrid conference. Some of you are in the lecture hall in the Kilimanjaro Christian Medical Center in Moshi, Tanzania, and some of you are at home. After the first editions that we had in Moshi, we went one time in 2019 in Kigali, in Rwanda, and we had the last 2022 edition as an online conference only, without in-person participants. I'm very happy that this year we have at least this hybrid possibility. Thank you, Luli, and thank you, Daudi, for helping me organizing this conference as an hybrid conference and hosting us in the lecture hall of the Kilimanjaro Christian Medical Center, and having our conference attached to your conference, the Continuous Medical Education Conference, which is from Wednesday in 2 days until Saturday, and which is a dermatology, tropical dermatology, and a networking conference with participants from all over the world. If you want to know more about this conference, you can see in the online program that you received. I am happy to have lecturers, specialists from all over the world here in this conference, so we will have specialists from Europe, from the United States of America, and of course from Africa. Thank you to all participants that are following this conference as in person, traveling to Moshi and coming here, and thank you for everybody who could not travel to Africa or to Moshi. It is very important to say also thank you to DocFlix, who is organizing, is the digital platform organizing this conference and giving us this possibility with the top online quality. And it is very important to thank the American Academy of Dermatology, the AAD, and the European Academy of Dermatology and Venerology, the EADV, for supporting the activities of African Dermatopathology Society and giving us also in the past to the possibility and some support to make this conference and activities of the society. Another thank also to the International Society of Dermatology that supported past edition of this conference and enabled us to come today to this 8th edition of the African Dermatopathology Conference. I'm happy to open this conference. I'm very curious about the lectures coming in the next hours. As always, you know, at the end of the conference, we will have the African Dermatopathology Society meeting. This will be a 1-hour meeting where everybody of you is invited to participate, and the leaders of the society will be live discussing about the future movements of the society and decide a little bit how the conference should be and how dermatopathology in Africa could or should be organized. Welcome again to everybody. Have a nice conference and see you soon.
Dear friends, dear colleagues, good morning. Greetings from ADPC and Happy New Year. Again, I would like to welcome you to the 4th Hybrid African Dermatopathology Conference, which is taking place at ADPC this time from 9th to 10th January 2023. It gives me a great pleasure to see you all in a good health after the COVID-19 pandemic, that you have managed to come and to join this conference. So again, this is highly appreciated. I have looked at the program and it's really exciting to see the different new update with distinguished speakers from all over the world. I'm sure after looking at this program, you will have you will have a very fruitful and very good conference in sharing all the new updates in DEMPath, as well as encouraging the new dermatologists to come on board and learn dermatopathology as a dermatologist. So now I would like to welcome you for the coming CME, for those who have joined after the DEMPath conference, and those who have not registered, they are welcome to register and join the coming CME. So you are all warmly welcome to the RDTC at KCMC, and again I wish you a very fruitful conference. Karibuni sana.
Dear colleagues, my name is Gilles Dierks. I'm a dermatopathologist from Groningen, the Netherlands. First, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to give the presentation for the African Society of Dermatopathology. My presentation will give a short introduction to autoimmune bullous diseases with the emphasis on immunofluorescence. I am from the Netherlands, and the Netherlands is just a small country in Western Europe. And in the Netherlands we have the city of Groningen, that's in the northern part of the Netherlands, and in this city is one of the largest hospitals in the Netherlands, the University Medical Center. And this is the whole hospital. And this is our beautiful entrance at night. In this hospital we have the only expert center for blistering diseases in the Netherlands, which involves congenital and autoimmune blistering diseases. And we have our own website. It's called www.immunoderma.org, and on this website you can find all the information about the diagnostic testing we do for congenital and autoimmune blistering diseases. And also you can contact us via this website. Let's continue with the autoimmune blistering diseases. And this is what we call the tree of autoimmune blistering diseases. And it consists of dermatitis herpetiformis, which was described in 1884 by During. It consists of pemphigus with all the different variants, and it consists of pemphigoid with numerous variants. And I will talk in this presentation about the different variants of these autoimmune blistering diseases. Let's first start with pemphigus and variants of pemphigus. Pemphigus is a disease of the desmosome, and the desmosome is a structure that binds keratinocytes together. And when the desmosome is compromised by antibodies mainly directed against desmogleins, then this will result in acantholysis and blistering. And most important are the antibodies against desmoglein 1 and desmoglein 3. There are various variants of pemphigus, of which pemphigus vulgaris and pemphigus foliaceus are the most common. And these I will discuss in this presentation. In pemphigus vulgaris, the antibodies are directed against desmoglein 3 with or without desmoglein 1, and in pemphigus foliaceus the antibodies are directed against desmoglein 1. Perineoplastic pemphigus is a special type of pemphigus in which the antibodies are directed against amphiplekin, periplekin or A2-ML1 and is associated with a neoplasm. First, pemphigus foliaceus. Clinically, this is characterized by scaly plaques on the skin, and it's usually starting on the scalp of elderly persons. Mucosal lesions are not seen in pemphigus foliaceus. Histologically, we see a subcorneal split with acantholysis. In this biopsy, one can see that the total corneal layer is missing. And in detail, we see that acantholytic keratinocytes are present just below the corneal layer, and these are the acantholytic keratinocytes. This is very typical for pemphigus foliaceus. And sometimes you only get the blister roof, and also then you can see the corneal layer with here some acantholytic keratinocytes. This is the histology. Pemphigus vulgaris is different from pemphigus foliaceus with the existence of mucosal lesions, and that is characterized by painful erosions. In approximately half of the patients, also skin lesions develop. And this is the histology, which is different from pemphigus foliaceus, with the fact that there is a suprabasal acantholytic split in the epidermis. And this is what it looks in detail, a suprabasal split with lots of acantholytic keratinocytes. So there's a difference between pemphigus foliaceus and pemphigus vulgaris. In pemphigus foliaceus there's a subcorneal split, in pemphigus vulgaris there's a suprabasal split. And we have a theory. The difference between pemphigus vulgaris and pemphigus foliaceus can be explained by the desmoglein compensation hypothesis. In normal skin, there's a lot of desmoglein 1 and less of desmoglein 3, while in mucosa there is a lot of desmoglein 3 but less of desmoglein 1. If you have, like in pemphigus foliaceus, only antibodies against desmoglein 1, only the skin will be affected because desmoglein 3 cannot compensate for desmoglein 1 in the upper layers of the epidermis. In the mucosa there's no problem. Desmoglein 3 can compensate for the loss of desmoglein 1. In mucosa it's the other way around. There's less desmoglein 1, so that cannot compensate for desmoglein 3, and you get a suprabasal split. In the skin, desmoglein 1 can compensate for the loss of desmoglein 3, and therefore there's no split. Only when there is anti-desmoglein 3 and anti-desmoglein 1, you get pemphigus vulgaris with involvement of mucosa and skin. This is called the desmoglein compensation hypothesis. But to make a certain diagnosis of pemphigus, immunofluorescence is mandatory. For direct immunofluorescence, one needs a frozen skin biopsy of a patient. On a frozen slide, fluorescein labeled anti-human immunoglobulin antibodies are added and the nuclei are stained with bisbenzamide. So we have the antigen, the antibody from the patient, and then here the anti-human fluorescent labeled antibody, and the nuclei are stained with bisbenzamide. And this is what the negative control looks like. Here we have the epidermis, the dermis, and here are the nuclei of the keratinocytes. If you look in pemphigus, these are the pictures you always see in the textbooks. You have a smooth deposition of mainly IgG around the keratinocytes in the epidermis. This is what you see here. And this is also called a chicken wire pattern. However, in clinical practice, one sees more a granular pattern between the keratinocytes. And this is called a fine granular extracellular substance deposition. And here you see those fine granules, and this is in contrast with the smooth deposition. And sometimes you can even find a coarse granular deposition of IgG between the keratinocytes. But it's in every instance, it's pemphigus. So it's important to know you can have a smooth pattern, a fine granular pattern, and a coarse granular pattern of immunoglobulins between the keratinocytes. And it is important to do immunofluorescence because there are some diseases that look like pemphigus, and mainly pemphigus foliaceus. And one of the most important is staphylococcal scalded skin syndrome. And this shows erosions mainly in small children, and this looks exactly the same as pemphigus foliaceus with a subcorneal split with acantholytic keratinocytes. And this is the blister roof of a patient with staphylococcal scalded skin syndrome, and this looks the same. And the fact that it looks the same is because the staphylococcal endotoxins are directed against desmoglein 1, giving the same clinical and histological pattern as pemphigus foliaceus, but the immunofluorescence is always negative in staphylococcal scalded skin syndrome. So that's why it's important to do immunofluorescence. And another disease is bullous impetigo, with, in fact, is a localized version of staphylococcal scalded skin syndrome with local deposition of the staphylococcal endotoxins, which are directed against desmoglein 1. And again, we see in bullous impetigo a subcorneal split with some acantholytic keratinocytes. And what is typical of bullous impetigo is that in most cases some neutrophils can be appreciated in the epidermis. Subepidermal autoimmune bullous diseases, also called pemphigoid diseases. Pemphigoid diseases are diseases of the hemidesmosome, and the hemidesmosome is a structure that connects the epidermis to the dermis, and a lot of proteins are involved. And for pemphigoid, the most important are BP180, BP230, laminin 332, and collagen type 7. These are the main proteins that are involved in pemphigoid. And this is what you can see here. We have bullous pemphigoid, antibodies against BP180 or BP230, mucous membrane pemphigoid, also BP180 BP-180, pemphigoid of pregnancy, BP-180, linear IgA disease, IgA directed against LAD1, which is a part of BP-180 or BP-230. Then a special type of pemphigoid, it's called epidermolysis bullosa acquisita, and in these the antibodies are directed against type 7 collagen. Pemphigoid is characterized in most cases by firm blisters on an erythematous skin. And histology shows a subepidermal blister with, in most cases, a dense eosinophil-rich infiltrate. Sometimes a blister is not seen, but more a picture of eosinophilic spongiosis, which might resemble eczema, as we can see here, with influx of eosinophils in the epidermis, and here a eosinophilic rich infiltrate in the upper dermis. To make a definite diagnosis of pemphigoid, immunofluorescence is also mandatory for pemphigoid diseases. And in pemphigoid, it's characterized by a linear deposition of immunoglobulins or complement along the basement membrane. We have here the epidermis, the dermis, and here the linear deposition. If one looks closely to this deposition, two patterns might be seen. And these patterns are called serration patterns. And we can define two patterns. It's an anserrated pattern and a euserated pattern. This is the anserrated pattern. And you can follow here the dot and you can see the N shape of the deposition. While here you can see a U-shaped pattern, as you can see here if you follow the dot. And it's important to make a distinction between different variants of pemphigoid, as I will explain in the next slide. We have bullous pemphigoid that always shows an anserrated, and we have epidermolysis bullosa acquisita, EBA, which always shows a euserated pattern. And this is because in bullous pemphigoid the antibodies are directed against BP-180, what is situated high in the hemidesmosome, and here we have an immuno-EM picture, and you can see that the immunoglobulins are directed against BP-180, and this gives a anserrated pattern. In EBA, the antibodies are directed against collagen type 7, which is very low in the hemidesmosome, and this is where the immunoglobulins are situated in EBA, and this will give a euserated pattern. So the pattern of the deposition can make a distinction between bullous pemphigoid and EBA. So anserrated is when the antibodies are directed against antigens high in the hemidesmosome, like in bullous pemphigoid, in linear IgA dermatosis, and also in anti-laminin 332 pemphigoid. While the euserated pattern is when the antibodies are directed against collagen type 7, which is EBA, but also bullous systemic lupus erythematosus, which is a disease quite similar to EBA with antibodies against type 7 collagen. Indirect immunofluorescence is important in the subclassification of pemphigoid, and what we particularly use is salt split skin. Salt split skin stands for a technique that uses normal human skin of a healthy person. This is put in a high molar salt solution. After a couple of hours, a subepidermal split can be seen with BP-180, BP-230 always at the epidermal side of the split, while laminin 332 and collagen type 7 are always at the dermal side of the split. When we add serum of a patient to the salt split skin, circulating antibodies can bind to the epidermal side in vellus pemphigoid, because BP-180 is in the roof of the blister, while in EBA or anti-laminin 332 the binding is to the dermal side, because in the salt split skin these antigens like laminin 332 and type 7 collagen are at the dermal side of the blister. So if we put the serration pattern and the salt split skin together, we can make a distinction between various variants of pemphigoid. So if we have an anserrated pattern and an epidermal binding on the salt split skin, and this is what we see the most, it's almost always vellus pemphigoid, or if the blisters are mainly on the mucosal side of the patient, it's called mucous membrane pemphigoid, and if the immunoglobulin is IgA, then it's called linear IgA dermatosis. If we have an anseration with a dermal binding in salt split skin, we have the anti-laminin 332 variant of pemphigoid, and this is important because this type of pemphigoid is associated with a malignancy. If we have an ulcerated pattern, you should always find a dermal binding, and then it's directed against type 7 collagen, and it's called EBA or bullous systemic lupus erythematosus if a patient is known with SLE. And a ulcerated pattern with an epidermal binding does not exist. So with these two techniques you can make quite a certain diagnosis about what kind of pemphigoid we're dealing with. If only IgA is found along the basement membrane, the disease is called linear IgA dermatosis. And this is mainly seen in children and in most cases has a mild course. Sometimes it's seen in middle-aged patients, and then it shows a more severe course. And very characteristic is the crown of jewels, which is seen with the blisters in various stages. And the histology shows, just like in all pemphigoid diseases, a subepidermal splitting with lots of neutrophils, as you can see here. And this is because IgA always attracts neutrophils. And in linear IgA dermatosis, there's deposition of only IgA along the basement membrane. And one can see here that it is in a N-serrated pattern. Here you can see the ends. this is also anserate pattern. So this is what we call linear IgA dermatosis. But there's another autoimmune blistering disease, and there's another IgA-related bullous disease, and that is dermatitis herpetiformis. And this is characterized by intensely itchy lesions, predominantly on the extensor side of the extremities. And this has a relation with celiac disease. And the histology is a bit similar to linear IgA dermatosis, with lots of neutrophils in the dermal papillae and focal subepidermal blistering. However, the direct immunofluorescence is different. And it's different in the way that it's not a linear deposition of IgA along the basement membrane, but a granular deposition. And the antibody, the IgA, is directed against epidermal transglutaminase. And this is what one can see with direct immunofluorescence. Circulating IgA can be demonstrated by using monkey esophagus as a substrate. These antibodies also bind to the endomysium of smooth muscle fibers in the wall of the esophagus. That's what you see here. Here's binding of IgA to the endomysium, and this is a negative control. And of course, anti-transglutaminase antibodies can also be shown in serum of the patient. This will conclude my presentation. I have told you about pemphigus, pemphigoid diseases and dermatitis herpetiformis. However, this was only a short introduction. More can be read in this book we have written with all the experts in our Center for Blistering Diseases. With that, I will thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, you can approach me via email. And this is the email, you can send it. And you can also go to the website I shown before, and you can also contact us with this website. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, Happy New Year, everyone. Greetings from Moshi, Tanzania. My name is Lolirita Kini. I am a dermatovenerologist working at Regional Dermatology Training Center in Moshi, Tanzania. And for this presentation, I'm going to share some few cases of cutaneous mastocytosis. The photos are of the facilities of Regional Dermatology Training Center, which is an institution in the Zonal Hospital, Kilimanjaro Christian Medical Center, which is located at the slopes of Mount Kilimanjaro. And the photo below shows residents, dermatovenerology officers, and their lecturers and their visiting doctors and lecturers. On introduction, mast cells are generally residential cells of the dermis. Usually they are located around the vascular plexus of the papillary dermis, but they are usually proliferated or reactive to mostly for hypersensitivity reactions. And there are two major types in the body. Type 1, which are again found on the dermis and submucosa, and the other form, type 2, is the ones that are found on the bowel and the respiratory tract. They are generally secretory cells. Usually they secrete histamines, heparin, and other chemotactic mediators, especially in hypersensitivity reactions or arthropod bites. Now, mastocytosis is proliferation of mast cells that also fail to die, so they accumulate on the skin, on the dermis and other parts of the body. Now, usually they present with clinical signs of flushing, itching, wheals. Sometimes patients can present with GI symptoms or headache or dyspnea. Sometimes they can faint or present with palpitations. Now, for this talk, we are going to see two key forms of mastocytosis, the one that affects children and the one that affects adulthood. And we are not going to focus on the mastocytosis going towards neoplasm or associated with lymphoma or leukemia proliferations. Now, the WHO has grouped mastocytosis into cutaneous mastocytosis, which we are going to see in this presentation. Also indolent systemic mastocytosis, systemic mastocytosis with associated hematological non-mast cell lineage, aggressive systemic mastocytosis, mast cell leukemia, mast cell sarcoma, and extracutaneous mastocytoma. Now, coming to the cases, here we are going to discuss two children. One is 6 months old, as we see on the photo, and another one was a 3 weeks old child, and they both presented with development of a rash, which was red, affecting the whole body, and this rash would be exacerbated with when the child is bathed or rubbed. Now, they were otherwise both very relatively healthy children, and they clinically, the first child had mostly vesicles and wheals, and also some parts of hyperpigmented patches and flakes. And the second child had mostly the hyperpigmented patches, but she also had some erythematous patches as well as wheals, mostly on the thighs. Now, clinically, they were both diagnosed to have urticaria pigmentosum, and a biopsy was taken, which showed relatively normal epidermis with diffuse proliferation of mononucleated cells that are almost obscuring the papillary dermis, and the cell had very prominent nuclei, but no atypia and no mitotic figures. So it tallied with the clinical diagnosis of a cutaneous mastocytosis. Now, there are two forms of cutaneous mastocytosis that affect children. The first one is a mastocytoma. It's reported to be about 10 to 40% of childhood mastocytosis, and usually presents with one lesion that tend to be a brown or sort of purplish macule, and this can tend to proliferate and become bigger and bigger when the lesion is stroked or rubbed. And the second one is the urticaria pigmentosum, like the two children we had seen. This is usually a generalized form of cutaneous mastocytosis, presenting with vesicles and more essentially papules and wheals. Usually they heal with hyperpigmentation, and both conditions are relatively benign. and the pigmentation can last for many, many years, but the condition rarely turn into malignant disease. The third case is of a 43-year-old male who is a businessman who was seen by the local hospital. He presented with itchy rashes that were not improving on any systemic or topical medication. The blood workup was essentially normal, so clinical diagnosis was either eosinophilic folliculitis or Pityrosporum folliculitis to rule out infestations such as scabies or maybe other forms of insect bites. Now the biopsy was taken, and again it showed mononucleated cells that around essentially the blood vessels, but for this case it was not touching the papillary dermis entirely. So we came up with diagnosis of cutaneous mastocytosis. We had to order some further tests, hematological tests, which were all essentially normal. Now, cutaneous mastocytosis for adults is actually the commonest form of mastocytosis. The patients usually present with a cluster of macules and papules that usually tend to affect the limbs and the trunk. They usually are erythematous or red, and then they turn into hyperpigmented either nodules or patches. Now, it is important to exclude the malignancy associated condition, especially for adults. Now, for the fourth case is a female who was 65 years old. She had history of diabetes mellitus, and about 2 years prior to coming to dermatology clinic, she was treated for pulmonary tuberculosis. After finishing her course of anti-TB, she had persistent cough. But about a year later, she developed itchy rashes, especially on the trunk. And the rash was, again, erythematous papules, which will heal, leaving hyperpigmented patches. Now, her blood workup showed eosinophilia that had persisted for previous few years. And she was tested negative for aspergillosis in the cough sputum tests. Now, lung biopsy was done as well as the bone marrow biopsy because of the persistent eosinophilia, and the findings were the same, eosinophilia for both. And we took a biopsy, skin biopsy, which showed dilated vessels on the papillary dermis with quite minimum inflammation. So we had a thought of telangiectasia macularis eruptiva pesant. This is usually a mast cell proliferation, more especially from the bone marrow, but it tends to go towards malignant disease. Now, we had ordered serum tryptase, and it was more than 20 nanogram. Now, we had sent the patient to oncology department. Unfortunately, she passed away due to total bone marrow failure about 4 weeks after the presentation to the dermatology department. Now, this condition, upon some review of some literatures, they are recommending that eosinophilia should be carefully assessed, especially if it is vague. We don't understand what is the cause. So if the patient tends to have hematological eosinophilia as well as cutaneous symptoms, it's important to exclude telangiectasia macularis eruptiva percent. Now, coming to the general criteria for systemic mastocytosis, the WHO are recommending one major criteria plus 3 minor criteria to be fulfilled, as we have seen on the slide. Now, for general management of cutaneous urticaria, the primary treatment mode is antihistamine, but if the patients are not improving, then we can go to combination with either leukotriene inhibitor or vitamin D or calcium, H1 and H2 antihistamines, as well as the steroids. For the mastocytosis that goes towards malignancy, it's important to consult the oncology department, but of recent also they have attempted some monoclonal antibodies, and it shows some positive effect. However, mastocytosis is still an aggressive condition, especially if there are systemic symptoms. Now that is the end of my presentation. I'd like to welcome you all to the upcoming RDTC CME, which will be from 11th to 14th of January, with postgraduate reunion and sharing of interesting cases on 14th of January. I hope to see you all there. Thank you very much.
The next topic we are discussing is immunohistochemistry. We will see basic staining that are important to move inside dermatopathology. We have not time to discuss in detail all immunohistochemical stainings that are necessary to complete the curriculum of dermatopathology, but we will see the most important things. I divided this lecture in epithelial lesions, melanocytic, lymphomas, soft tissue lesion, vascular, infectious lesion, and others. So to group together what belong together. Some stains come in different groups and some are just in one group. Epithelial. There is one stain, which is adipophilin, which is important for the sebaceous differentiation. So you may see sebaceous gland, but you may see also sebaceous tumor, and sometimes the pale cells into the sebaceous tumor are not easy to differentiate, so the adipophilin, it's a nice help. Then Beer EP4, it's positive in all adenocarcinoma, and it's helpful also to confirm the diagnosis of basal cell carcinoma when it's necessary. Of course, it's not specific, because you saw it is also in adenocarcinoma in general, so the gland, the sweat gland of the skin are also positive. But in some situation, you want to make a difference between squamous cell carcinoma and basal cell carcinoma, or with other tumors, and this is maybe a help. And then we have the pan-cytokeratin. It stains most epithelial cells. It depends from their differentiation. Sometimes it's worth to make more than one pan-epithelial marker to be sure that something is epithelial or not epithelial when you have a difficult tumor that is not really staining well. Remaining in the epithelial group, we have CK7, which is a good stain for sweat gland in general and Paget disease. CK20, it stains Merkel cells. Of course, all these stains, they are very important also for other diseases. I just focused now on a couple of diseases for a question of time. Carcinoembryonal antigen, again, it stains all sweat glands. It is helpful in Paget disease and in adenocarcinomas. CAM5.2, it is a low molecular weight cytokeratins. You may see it in Paget. It may be helpful in other tumors also. And EMA, it stains glandular epithelia, so eccrine, apocrine, and sebaceous glands. But it's also positive in squamous cell carcinoma, or as an example, it could be helpful in the capsule around the nerves or in the capsule around the schwannoma, which is also positive. Now let's see a couple of examples. You see the normal skin, which is well stained here. And here you see a BCC, a basal cell carcinoma, an infiltrative type. And sometimes you don't see exactly until where it is infiltrating, because it's a mixture between inflammation and tumor. And with the stain, then you realize well how the tumor is behaving. And here you have a squamous cell carcinoma, which is just going down, very infiltrative with small part of the tumor into the dermis, and this is an after excision. It's very helpful to find a small island of tumor when you are not sure, middle in a scar. Here we have EMA, that it shows you the positivity into the sebaceous glands, and you see very nicely the whitish part of the sebaceous gland and not the bluish part are stained here with EMA. Here you have Paget disease, so it could be mammary or extramammary. We don't know from this picture here, but you see the positivity of CK7, and you see it in the in situ part here into the epidermis, and you see that it goes down here also in the dermis in that particular case. Another staining or other stainings of this Paget disease, and again you see the CK7, which is Pagetoid distributed in the epidermis. In a situation like the one I'm showing here, sometimes you are not sure if these Pagetoid distributed pale cells are melanocytes or keratinocytes or cells of the Paget disease, and then with CK7 and negativity for melan A, you get your diagnosis. The cells may also be positive for EMA or cancinoembryonal antigen in that same disease. Here we have CK20. And we have a Merkel cell carcinoma. Here you see the positivity on the right corner and the lower part of the diapositive, and on the left part you see this blue tumor. And if you go to the scanning magnification on the right upper part, you see this blue tumor, and in fact, looking at the scanning magnification, it could be a B-cell lymphoma, it could be a basal cell carcinoma infiltrative type. And when you do the magnification, you see the cells that are large and round, and so it is a help to think at neuroendocrine carcinoma, a Merkel type. And if you doubt, then you make the immuno and you know exactly. So this was the most important epithelial staining. Now we go to the melanocytic staining, which are also very important for dermatopathology. S100. It stains melanocytes, but not only. It stains Langerhans cells, Schwann cells, dermal dendritic cells in some cases, not all, cartilage cells, myoepithelia, neural tissue, sweat glands, and fat. So you see it is not very specific. You have to know what you are staining and where are the cells which could be positive, and probably you should combine this with other stainings. Very similarly, it stains SOX10. I'm just highlighting here for SOX10 the melanocytes and the neural cells. It stains also other cells, but this is the most important thing. Now we go to two more specific melanocytic stain, HMB45. It stains premelanosomas in melanocytes. But as you know, the melanosomas are given to the keratinocytes. So in some fresh given melanosome in keratinocyte, it is also positive. And it could also be positive in some histiocytes phagocytating pigment incontinence. So it's important to know this situation, not to have a wrong positive evaluation of that staining. And you should know that it may be negative in the desmoplastic melanoma. Similarly, but a little bit less, it's a behavior of melan A, so it stains melanocytes, and rarely, more rare than in HMB45, some keratinocytes when the pigment is given. And again, it may be negative in desmoplastic melanoma. So for desmoplastic melanoma, you should more rely on S100 and SOX10, and maybe the constellation of the other marker that you are doing with this spindle cell disease, negativity for pancytokeratin, negativity for SMA, and so on, to make the right diagnosis. And then we have a new stain, which I find very interesting. It's PRAME. This is a stain which is positive in melanoma, I would say in general, and negative in nevi. It's not the black and white box where you know exactly where is the nevus, where is the melanoma. We have some cases where in some melanoma is negative, but you should know that this is an additional help in the puzzle of the diagnosis of a melanocytic lesion. The positivity is also something that you have to, let's say, check well the literature. There are some criteria, there are working groups now working on this, but there are not international criteria which are well defined how you should judge positivity or negativity. Some people say more than 50% of the cells in one lesion with intensive staining, because the staining can be intense or less intense. This is one graduation that you can evaluate, and then the number of cells, the quantity of cell of the tumor. So these two things, quantity of cells and intensity of stain, are important to evaluate the positivity that you judge at the end. And then something also interesting, the BRAF stain, which is positive in BRAF mutated melanoma. Let's see some examples. Here you see normal skin. Of course, in the basal zone, the melanocytes, and suprabasal, some single cells with some dendrites, could be the Langerhans cells. Here you see a melanoma. Remember that some of the immunostaining are nuclear, some other are cytoplasmatic, and the S100 is a nuclear stain. And here you have HMB45 in a melanoma. Another melanoma, again HMB45. And you should know that in a nevus, HMB45 in the dermal part stains mostly the upper part, and due to the maturation you have less staining in the lower part of the melanocytic benign lesion. And in melanoma you may have superficial and deep positivity or diffuse positivity, like in the right stain picture. Here is another melanoma. This is melan A, and you see the pagetoid spread of melanocytes and the disorder of the melanocyte distribution in that particular picture. Here we have a nail matrix, and as you learn today, the nail matrix contains less melanocytes than normal skin, and so you see that there are just very few melanocytes, and this can be sometimes a little bit suprabasal, it's not a problem, but you see that the quantity is physiologic, very minimal. Here you have a dermal nevus with a SOX10 nuclear positivity. And here you have, in a metastasis of a melanoma, a PRAME positivity, which is diffuse. And in this metastasis, you realize the pleomorphism, you see mitosis, and there is no doubt about the malignancy of that lesion. And then, of course, the positivity for several markers. It was positive for melan A and HMB45 and S100, but the PRAME shows here the malignancy also. And this is BRAF positive, so mutated in a melanoma against who was metastatic also. Now we go to a little bit a complex topic, so I kept it quite simple. Immunohistochemistry of lymphoid diseases, and we begin with something rare, BDCA2. It's a stain that you could do for checking plasmacytoid dendritic cells. In addition, you could do also the CD123, we will see it later. These are two or of a couple of stainings more to diagnose a very rare disease, but I'm not speaking now about the disease, about the plasmacytoid dendritic cells. Then you have CD1A for Langerhans cells, and then you have so-called pan-T cell markers, CD2, CD3, CD5, and CD7. All of these stain all T cells, and these are important in the diagnosis of mycosis fungoides, which is the most important or most frequent T cell lymphoma. And one of the criterion is that you have a loss of one of these pan-T cell marker. Then another marker or two other markers that are important in that diagnosis is CD4 and CD8. So CD4 stain the helper cells and CD8 the cytotoxic cell. And you should know that when you stain CD4 and CD8, the normal ratio, the ratio is written here, is about 2 to 4 to 1. So more CD4 cells than CD8 cells. And when the ratio is getting into 10 to 1, then you know that this is one criterion in addition in the puzzle for the diagnosis of a lymphoma. CD4, don't forget, stains also monocytes and Langerhans cells, so it's not specific for T cells or for lymphocytes in general. the pan T cell marker are more specific for the T lymphocytes. Other staining of the lymphocytic problem, so CD10, it's a follicular T helper cell marker. It stains the germinal centers of the B cells, but it may also be positive in fibroblasts or in spindle cells that we assume they are fibroblasts in the atypical fibroxanthoma, as example. So it's not really specific only for the lymphoid diseases. Then we have a pan B cell marker. This is CD20, but it's not staining plasma cells. I go just with an information to the next slide. CD79A is staining also plasma cell, and this is also a pan B cell marker. We will see it in the next slide. Now, CD21 stains follicular dendritic cells, so it marks the germinal center. When you are not sure if you see or not the germinal center, you can do this stain, and then you know. And it stains the B cells. The same is for the CD23, which stains B lymphocytes and is also positive in CLL, the BCLL. We go to CD30. It is important to know, of course, this is a marker for lymphomatoid papulosis or anaplastic large T cell lymphoma. This is clear and should be well known because these are the second most important T cell lymphoma of the skin. But it is also positive in Hodgkin cell. I think it's something that you should know. And it stains activated T and B lymphocytes. That means that some scattered CD30 positive cells in an inflammation, it is just possible because these are activated cells. The real positivity is when you have more than 25–30% of the cells, and when the cells are large, or when the cells are also in clusters. So all these things together are important to give the real positivity depending from the disease that you are thinking. CD43, it stains also T cells and myeloid cells, so precursor cells. CD45 stains all leukocytes, so it's a leukocytes common antigen. It does not stain plasma cells, and it's important when you have when you do a panel you have no idea what kind of cells you are looking at. So you make pan T cell, you make pancytokeratin, you make the muscles, you make the neural cells, and then you make also CD45 to know if there is something lymphoid or inflammatory in that lesion that you are looking at. We continue before we see some examples. The CD56, natural killer cells, or neuroectodermal cells, two very different from the concept, like in the Merkel cell disease. CD68 stains histiocytes and macrophages, of course also giant cells. 79A, we already saw, is a pan B cell marker containing also the plasma cells. CD117, it stains mast cells and some hematopoietic stem cells and some melanocytes. So it's not specific, but it's useful for the mast cell diseases. At the beginning, we were discussing the plasmacytoid dendritic cell, a marker, CD123, and the BDCA was the first one, and this is the second. Now, this second plasmacytoid dendritic cell marker may be done to understand better if there is a lupus. And if you find cluster of T cell in an inflammatory disease with additional criteria for lupus, you may think of lupus disease. Then we have a stain for plasma cells, CD138. I just jumped down to kappa and lambda. This stains the light chain kappa and the other one the light chain gamma of the plasma cells. And when there is a monotypia, you may think of a marginal zone lymphoma. And then, again, thinking about plasma cell in general, we have IgG4, which is a specific IgG produced by plasma cells, and this is the marker of the IgG4 disease. I don't go now into details. We conclude with the last two slides of the lymphoid diseases. We have BCL2, which is a stain of B-cell lymphoma, but it stains sometimes also T-cell lymphoma, and it may stain also T cells. So you have to know exactly the context you are looking at to interpret this stain. BCL6 stains B lymphocytes in germinal centers and follicular T helper cells lymphocytes. So you see, they may be specific for B lymphomas, but stain also T cells, or the other way around, these two markers. Important is that you know how to interpret them. Then Ki67 or MIB1 it's staining proliferating cells, and in general, not only in lymphoid tissues, and then Langerin, of course, for the Langerhans cells, lysozyme for myeloid cells or cells with histiocytic differentiation, and then PAX5 is the last pan-B cell marker, similarly as CD20. As you remember, we have more than one pan-T cell marker, so we had CD2, CD3, CD5, and CD7, and now we have a couple of pan-B cell markers, CD20, CD79A, and PAX5. So sometimes you have to do more than one stain to understand better the lesion or the disease you are looking at. And in addition to, for the mast cell, in addition to the 117, you have mast cell tryptase. Or now we go to MUM1, which is a multiple myeloma oncogen, which stains large B-cell lymphoma as the leg type lymphoma. Myeloperoxidase is very important in myeloid cells or in leukemias, and it stains frequently precursor cells of the myeloid direction. PGM1 is another marker as CD68 to stain histiocytes, monocytes, and macrophages. PD1 stains follicular T helper cells, and it is important in Sézary syndrome. It is more frequently positive than in mycosis fungoides. When you are not sure about these two diseases, PD1 could be a help in diagnosing more the Sézary, when it's positive, than the mycosis fungoides. But I have to say, you have to integrate this positivity or negativity into the clinical context and the follow-up of the patient, the history of the patient. The last two are markers for cytotoxic lymphocytes, for cytotoxic lymphoma, or for cytotoxic cells into a lymphoma, and this is granzyme B and TIA1. Let's see some examples. This is a normal reactive germinal center with a central zone. Frequently, the central zone is divided in two halves, so you see there is a more pale half and another half, right, which is more bluish. So this is a polarity that you have in the germinal center, and classically you have a marginal zone with T cells. You see here that these cells are different than the center. And in the center you have tingible body macrophages. These are the structures here. And you see here an inflammatory dermatitis with reactive germinal centers. And in normal reactive germinal centers you have classically the mantle around the cells, so the periphery of the germinal centers with T cells, CD3 positive, the center of the germinal center, which are B cells, CD20 positive. Physiologically, this center of the germinal center is highly proliferative. Physiologically, this is not a neoplastic sign. It's a characteristic of physiological reactive centers that are producing the lymphocytes to go into the inflammation. And classically, a normal physiological germinal center is in the center BCL6 positive, and in the periphery where the T cells are BCL2 positive. This is physiology. Now another type of lymphoma, we have a mycosis fungoides, and here we have a CD3 positivity, and you see the lining up of the cells, which is pathologic for an early disease. And here you see CD8 and CD4, you see this is the same patient, and you see much more CD4 cells and very few CD8 cells. I could say the ratio is probably 10:1, and this is one of the criteria I told you for mycosis fungoides diagnosis. Here you see a Sézary syndrome. You don't see a lot of epidermotropism. This may be in Sézary syndrome, and you see on the left side the Sézary cells with cerebriform nuclei and a lot of pleomorphism, and the positivity of PD1 that I told you before. PD1 could be a help differentiating these two diseases. CD30 positive anaplastic large T cell lymphoma. You see here the really anaplastic cytomorphology with pleomorphism, a highly proliferative disease, and this is CD30 on the lower right part, showing this type of lymphoma. Marginal zone lymphoma, in the left slide you can just say probably a lymphoma because it's superficial and deep, it's quite dense, Then you see a lot of plasma cells in this magnification, and then you check for kappa and lambda, and you realize that kappa is negative and lambda is highly positive, more than 10:1 ratio. So speaking for a lymphoproliferative disease. In addition, you need clonality. In addition, you need negativity for other markers that rule out maybe a follicular lymphoma and so on. So it's not as simple as it could be looking only this kappa and lambda, but the story for lymphoma understanding it's bigger than this lecture. Now we see just quickly also a follicular B-cell lymphoma, again, superficial and deep, very dense lymphoid infiltration, very suspicious for a lymphoma. If you go in the right part, upper slide, you see that there are some larger cells here and some smaller cells in the upper part here. So you realize that probably the neoplastic cells are this one, the larger one, and the reactive cells, the inflammation, again, the lymphoma in the same slide here. And you realize that the positive cells are here, and it's behind my picture, I'm sorry, and these are BCL6 positive, and on the left part you see the BCL2 staining, which stains more the reactive cells, so the T cells around the B-cell lymphoma. Another example of this distribution of the staining in a diffuse diffuse follicular B-cell lymphoma, superficial and deep diffuse inflammation, which is CD20 positive, with only few reactive T cells, and the diffuse staining for BCL6, which is a classical marker of that lymphoma. And here, another lymphoma, the leg type B-cell lymphoma, which shows large cells, again, with a Grenz zone that we learned in the glossary. So diffuse presence of a lymphoid infiltration, superficial and deep. Then you go to the magnification, you see that this is a large cell lymphoma. Then you do the stain, you realize that this is a B lymphoma, CD20 positive, only few reactive T cells, is highly proliferative, it's MAM1 positive and BCL2 positive, making everything together, it makes the leg type B cell lymphoma. To conclude, for the lymphoid diseases, we see here leukemia cutis with this Indian file presence between the collagen fibers, and when you make a stain of this CMML, a chronic myelogenous leukemia, monocytic leukemia, you see that you have some positivity of a precursor marker, MPO, of course the CD68 positivity, and the MIB1 is highly proliferative, and CD43 as an early myeloid marker also positive. And here we have a small child with an infiltration of kidney-shaped larger cells under the epidermis. It looks like an lichenoid disease. If you look nicely here, you see that there are kidney-shaped cells, and there is a kind of pleomorphism. You do the CD1A stain, and you realize these are Langerhans cells. So this is a newborn child with a Langerhans cell histiocytosis. And here you see mast cells with a positivity for 117, CD117, in a mastocytoma. So there are some immunostaining for infectious diseases. We have the one of herpes simplex, varicella zoster, two different HHV8 for Kaposi, for the herpes virus 8. EBER1, it's Epstein-Barr, which is sometimes positive in some lymphoid or lymphoproliferative diseases. Rarely you can use HPV for human papilloma virus, and in some cases use the treponema stain. Here you see a folliculitis with destruction of the follicle, and because of other criteria that I cannot show you now, with some acantholytic changes and some superficial changes in the epidermis, it was the idea that it could be zoster, and in fact you see the positivity of the staining of this zoster infection. Here you have a spindle cell proliferation, very dense, pleomorphic, with some hemorrhages, and you see a D240 positivity of that disease with HHV8 positivity, making the diagnosis of Kaposi sarcoma. And here you have something that you should know. You have a little bit of lichenoid inflammation with a lot of histiocytic inflammation. You see that you have giant cells and you have some foam cells, so histiocytes, and plasma cells. The combination of a lichenoid inflammation with histiocytes, a lot of histiocytes, and plasma cells should at least think of an infection. And one of the possibilities is treponema, syphilis, and you see the positivity of the syphilis stain here in that slide. Now we go to the vascular lesions. You have CD31, which is an endothelial stain, and CD34 also an endothelial stain. This stains, the CD34, more the the blood vessel and the lymphatic vessel. The CD31 more the blood vessel and less the lymphatic vessel. Similarly, as CD34, also D240, podoplanin, stain the lymphatic vessels. Just one important thing, the CD34 is also important for dermatofibrosarcoma protuberans, so not only for vessels, but also for a sarcoma. And we conclude with factor 8, which stains also the endothelial cells, blood vessel, similarly as CD31. Let's see some examples. CD31 positivity in that angioma, factor 8 positivity in another angioma. Here you have CD30 positivity just in lymphatic vessel in the skin. And now we conclude with soft tissue. We have desmin stains all muscle cells, SMA stains the muscle cells, so myoepithelia also, and myofibroblasts. So when you have a scar, the myofibroblasts migrating in the scar, they are also positive. So don't overdiagnose a mass muscle tumor when you deal with a scar. You should know this difference. Then you have factor 13A, which stains dermal dendritic cells, some of them, not all. So some are S100 positive, some are factor 13A positive, and some are CD123 positive. So you should know what is staining what, and there are a couple of good publications from Professor Zelger from Innsbruck speaking about this. And then you have neuron-specific enolase for neural cells and neuroendocrine cells, and vimentin, which is like a stain of almost everything what is not epithelial. It may be too much said like this, but this is staining really non-specific. Let's see some examples. You see a leiomyoma with a spindle cell proliferation in the dermis, which is positive for SMA, could be also positive for desmin. And here you have an angiomatous lesion with SMA, so the muscle wall around the vessels. And on the right part, you see the positivity of CD34 of dermatofibrosarcoma protuberans, this car wheel pattern of a spindle cell tumor. And here, a quick reference handbook for pathologists, but also for interested people with immunohistochemistry. It's a very, very thin, important book to check which positivity is in which tumor. Thank you for listening. If you have a question, we will try to answer them. Bye-bye.
So that's very good. Thank you for the presentation.
Dear colleagues, it's my great pleasure to talk at this year's African Dermatopathology Conference. I would like to thank Professor Helmut Beltraminelli for inviting me for this talk. My name is Peter Mühleisen. I'm a dermatologist and a dermatopathologist. I'm the Chief of Service of the Division of Dermatopathology at the Department of Dermatology at the University Hospital in Basel, Switzerland. My talk is about benign and malignant epidermal tumors. Here's the table of contents. I'm going to talk about seborrheic keratosis, melanoacanthoma, dermatosis papulosa nigra, clear cell acanthoma, large cell acanthoma, epidermal nevi, sebaceous nevus, verruca vulgaris, condyloma acuminatum, warty dyskeratoma, and molluscum contagiosum. Seborrheic keratosis is one of the most common benign epidermal tumors, not only in elderly people, sometimes already occurring in the 20s. Histologically, seborrheic keratosis is characterized by acanthosis, papillomatosis, pseudocysts, and often squamous eddies can be seen. There are different subtypes of seborrheic keratosis. On the right upper side, you see the reticular type of seborrheic keratosis, characterized by rete-like junctions of the epidermal structures. Also, you can see pseudocysts. On the right bottom picture, you see seborrheic keratosis of the clonal type. In this variant, clonal nests that look a little bit brighter are a prominent feature. Melanoacanthoma is a heavier pigmented variant of seborrheic keratosis, which you can see on the left bottom part of this slide. Dermatosis papulosa nigra is another very common benign epidermal tumor. It's characterized by small brownish spots that usually occur on facial skin. Histologically, dermatosis papulosa nigra is very similar to small seborrheic keratosis. There's usually a heavy basal hyperpigmentation of the epidermal structures, and usually pseudocysts are not a prominent feature. The next entity I'm going to present is clear cell acanthoma. It's a little bit less frequent. It usually occurs on the extremities, characterized by plaques that are scaly. Histologically, it's a lesion that is sharply demarcated, and already at low magnification, there is an impressive change from normal darker epidermis to a very bright area of the epidermis that is larger, that is acanthotic. And at a closer look, there is psoriasiform acanthosis, parakeratosis, and neutrophils are a prominent feature. Here's a closer look. You see the border of the lesion. On the left side, there is normal epidermis, and on the right side, the beginning of clear cell acanthoma, characterized by these bright cells, psoriasiform acanthosis, and you can already appreciate parakeratosis overlying the clear cell acanthoma. And in this picture, also neutrophils are visible. Sometimes clear cell acanthoma might resemble Bowen's disease. However, in clear cell acanthoma, there are no cellular atypia, in contrast to Bowen disease. Another entity of benign epidermal tumors is large cell acanthoma. In large cell acanthoma, the epidermis shows large keratinocytes. However, in contrast to actinic keratosis, these are not dysplastic cells, and these slight atypia are not accompanied by disorder of the cornification. So the stratum corneum overlying large cell acanthoma is quite normal, and cellular atypia is just very mild. The next group of benign epidermal tumors are epidermal nevi. There is a broad range of epidermal nevi. Some of them look very similar to seborrheic keratosis. However, there are some histological features that can be quite characteristic for epidermal nevi. On the one hand, most epidermal nevi show acanthosis and papillomatosis. There is usually a normal stratum corneum, orthokeratosis, and some of them show histological features that are characteristic. One of them is the plateau-like acanthosis, which you can see on the right upper picture. Other epidermal nevi might show epidermal lytic change, which we will have a closer look at on the next slides. Some of them are inflammatory, such as ILVEN, the inflammatory linear varicose epidermal nevus. In ILVEN, the lesion macroscopically is linear, and histologically it's characterized by parakeratosis, by a psoriasiform acanthosis, and usually by a lymphocytic inflammation underneath. Here's a picture of epidermolytic types of epidermal nevi. The granular layer shows characteristic altered keratohyalin granules. It looks like these cells were dissolving. There's some vacuolization, and sometimes there is epidermolysis. However, it's not acantholysis, such as you would see in pemphigus diseases, for example. Sebaceous nevus is another quite common variant of benign epidermal tumors. In sebaceous nevus, there is the acanthosis, often there is papillomatosis, and not only sebaceous glands may be enlarged, but very typically eccrine sweat glands are dilated and more prominent. In sebaceous nevus, there is an increased risk for basaloid tumors and eccrine tumors, such as basal cell carcinoma, trichoblastoma, and the eccrine tumor syringocystadenoma papilliferum. A very frequent benign epidermal tumor is verruca vulgaris. Histologically, verruca vulgaris is characterized by an acanthopapilloma and church spiring, and cytomorphologically, often cholocytes can be seen. This slide shows you the histological characteristic of verruca vulgaris a little bit better. On the right-hand side, you can see the church spiring phenomenon. The protrusions of the epidermis resemble the roof of a church, and on the left-hand side, you can see cholocytes. Cholocytes have their name from the Greek word koilos, which means empty, because there is a perinuclear halo, a white area of the cytoplasm around the nucleus. In addition, there is clumped keratohyalin in the cytoplasm of these cells, all induced by HPV viral changes. Condyloma acuminatum is another viral wart induced by also HPV types, but more by the genital HPV types. It's also characterized by an acanthopapilloma. Usually the church spiring phenomenon is not present it's a lesion that usually is histologically more inconspicuous, and usually only a few or no cholocytes can be seen. Warthitis keratoma is a fascinating small entity of another benign epidermal tumor. It's characterized by an inverted acanthoma, which is usually very close to the pilosebaceous unit. And within this inverted acanthoma, there is prominent acantholysis and there are dyskeratoses, very similar to, for example, Grover disease. But it's just a solitary lesion and it's in close proximity to the hair follicle. Now, the last entity of benign epidermal tumors is molluscum contagiosum. Molluscum contagiosum has a very beautiful histology. It's also a type of inverted acanthoma. And the beautiful thing about it is the change in color, which is called metachromasia. So the molluscum bodies, which are virus-infected cells, they turn from blue at the bottom to pink on top of the lesion. Now, these were the epidermal, and now I'll continue presenting a couple of malignant epidermal tumors. I'll start with the most common type of malignant epidermal tumors, which is basal cell carcinoma and its variants. Then I'll talk about basosquamous carcinoma, squamous cell carcinoma and variants, varicose carcinoma, and then I'll talk about precursor lesions of squamous cell carcinoma, which are Bowen's disease and actinic keratosis. Basal cell carcinoma is by far the most common malignant epidermal tumor. It's characterized by basaloid tumor cells, which means they have a lot of nucleus and just a little bit of cytoplasm. And then a very typical characteristic is the peripheral palisading, clefting, which you can see nicely on this picture here. And then basal cell carcinoma is usually surrounded by a desmoplastic tumor stroma. So that's a picture showing what palisading means. It looks like a fence. The outmost layer of the tumor cells, they are arranged in a pattern that resembles the fence. There are different variants of basal cell carcinoma. A very common type is nodular basal cell carcinoma. Here the tumor is formed in larger lobules, and they show all the characteristics which I mentioned before. So they are basaloid tumor cells. They have the peripheral palisading. Usually there is clefting, meaning there is a cleft between the tumor cells and their stromal cells. And as I said, there is desmoplastic tumor stroma around the basaloid tumor cells. The superficial variant is very common for the trunk. Here also the tumor cells are basaloid, but sometimes they are not as easy detectable because they are lying just very superficial. They are just attached to the normal epidermis. Not always the clefting can be seen, but sometimes yes, like on the right-hand side. And here the desmoplastic tumor stroma is sometimes a little bit more sparse, but usually present. Now on this picture it looks as if there were different nodules of superficial basal cell carcinoma isolated. And these tumor nodules, they might resemble bats that are hanging on the ceiling. Now, in a three-dimensional perspective, these are not isolated tumor nodules, but it's a rete. So these basal cell carcinoma nodules, they are interconnected like a web, like a net. Micronodular basal cell carcinoma is another variant, also characterized by basaloid tumor cells. However, these are smaller, the nodules are smaller, and often in micronodular basal cell carcinoma, clefting is not as prominent or sometimes even missing. Infiltrating basal cell carcinoma is characterized by infiltrating strands of basaloid tumor cells. As you can see on this picture here, there's usually abundant desmoplastic tumor stroma, and also in this variant, clefting might be missing. The sclerosing or morphaic variant of basal cell carcinoma is characterized by also tumor strands, basaloid tumor strands, but a lot of collagen tissue, a lot of desmoplastic tumor stroma that's filling the gap in between, resembling scleroderma morphea. Basal cell carcinoma can also be heavily pigmented, like in this case, which is the pigmented variant of basal cell carcinoma. Another beautiful histology is the histology of fibroepithelioma pincus. In fibroepithelioma pincus, the basaloid tumor cells are interconnected in very small, thin strands, and they form a rete-like pattern. And in between the rete, the gaps are filled by desmoplastic tumor stroma. This is also a variant that can be easily overseen if it's superficial and if there's so much desmoplastic tumor stroma and only small numbers of tumor cells. It might pose some diagnostic difficulties sometimes. Now, basosquamous carcinoma is a fascinating entity because it shows parts that resemble basal cell carcinoma and parts that resemble squamous cell carcinoma. And not only this, according to the WHO classification, this entity requires 3 cell populations. So on the one hand, we must have clear basal cell carcinoma areas with basaloid cells, peripheral palisading. The cells are BEREP4 positive in immunohistochemistry. On the other hand, we need a population that is squamous cell carcinoma, which shows disorder of squamification. And then there has to be a third tumor cell population, which is a metatypic tumor cell population. Here on this picture, you can see it on the left-hand side. These cells are tumor cells and they look indeterminate. They don't have clear centers of cornification, and they are not basaloid anymore. And in fact, the real diagnosis of basal squamous cell carcinoma is an admixture of these 3 tumor cell types that have to be here in order to be allowed to make this diagnosis. There's the concept of transdifferentiation, that basal cell carcinoma transdifferentiates into squamous cell carcinoma, and this entity has to be distinguished from just basal cell carcinoma that have some areas of keratinization, or have to be distinguished also from a collision tumor of only basal cell carcinoma and squamous cell carcinoma, but missing the metatypic tumor cell population. Now here's a slide of the real squamous cell carcinoma. Squamous cell carcinoma shows squamous differentiation characterized by formation of stratum corneum, but it's not on the top, it's in the middle of the tumor. There is heavy nuclear pleomorphism usually, there are mitosis, and as I said, there is keratinization. Squamous cell carcinoma is graded into well-differentiated, medium, or dedifferentiated. A variant of a well-differentiated squamous cell carcinoma is keratoacanthoma. Keratoacanthoma has some histomorphological characteristics in addition to the well-differentiated cytomorphology of its tumor cells. So keratoacanthoma has a symmetrical histoarchitecture, and it has only very mild cytological atypia at the margin of invasion. Another variant of squamous cell carcinoma is acantholytic squamous cell carcinoma, characterized by acantholysis between the tumor cells, which are losing their desmosomal intercellular contacts. Spindle cell squamous cell carcinoma is another variant of squamous cell carcinoma. This one can be difficult to diagnose on HE histology because it doesn't show the normal histological features of squamous cell carcinoma. Especially, it doesn't show keratinization. Usually, to establish the diagnosis of spindle cell squamous cell carcinoma, immunohistochemistry is needed. There are many squamous cell markers such as pan-cytokeratin AE13 or P63, P40, cytokeratin 22. In addition, it's also helpful if there is a connection of the spindle cell squamous cell carcinoma to the dysplastic epidermis above it, so that can help histomorphologically to establish the diagnosis of a spindle cell squamous cell carcinoma. Verrucose carcinoma is another tricky variant of squamous cell carcinoma. There are some synonyms such as epithelioma cuniculatum or carcinoma cuniculatum. What's difficult about verrucose carcinoma is that this lesion usually resembles just epidermal hyperplasia, and it has very mild or even missing cytological atypia. On the ground of an HE histology alone or on immunohistochemical stainings, it might be very difficult or impossible to establish or to rule out the diagnosis of verrucose carcinoma. In this entity, clinical pathological correlation is central. Here's a good example. On the left-hand side, you see the histology of that verrucose carcinoma, and it's hard or impossible to distinguish it from reactive epidermal hyperplasia. However, on the right-hand side, you see the macroscopical clinical picture. It's a growing tumor, and after clinical pathological correlation, it's clear that this is not just a wart or reactive epidermal hyperplasia, but that this is a malignant tumor which shows just a very mild atypia in histology. Now, last but not least, let's touch these two precursors of squamous cell carcinoma. The most common is actinic keratosis. Another synonym for actinic keratosis is solar elastosis. It's clinically characterized by a keratotic plaque on the top of it, and this can also be seen histologically. On the upper picture, you see parakeratosis, hyperkeratosis, and then within the epidermis, there is epidermal dysplasia characterized by dysplastic keratinocytes that are larger, that are irregular. And also at low magnification, you can see that the dysplastic parts of the epidermis, they look brighter, whereas the non-dysplastic parts at the acrosyringium, they are blue and have a different color. So that change in blue, pink, blue is very typical for actinic keratosis when you look at it on HE at low magnification. There are different variants of actinic keratosis. The most common one is hyperplastic or hypertrophic actinic keratosis, meaning there's like an acanthosis of the epidermis, but these cells are dysplastic. It's not just normal epidermis. There is a atrophic variant where the layers of the epidermis are diminished, but still the cells are dysplastic. And then there is an acantholytic variant in which there is acantholysis between the dysplastic cells. And then the last entity I'm showing is Bowen's disease. Bowen's disease is a high-grade intraepidermal dysplasia of the keratinocytes. So the atypical cells are in all layers, at the bottom of the epidermis, but also in the upper part. And not only that, there are very characteristic large bonoid cells that are much larger than normal keratinocytes, and they show cytological phenomena such as atypical mitosis. On the left-hand side, you can see this triangular mitosis, which is not common in other proliferative benign diseases. This is very common for Bowen's disease. And not only atypical mitosis, but in general, there are very frequent mitoses, usually in Bowen's disease, in all layers of the epidermis. So this was my last slide. I would like to thank you for your attention, and if you have questions for me, you can always email me on beda-mühleisen@usb.ch. So thanks again, and have a good meeting. Have a great day.
Good day, everyone. My name is Ehiagi Annabal. I'll be presenting clinical cases. I'm presenting from Nigeria. I work at the Lagos State University College of Medicine and the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital in Lagos, Nigeria. We all get surprised every now and then when we see something strange under the microscope, something interesting, and then this becomes the exciting point of the day, the moment the brain gets an adrenaline boost and we are away from our routine cases. I will be presenting 5 cases. One female, she had a nodule on her left hand on the palmar surface, and the clinical diagnosis was foreign body granuloma. Following the biopsy, what was seen under the microscope was massive hyperkeratosis, acanthosis, a mid-dermal epidermal cyst lined with papillomatous acanthotic keratohyalin containing keratinocytes, and the cyst was filled with a proliferation of nodular structures separated by hyalin membrane, and each nodule was characterized by squamous eddies with viral cytopathic effect, and the diagnosis was a verrucous cyst. I do not have clinical pictures for the patient, so I can't show you clinical pictures, but now this is what was seen under the microscope on low power. You see a cyst, and the cyst is lined by papillomatous bacteria, and you see the contents of the cyst. So this is going closer, we can still see the contents of the cyst. We still see closer view of the cyst, and this is a view of one of this, so you can see the squamous eddies, and then we see these collocytes around the squamous eddies. Now, verrucous cysts are actually a variant of normal verruca vulgaris. This is caused by the human papilloma virus infection. The responsible for cutaneous infections are as listed. Typically, these are benign and relatively common tumors in children, and an incubation period of between 3 weeks to 8 months. Now, the unusual presentation of an epidermoid cyst with the cyst was showing papillomatosis or auto and parakeratosis, hypergranulosis, and then within the cyst you have the squamous eddies with cytopathic effect on the keratinocytes, just like we saw in our patient. So treatment really is with chemical ablation, cataridine, salicylic acid, silver nitrate, or cryotherapy or electrofiguration. Case 2 is a 13-year-old female. She was referred from the rheumatology clinic to have a skin biopsy for calciphylaxis. She had a history of multiple growths on the left leg with pain and sweating. She had had surgery at age 2 for a fracture with poor healing, and then she walks with crutches. On examination, we found a young girl with multiple hyperpigmented firm tender plaques and patches on the left calf region with sweat droplets on the lesion. And we thought, did she have a benign tumor? Could this be a hemangioma? Was it? And then, of course, to rule out the calciphylaxis, for which she was referred. So these are her clinical pictures. You see these hyperpigmented lesions, and these are sweat droplets actually. So sweat droplets, and you can see where she had had the surgery as a child. Under the microscope, we saw this hyperkeratotic acanthotic epidermis overlying a dermal proliferation of a mix of eccrine glands and thin-walled vessels with background sclerosis of the dermis and increased number of fibroblasts. The eccrine glands were ectatic with thickened walls, and the blood vessels were telangiectatic. Some of them were filled with red blood cells, and there was hemosiderin around. So we made a diagnosis of eccrine angiomatous hamartoma. So this is a low power view. You can see the acanthotic hyperkeratotic epidermis overlying the lesion. You can see that the dermis is sclerosed, but you see this proliferation of ectatic sweat ducts, and then you see the vessels, ectatic vessels, some filled with red blood cells. That's the hemosiderin. These are all vessels. A closer view, a lot of hemosiderin. You see the ectatic sweat ducts, sweat glands. So that is a blood vessel. You can see the thickened arterial wall around it. More blood vessels, thin walled. More blood vessels with these ones are filled with serum. So this could be, and then more areas, ectatic sweat glands. That's just a closer view of the sweat glands. You can see the sweat glands with their lining, and then the cuticular opening lining of the sweat glands with hemosiderin around and fibroblasts. Just a closer view of some of the blood vessels. You can see the blood vessels are dilated, filled with red blood cells and some, and then you can see hemosiderin, and then a lot of around. That's just another view of the eccrine glands. Eccrine angiomatous hamartoma is a rare benign malformation that is characterized by proliferation of eccrine glands and capillary vessels in the dermis. Typically, these lesions are painful. They are limited to the extremities, and there's no sex predilection. There's associated hyperhidrosis. We did see the sweat droplets on our patient. The pathogenesis is unknown, but there are theories of malformation of adnexal and mesenchymal elements, and there's the risk factor of either radiation therapy or frequent trauma. Remember, our patient had a fracture at age 3. She walks with, at age 2. She walks with crutches. So could this be the inducing event for her? Now, diagnosis of eccrine angiomatous hamartoma is histological and based on 1, proliferation of mature, normal, or dilated eccrine glands, intimate relationship of the eccrine structures with benign vascular proliferation, varying occurrence of pilar, lipomatous, mucinous, or lymphatic structures. You did see in our patient that there was a mixture of lymphatic structures and small and medium-sized vessels. Typically, eccrine angiomatous hamartoma has a good prognosis. There's no malignant transformation. However, there's no spontaneous regression. Patients have to be treated, and treatment is usually surgical, and this is said to be curative, but recurrence is likely. Case 3 is a 13-year-old boy. He presented with a dark-colored asymptomatic growth on the shin of his right leg. He had it since childhood. The reason for presentation was a recent increase in size and associated contact bleeding. Examination revealed a well-marginated, weepy, hyperkeratotic nodule with a warty surface and purulent material on the left leg. There was no limb length nor limb size discrepancy. Systemic examination and screening laboratory investigations were normal, and we made a diagnosis of impetiginized epidermal nevus to rule out hemangioma. And the plan was to give him oral antibiotics because of the purulent material, and then an excision biopsy to know what exactly this lesion was, and also as a form of treatment. So these are clinical pictures of this lesion. You can see it's hyperpigmented. It's what the surface is, what it's a plaque, and you can see that it's weepy. The lesion was found to have a massive hyperkeratosis with papillomatosis, acanthosis, thin-walled ectatic vessels filled with red blood cells in the dermis and extending into the epidermis, and a diagnosis of varicose hemangioma was made. So we can see the hyperkeratosis, papillomatosis, acanthosis, and we see the proliferation of blood vessels with large ones and extending into the epidermis. Closer view, we see ectatic vessels all in the papillary dermis extending into the epidermis. A closer view. Varicose hemangioma is an uncommon benign capillary or cavernous hemangioma with associated epidermal changes. The tumors are usually congenital and occur in children. Although occurrence in adults is rare, it's been reported. We have reported one in an adult. Now, you remember that our patient has had this lesion since childhood. Typically, these lesions are acral and they do not resolve spontaneously. Histopathological examination is usually important. This is to exclude other abnormalities and confirm the diagnosis. And what typifies it is hyperkeratosis, papillomatosis, acanthosis, proliferation of thin-walled dilated blood vessels in the dermis. The major differential of varicose hemangioma is angiokeratoma, and this is what differentiates these two lesions is the location of the vessels. In angiokeratoma, the vascular proliferation is limited to the papillary dermis, unlike what you get in varicose hemangioma. Now, the treatment for varicose hemangioma includes excision with a wide surgical margin, and this is said to result in a low recurrence rate. Other forms of treatment include laser, radiotherapy, electrocautery, cryotherapy. Topical steroids with sirolimus have also been used in children with variable success. Case 4 is a 21-year-old male with a history of a pruritic rash on his abdomen of 6 months duration. The rash had initially increased in size and he had no other skin lesion. He had self-medicated with triple action creams. So these are creams that are a combination of antifungal, antibacterial, and steroid. So on examination, it was found to have a hyperpigmented lichenified plaque with a rough surface on the abdomen. Systemic examination and ancillary investigations were normal, and a diagnosis of anagnesia tumor to exclude lichen simplex chronicus was made and skin biopsy requested. So this is the clinical picture. A closer view, you can see a hyperpigmented plaque with a warty surface surrounding erythema. So on the biopsy, there was found to be hyperkeratosis, hypergranulosis, irregular acanthosis, saw-toothed rete pegs, vacuolization of basal layer, band-like lichenoid infiltrates, and Mark Joseph spaces with some necrotic keratinocytes and pigment incontinence. The adjacent skin was normal, and a diagnosis of lichen planus-like keratosis was made. So we see the hyperkeratosis, we see the acanthosis, we see the saw-toothed rete pegs, band-like lymphohistiocytic infiltrates, pigment incontinence. Closer view, Mark Joseph space. We can even see another Mark Joseph space around the hair follicle. More of the pigment incontinence. Lichen planus-like keratosis is a benign skin lesion, but it's frequently more reported in Caucasians with sun-damaged skin. So that's solar elastosis, and occurs in individuals 28 to 87 years. It's commonly located on the trunk, just like it was located on the abdomen in our patient. It occurs more in females, and frequently lichen planus-like keratosis is a solitary lesion. It's erythematous, pigmented, a papular plaque, although multiple lesions have been reported. Histopathology is usually similar to that of lichen planus, the main difference being lichen planus-like keratosis being a solitary lesion, while lichen planus is not. So features that are consistent with lichen planus-like keratosis include parakeratosis, hyperkeratosis, hypergranulosis, band-like lichenoid infiltrate, basal vacuolization, necrotic keratinocytes, and pigment incontinence. Solar elastosis and solar light triggering adjacent skin in Caucasians is noted. So, but this you can't see on richly pigmented skin because solar elastosis is difficult to identify in richly pigmented skin individuals. Typically, the lesion resolves spontaneously in some individuals, although for some others, cryotherapy, excision, surgery, curated, and the use of imiquimod is employed. Case 5 is that of a 42-year-old female. She presented with a history of an itchy hyperpigmented rash on both legs of 6 months duration. On examination, linearly arranged hyperpigmented scaly plaque with Wickham striae on both legs were noted, and a clinical diagnosis was that of linear lichen planus. So you can see clinically the lesion on both legs arranged in a linear manner. More pictures. This is healing. So histology: hyperkeratosis, wedge-shaped hypergranulosis, acanthosis, basal vacuolation, dyskeratotic keratinocytes, band-like lymphohistiocytic infiltrate, pigment incontinence, These are all typical for lichen planus. So we can see the band-like lymphohistiocytic infiltrates. You can see the wedge-shaped hypergranulosis, hyperacanthosis, hyperkeratosis, more of basal vacuolization here, pigment incontinence, melanin dust. Now the explanation for the linear arrangement is that it lies in the nature of Blaschko's lines, and there's an unmasking of abnormal keratinocyte clones after an initiating event. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed the clinical cases. Thank you once more for listening.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Amani Wajini Alice, a senior consultant dermatologist and dermatopathologist at Seashwika College of Medicine and Health Sciences in Rwanda. Today, we are going to discuss about non-infectious granulomatous disorder. Granuloma, by definition, is granule, standing for granule, oma, standing for results of an action. It is defined as a collection of histiocytes, usually epithelioid ones, these resembling epithelial cells. Granuloma may be seen in infectious, inflammation, deposition, foreign body reaction, or even in malignancies. Our first case today we are going to discuss is about AM, a 1-year-old male patient who consulted us for 3 weeks history of multiple skin elevated plaque lesions on the trunk and limbs. The symptomatology had started as one week before as one well demarcated annular plaque on the arms, then they spread on trunk and then lower limbs. Here the annular plaque on the thigh of an 1-year-old infant. Aside, the histopathology shows normal epidermis with kind of collagenolysis in the dermis, a necrobiosis zone surrounded by mixed of inflammation whereby we see eosinophil, a giant cell granuloma, and some lymphocyte. The next case is a BV, 71-year-old male patient who consulted the pathology clinic for non-tender multiple nodular lesions, subcutaneous, and tumors on the trunk, elbow, wrist, and ankle joints. Those subcutaneous nodular lesions were distributed on the upper arm, upper limbs since more than months, yet the disease has been there for more than 10 years. The patient was treated many times with allopurinol, colchicine, but this did not stop episodes of crisis or gout attack. His past medical history is a known patient with hypertension, diabetes, gout, which is somehow stable, and our differential was tophi. Investigation requested were full blood count, which turned to be normal, biochemistry, which is to be discussed in the next slide, uric acid in blood was elevated, X-ray of affected joints was also requested, and confirmed joint inflammation swelling. An excision biopsy of one subcutaneous nodular lesion was taken for biopsy and submitted. The pathology outline will be discussed in the next slide. Biochemistry of this patient during this month of the visit, where uric acid were a bit elevated at 7.9, a bit elevated as compared to normal values, but the patient, of course, is being on treatment, and sodium was okay. Other finding in the biochemistry were quite normal. The diabetes was normal, potassium were normal, transaminase were normal, and even gamma GT was normal. The pathology of this done biopsy showed deposit of slightly amphiphilic material within dermis and subcutis. It was also housing numerous closely set needle-like spaces, and which are surrounded by palissading granuloma. Presence of multinucleated giant cell is noted with non-calcification and URATs crystals. Histopathological per se, the slides show normal epidermis, normal dermis in the upper part of the dermis with whitish material, amphiphilic material in both mid-dermis and subcutis, which are surrounded on this scanning magnification by inflammatory patterns. Highlighting on higher magnification review, we see again normal dermis, epidermis, normal upper dermis, and amphiphilic material in deep dermis touching the subcutis. On higher magnification again, we see here amphiphilic material in the subcutis and dermis, which is surrounded by necrobiotic zone. On this high magnification, we highlight again amphiphilic material with crystal cleft surrounded by inflammatory mixed with giant cell granulomas. What is gout? Gout is defined under umbrella of term arthritis. It's a broad range of joint diseases and joint pain. Some form of arthritis with inflamed joints, while others don't. Gout is a common form of inflammatory arthritis which is due to crystal called uric acid. Gout is causes pain, swelling in one or more joints. It typically affects the big toe, but it is also found in other joints, including knees, foot, ankle, hands, wrists, and elbows. Most of the time, it is affecting one joint, but multiple joints can be affected. Who is at risk to develop gout? Usually, young men, they have a threefold higher rate to develop gout because of high level of uric acid. Women in menopause as well, they have high risk. Other risk factors include obesity, overweight, congestive heart diseases, diabetes, hypertension, kidney disease. Of course, other miscellaneous are also known, like consuming a lot of alcohol, consuming red meat, and so on. What are the symptoms of gout? A patient with gout will always complain of some episode of gout, which is actually known as a gout attack. The gout attacks are very painful period and can happen quite suddenly, often overnight. During a gout attack, symptoms can affect one joint or maybe many joints, which will present as intense pain in those affected joints or one, redness, stiffness, swelling, tenderness, even to the light touch such as from bed sheets. Warmth is something common, or even feeling like the joint is being on fire. How long does a gout attack last? It can last 1 week, many weeks, but of course between gout attacks you sometimes and commonly have a common part of symptom-free period, which is varying from one patient to another and also depending of uric acid rate in the blood. How to diagnose gout? Patients with gout will always present with symptoms like those gout attacks which we discussed, which arise usually at night, middle of the night, with intense pain, joint on fire, redness, swelling, warmth, tenderness of that joint on every single touch can also lead to the severe pain. On examination, you need to do gentle examination of the affected joints, looking for swelling, looking for redness, looking for warmth, but of course being kind as much as possible because it can induce really a severe pain. For the diagnosis, you also need to do a blood workup whereby testing of uric acid is a key feature to be done, and imaging testing are also advised, like X-ray of the affected joint. Sometimes you can also order ultrasound. If possible, MRI also can help to confirm those mildly affected. They can be required to do it. Aspiration, fine needle aspiration is something important also for the affected joint, using microscopy to see if you have those uric acid crystals, which can be a key for confirming gout in those affected joints, or even being able to make a difference between other causes of arthritis like infection or other causes and so on. How do we manage gout? Any patient in gout attack need to be helped as much as possible. And there are variable medication to be used, like non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug. They are almost needed, but remember some patient might be having peptic ulcer disease and also gastritis, and this medication can also induce it. So be cautious when giving non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug to those patients in gout attack. Colchicine is also another good medication for inflammation reducing. It reduces the pain. It can help if it is really given within those 24 hours of the gout attack. As well as corticosteroids, pills or injectable. Both three of them can help for the patient to reduce the severe pain and control the symptom. But on top of controlling the symptom or taking patient from his gout attack, you also need to reduce the rate of uric acid in the blood. And for this one, you require to have allopurinol, febuxostat, pegloticase, probenecid, and so on. Whenever these medications are available, remember to advise to the patient, consult the patient, so because these are the ones which can help to reduce the episode of gout attack, but also reduce the uric acid at the end of the day. How to prevent gout? We've seen risk factors. We saw that young people are at high risk to develop gout, but also consuming alcohol, red meat, all those are risk factors. Food or drinks rich in uric acid should be avoided at all costs. Exercise is something very important. Drinking plenty water is very important. Depending on whichever exercise you could do, swimming, walking, running, any kind of exercise is advised to also reduce the weight of the patient. But diet is a key it's a key player in prevention of gout attack. In this diet, patient should avoid purine-containing stuff. Those are alcohol, red meat, organ meat like liver, shellfish, gravy, drinks and food with high fructose. Protein from animal sources need to be avoided at all costs in patients with gout in order to prevent the gout attack. Diuretics medication can also trigger the gout attack and should be avoided since hypertension is one associated risk factors. If diabetes and they have, diuretics should be avoided, but also immunosuppressants or drug used to slow the immune system in those transplant can also be one of products which can increase the number of uric acid in the body of someone. So in this case, we learned that gout can be preventable, can be managed, and in those patients who are affected, you need to make the diagnosis and help them to come out from the gout attack. Our third case is NA, a 67 male patient who consulted dermatology OPD for generalized scaly well demarcated plaque lesions on his head, trunk, limbs since more than 3 years. The rashes started once on the trunk. After 1 year, they spread on the limbs and then spread on lower limbs, progressively leading to ulceration on the lower legs. Review of other systems did not show any remarkable findings in the lungs, bone, heart, CNS, UTI, and everything was quite normal in this patient during the assessment. Picture of that patient showing scaly, actually candle-like scaly plaque, which are well demarcated on his upper limbs, trunk, back, also on the axilla, on the shoulder, on the thighs, and ulceration on the lower leg. For this particular patient, there was no lymph node, no lymphadenopathy, which was excluded. Joint, they were not affected. He did not complain for anything else like involvement of other organ. So our differential was either lupus erythematosus, psoriasis, or sarcoidosis. And for this patient, we did the blood workup, we did ultrasound, we did chest X-ray, we also did a skin biopsy, and the blood tests were quite normal. Only the chest X-ray was showing findings to be discussed in next slide. In this chest X-ray, it has a normal heart size, normal heart configuration. Lungs were clear, but the lower part of the lungs, base of the left lung, was having a kind of opacity of which it was suspected to have a kind of atelectasis. This atelectasis in the left lower base of the lung was suspected, and a mild pleural effusion was also suspected to be confirmed by ultrasound. Pathologically, the epidermis was normal with well-demarcated necroid granuloma with few lymphocytes at the periphery and epithelioid cell. Multiple several histiocyte giant cells were seen, but no necrosis, no necrobiasis, and no mucin. And this scanning magnification, that's what you could see, but here we see necked granulomas in the full thickness dermis, and here again granulomas with multiple giant cell, histiocytic giant cell, no necrobiasis, no necrosis, again multigrated giant cell, which are well necked, encapsulated, and sparse little inflammatory cells are here noted. And our final diagnosis was in this patient sarcoidosis. And management which was installed was prednisolone 50 mg once a day for 2 months, methotrexate 20 mg per weekly per 2 months, omeprazole 20 mg twice a day for 2 months, and folic acid was also provided, and the patient was given appointments after 2 months. And after 2 months, we clearly see that the patient, almost all the lesions have healed, leaving post-inflammatory hypopigmented atrophied patches on his trunk. Sarcoidosis is a multisystemic disease which usually affects other organs like mediastinal lymph node, bronchial mucosa, lungs in 60%, liver. In this patient, ultrasound did not prove anything, eyes were normal. Skin is affected between 20 to 30%. Peripheral lymph node in this particular patient were spared. Muscles can be affected, and also neurosystem, bones, and kidney can be affected. But for the sake of this patient, only the skin was found to be affected. The bone were normal, and bronchial mucosa was also normal, apart from atelectasia, which was noted in the lower base of left lung. Our fourth case is NJ, a 21-year-old female patient, who consulted for tender nodular lesions on her chest. The lesion started as a skin-colored papular lesions, which was somehow itchy, which she scratched, then became tender, discharging pus and warm within 3 days. A skin biopsy was performed and noted keratin material and giant cell granuloma, and a diagnosis ruptured cyst was confirmed. Here we have an outline of histopathology showing normal epidermis, normal upper dermis, and in the deep dermis we see cystic cavity which is opened with granulomatous reaction on higher magnification and a bit of serum. In higher magnification, we can easily see that we have mixture of inflammation with histiocytic giant cell, blood, lymphocytes, neutrophils, and histiocytic giant cell. And here, histiocytic giant cell mixed with inflammation with neutrophils, and here again, retainment of keratin plus giant cell and part of hair follicles is noted in this higher magnification. And as a ruptured cyst diagnosis was made for the previous patient, even though the patient had received a management of excision, so far the patient did not come for follow-up. Our fifth case is MN, a 2-year-old boy who consulted for 2 years non-healing discharging wound on his chest. Past surgical history was that this lesion was once seen, incised and excised, left open with dressing but didn't heal. 1 month later, the lesion was surrounded by necrotic materials which was debrided, and then they sutured to close the lesion. Unfortunately, it didn't heal. It was again discharging, and a differential fistula was made. Surgeon made excision biopsy and was submitted, which was showing an eroded part of the skin with normal epidermis where you could see it. Granulomatous reaction with a scar tissue in the dermis with real foreign body material suture was highlighted in this particular patient. But of course, in other cases of foreign body granuloma, you can see sutures, you can see fillers, you can see many other things can be seen. Here, the pathology outlined here shows eroded lesion with scar tissue in the deep dermis. Again, granulomatous reaction, bleeding, and scar tissue in the deep with an intact epidermis on the side. Here, in the middle of the lesion on high magnification, we have a fresh scar lesion, granulomatous reaction, and also giant cell or granulomatous reaction surrounded in the middle of the lesion. Here, we can see foreign body, part of sutures, and histiocytic giant cell in this section, a part or a piece of suture material. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, and enjoy your evening.
Hello, everyone. Warm greetings from Johannesburg, South Africa. My name is Wayne Grayson. I'm very sorry that I can't be with you in person today at the meeting, but I hope to share an important subject with you today, and that is the histological spectrum and the many mimics of cutaneous Kaposi sarcoma. Before I continue, I'd like to express my thanks and gratitude to Dr. Beltraminelli and Professor Mvura and Dr. Kini for the kind invitation to participate in this 8th African Dermatopathology Conference. I'm sure it'll be a great success, and I hope that you'll enjoy the meeting. This is my hometown of Johannesburg, where I trained as a pathologist and where I've lived for most of my life. I have no relevant disclosures. So the learning objective today is to gain a clearer understanding of the wide morphological spectrum of Kaposi sarcoma and its many histological mimics, and we'll go through this in a stepwise manner during the course of this talk. As you know, it's the most common AIDS-defining neoplasm. It's caused by human herpes virus type 8, typically presents with patches, plaques, or nodules, and oral involvement is not uncommon, as illustrated in these two clinical images. Now, the morphological spectrum of usual cutaneous Kaposi sarcoma is common to all 4 of the major clinical pathological subtypes or groups of KS, namely classic African endemic, transplant-associated, and AIDS-associated. Now, if we look at these variants, I've divided them up in order to make the lecture flow easier into a number of groups. So firstly, we'll deal with usual KS lesions associated with disease progression, the ones that we're very familiar with. Then I'm going to move on to morphological subtypes which are alluded to in the older literature and which one sees from time to time. Then briefly something about Kaposi sarcoma altered as a consequence of therapy. Then moving on to some contemporary and more recently described variants, some of which are exceedingly uncommon. And then finally a brief word about Kaposi sarcoma in association with other pathology in a given specimen. So let's look at those variants related to disease progression. These are the ones we're typically familiar with. So starting off with patch stage Kaposi sarcoma. This is probably the most diagnostically challenging variant if one's not familiar with the patient's HIV status or one's not given sufficient clinical information, because it mimics a mild inflammatory dermatosis, and you may assume that there's a mild perivascular lymphocytic infiltrate. And it's only on closer inspection that the subtlety of the vasoproliferative process becomes apparent, with a background population of lymphocytes and some plasma cells, some red cell extravasation, and perhaps small amounts of hemosiderin pigment. Perhaps a slightly more cellular example here with a busy dermis with hemosiderin, slit-like spaces with extravasated erythrocytes, and positive immunohistochemical staining for human herpes virus type 8. And this is something I'm going to dwell on fairly frequently as we go through the talk, the importance of this immunostaining confirming the diagnosis of all these various subtypes. The differential diagnosis is fairly wide, and it really encompasses all the causes of so-called busy dermis, such as this case, where there's increased cellularity of the dermis with palisading of cells around slightly swollen dermal collagen bundles, but a conspicuous absence of well-established necrobiosis, but nevertheless trace amounts of interstitial connective tissue mucin around those swollen bundles. And that's an example of interstitial or incomplete granuloma annulare. But there are a number of other causes of a busy dermis other than interstitial granuloma annulare. It can be interstitial granulomatous dermatitis, a similar type of drug reaction, resolving vasculitis, and even desmoplastic melanoma can be a cause of a busy dermis. So in this variant, clinical pathological correlation plays a particularly important role. The next variant related to progression we're all familiar with is plaque stage Kaposi sarcoma, a typical clinical presentation here with plaques, varying size. And the histology understandably reflects a more cellular dermal infiltrate. So the vasoproliferative nature of the process is more apparent. In this example, there's a fairly striking degree of red cell extravasation in the dermal compartment. Another example here showing the increased cellularity, a greater number of fusing into spindle cells dissecting the dermal collagen with associated red cell pigment observed in the background. There we can appreciate the collagen dissection. Now in this example, one often sees autoillumination with these vacuoles containing erythrocytes, but only these intracellular and some extracellular eosinophilic hyaline globules. This example, I photographed one that showed the most hyaline globules I've ever seen in a Kaposi sarcoma lesion, but if one studies the sections carefully, they're invariably present. Now, this has a number of differential diagnoses to consider, and I think perhaps the most important mimic is pseudo-Kaposi sarcoma or acroangiodermatitis, which is associated with venous stasis. It is a clinical and a histological mimic of Kaposi sarcoma, and in the photomicrograph there we can appreciate an obvious increase in dermal vascularity, a clinical example. And the increased vascularity is associated with hemosiderin pigment deposition and spindle cells in the dermal. It can look strikingly like a plaque stage Kaposi sarcoma. Another lesion that can mimic plaque stage KS is this vascular proliferation, where there's dissected collagen by these relatively formed vessels, and they tend to have a discernible smooth muscle wall to them. And this is a microvenular hemangioma. Another variant to consider is this vascular tumor, these congested spaces are lined by plump endothelium, which often appears distinctly hobnailed, as illustrated here. And there's often a quite significant hemosiderin pigment deposition in the dermis. And in this respect, it can closely mimic Kaposi sarcoma, stains with CD31, but not HHV8. And this is a hobnail hemangioma. Another tumor to consider, certainly in a pediatric population, is this, where the bisected punch biopsy here reveals a pandermal and subcutaneous vascular proliferation with these cannonball-like nodules, which importantly are flanked by these thick channels, an important clue. But the lesions can look distinctly Kaposiform. This is an example of tough damage. This isn't Kaposi sarcoma, but on cursory examination, it certainly looks somewhat like it, in that there is a proliferation of punctured spindle cells with red cell extravasation, but that's in fact granulation tissue at the edge of a scar from a skin excision of a cutaneous. No, scars and granulation tissue can have a Kaposiform appearance. Again, clinical pathological correlation is a very important there. Nodules are typically present. In this example, there's associated lymphedema plus any lesions on the affected limb. Understandably, there's particularly cellular infiltrate in the dermis reflecting that nodular morphology. But even so, the vasoformative nature of the process is readily apparent in that the spindle cells show line slit-like spaces that contain erythrocytes. And even in this example, one can appreciate the hyaline globules, and as illustrated by those arrows, the cells stain with CD31 and other vascular markers, as well as HHV8, which will clinch the diagnosis. Another more cellular example, again, can appreciate the fascicles of spindle cells and the red cells between these spindle cells, and again, HHV8 immunohistochemistry coming to the rescue. Now, this variant has a number of differential diagnoses to consider, and this tumor that I'm illustrating now, par excellence, mimics nodular Kaposi sarcoma, and this is a pediatric lesion, or usually pediatric lesion, Kaposiform hemangioendothelioma. These tend to be more deep-seated lesions than usual nodular Kaposi sarcoma in children that go inside the peritoneum, and they may be complicated by Kasabach-Meretz syndrome. They stain with vascular markers, and including CD31, but importantly, they're HHV8 negative. Now, another similarly sounding entity and recently described is Kaposiform lymphangiomatosis. This is also something that tends to occur in the younger people, and it can mimic Kaposi sarcoma very, very closely, and there's a degree of clinical and histological overlap with Kaposiform hemangioendothelioma, so one must be aware of this entity too. But again, HHV8 immunohistochemistry is negative in such cases. Spindle cell hemangioma is another tumor to consider. These often occur in association with vascular malformations and at the periphery, but it's a spindle proliferation which is quite capable of mimicking Kaposi sarcoma, with CD31 immunostaining visible there in the right-hand field. But again, HHV8 staining is negative. This case I'm showing you now looks strikingly like a Kaposi sarcoma, but it isn't. This was a spindled area at the edge, mortal angiosarcoma. But these HHV8 negative. Another tumor which can mimic nodular Kaposi sarcoma both clinically and histologically is this. This proliferation is intensely vascular, as you can appreciate there, with plump endothelium, highlighted there on CD34 immunohistochemistry, but the intervening cells are negative. And in fact, there are plump endothelial cells as well as inflammatory day. And the striking feature in this field, these amphiphilic granular extracellular aggregates which stain with Morton starry, and that's an example of bacillary angiomatosis. And this is a tumor or proliferation that can look very much like Kaposi sarcoma clinically. It's also capable of mimicking other conditions, including cryptococcosis and molluscum contagiosum, and can look like pyogenic granuloma, and even present mimicking the sarcoma. So there's a wide spectrum, but it is capable of mimicking Kaposi sarcoma. Moving on to another group of tumors which can mimic nodular Kaposi-sarcoma, and it's the fibrohistiocytic tumors. And in this example, we can see a spindle proliferation, a blood-filled lake at the bottom of the field, flanked by an area which is strikingly Kaposiform. But this is an example of aneurysmal dermatofibroma, an early one where the hemosiderin pigment position is not that apparent. More advanced examples like this often show considerable amounts with extravasated erythrocytes often present and can mimic Kaposi-sarcoma in that respect. Another example of a fibrohistiocytic proliferation mimicking KS is this one. This is a cellular dermatofibroma. And this I photographed this example because it shows such striking Kaposiform morphology in that the cellular spindle cell fascicles show red cells between. So you see there, and it looks very much like Kaposi-sarcoma, but trust me, it isn't, even though we can also see hemosiderin pigment in the deposition in the back and some mitotic figures. Another field showing that Kaposiform histomorphology on higher power there. So that's a cellular dermatofibroma stained with CD34 or HHV8. That marker is just staining the intervening vessels. There's some staining for CD68 and smooth muscle action. And finally, this example of a dermatofibrosarcoma protuberans, which shows fibrosarcomatous differentiation. And this is a example of mimicking nodular Kaposi-sarcoma. In this case, I photographed, you'll look at the field like that and immediately think of nodular Kaposi-sarcoma, but trust me, it isn't. This was an elderly gentleman with a melanoma on the arm, and that's a spindle cell amelanotic melanoma looking remarkably Kaposi-like. So moving on to the next group of lesions, and that's variants reported in the older literature, and we see these from time to time, but they remain relatively rare. So the first one is anaplastic Kaposi-sarcoma or pleomorphic KS. It's often a locally aggressive lesion. You can see in this low power image a cellular nodular proliferation. And importantly, the vasoproliferative nature of the spindle cells is not readily apparent. We often don't see red cells readily. You may see some at the periphery of the proliferation, but generally it's a more cellular, more pleomorphic, more mitotically active proliferation. Another example here where there's absolutely no suggestion of a vasoformative process. We could appreciate numerous mitoses, and in another field, focal necrosis sees most often. I see a handful of cases a year at most, but it's one of the variants that one sees more frequently. Sometimes it's associated with lymphedematous Kaposi-sarcoma or even bullous lesions, as illustrated here. And the importance of this entity resides in its capacity to mimic a lymphangioma very closely. And you'll agree that it looks very lymphangioma-like. But the promontory sign, as illustrated here, is usually maintained, and it's a valuable clue. Another example, which looks strikingly lymphangioma-like, in fact, we have ectatic lymphatic-like spaces containing frothy fluid resembling lymph, as seen there. But on immunohistochemistry, the lymphatic endothelial marker D240 or protoplanin positive, importantly, HHV8 immunoreactivity confirming the diagnosis, as seen there. Broad differential diagnosis to consider, including this, which looks very similar to the case I've just shown you, but in fact that's acquired progressive lymphangioma, which will also stain with the lymphatic endothelial marker D240, but of course will be HHV8 negative. Now, if we put true lymphangioma like Kaposi-sarcoma alongside acquired progressive lymphangioma, and appreciate the striking morphological similarities. So careful clinical pathological correlation and immunohistochemistry are very important in resolving this differential diagnosis. Now, in the older literature, there are reports of nodular Kaposi-sarcoma resembling cavernous hemangioma, and this is from one of those historic papers, and in fact from a textbook dating back to 1988. I've seen one or two cases over the years, including this example, and you'll agree it looks very much like a cavernous hemangioma, except that those ectatic cavernous spaces are positive for HHV8. And usually these lesions are accompanied by more typical nodular Kaposi-sarcoma features at the periphery, as seen in this particular field. Very little appeared in the literature on this entity until around 2014. There where there was this case report. And then more recently, in fact, in the January issue of American Journal of Dermatopathology, there's another case report. So these are rare KS variants, which usually feature as case reports. Again, very similar to the case I illustrated a short while ago, looking very much like a cavernous hemangioma, but obviously staining with HHV8. Now, a similar entity is telangiectatic Kaposi sarcoma. He has a resected lesion, but here there are vast ectatic blood-filled spaces. In this low-power image, you can appreciate the hemorrhage and the vast ectatic spaces. This was an example of classic Kaposi sarcoma, not AIDS-associated KS, with these telangiectatic features. So there are these blood-filled spaces filled with erythrocytes and pools of extravasated red cells, but the intervening endothelial cells obviously stain with CD31, and the scattered spindle cells amid those lakes of blood also stain with HHV8. Terminologically similar entities, lymphangiectatic Kaposi sarcoma, and one must distinguish this from lymphangioma-like KS. In this entity, there are ectatic native superficial dermal lymphatic channels. So those ectatic channels at the top of the field are not Kaposi sarcoma proliferations. They're usually negative with HHV8. It's just that there's superficial ectasia of native lymphatics. And underneath that, we can see a clear evidence of a cellular Kaposi sarcoma proliferation. Now, bullous KS is an uncommon variant. It's often associated with lymphedematous Kaposi sarcoma, sometimes shows lymphangioma-like morphology. And bullous KS, sometimes you'll see a true subepidermal blister as evidenced in this field with early reepithelialization underneath the blister. So we see a bullous lesion regenerating there, and at the bottom of the field, clear evidence of Kaposi sarcoma. I must say this is a very, very rare variant, and I've not seen a case of my own, despite seeing many, many cases of KS over the years. So let's move on to something briefly about variants related to therapy. What about regressing Kaposi sarcoma? This example was confirmed histologically before the onset of antiretroviral therapy. A patient was known to have KS, received heart, and 19 months later presented with a slight bruise-like lesion. And on biopsy, all that one sees is a sieve-like collection of vessels around the native dermal vessels, accompanied by a plasma cellular infiltrate. Sometimes there's accompanying hemosiderin pigment deposition. So that's a regression following antiretroviral therapy. We can also see regression after anti-angiogenic drugs like paclitaxel or COL3. And again, one sees increased vascularity around the native vessels, but absence of a true Kaposiform proliferation. Kaposi sarcoma can also present with recrudescence or a flare when antiretroviral therapy is initiated, and it's an example of the immune reconstitution inflammatory syndrome. And as you know, KS can be a neoplastic entity in the vast spectrum of cutaneous iris manifestations. This is such an example. Patient had received antiretroviral therapy for more than a year and then developed this KS flare. And then finally, and perhaps the most interesting part of my talk, are these more newly and recently described variants, which we really don't see very often. So the first one I'd like to chat to you about is hyperkeratotic Kaposi sarcoma, or verrucous KS. These lesions present with a verrucous morphology clinically. They're often associated with background lymphedematous Kaposi sarcoma. You can appreciate the epidermal acanthosis and hyperkeratosis, another example showing more pronounced hyperplasia and thickening of the stratum corneum. The importance of this image resides in the fact that the KS proliferation is present at the bottom of the field. So it stands to reason that superficial shave biopsies of lesions of this nature will often result in the diagnosis being missed. So one needs to do deep biopsies. Otherwise, one might assume that the patient has lymphedema and just epidermal alterations as a result of chronic lymphedema, and then miss the diagnostic Kaposi sarcoma proliferation in the deeper dermis. And so in this field, we can see in the deeper dermis there's obvious Kaposi sarcoma with red cell extravasation, and then confirmation then on HHV8 immunohistochemistry. Keloidal Kaposi sarcoma is a very rare variant. And you see in this field here, the red cell extravasation and Kaposiform proliferation rather subtle. And instead, the picture's predominated by these keloidal type collagen bundles present between the spindle proliferation. They're highlighted on mass on trichrome staining. There we see these spindle cells. And if you don't believe me, there is indeed evidence of Kaposi sarcoma with HHV8 staining. The main differential diagnosis for this variant is a true keloidal scar at the site of biopsy for histological confirmation of a diagnosis of Kaposi sarcoma. So again, clinical pathological correlation is important here. Micronodular Kaposi sarcoma is a variant one sees relatively infrequently. It really is a small nodular KS. It shows the same cellularity and morphology, the only difference being that it's a small enough lesion that they're often removed in their entirety by means of a punch biopsy. Pyogenic granuloma, like Kaposi sarcoma, is a variant that can trip one up. They look clinically exactly like pyogenic granuloma. And on low power examination, they mimic pyogenic granuloma histologically in that there's often ulceration and crusting and a peripheral epidermal collarette as illustrated in this example. But it's only when you inspect the lesion more closely that you appreciate that it lacks a true lobular proliferation and that there are spindle cells in fascicles and they are staining with HHV8. But one must have a high index of suspicion. The differential diagnosis obviously is with pyogenic granuloma. There's a lobular capillary proliferation. This entity can mimic pyogenic granuloma like Kaposi sarcoma rather closely, and pyogenic granuloma itself, and this is bacillary angiomatosis. In this case, the lesion was removed in its entirety by means of a punch biopsy. So again, it shows a peripheral epidermal collarette, and it is clearly vascular. But if one overlooks those amphiphilic extracellular colonies of Bartonella organisms, the diagnosis will be missed with devastating consequences. And this young man, in fact, succumbed to hepatic and splenic involvement as a consequence of disseminated Bartonella infection in bacillary angiomatosis. Ecchymotic Kaposi sarcoma can be a problem to diagnose because there's so much extravasation of erythrocytes into the dermis and interstitial hemorrhage that it's very easy to overlook the intervening proliferation of plump to spindle cells dissecting the collagen as seen in this field here. And on higher magnification of this HHV8 immunostain, you can clearly see that the lesional endothelial cells contain intranuclear HHV8 signals, and we can see the background red cells in the intervening dermis. A rather relatively recently described variant is intravascular Kaposi sarcoma. It can occur in the setting of classic KS and HIV-associated KS. The lesion is typically of nodular type in terms of histological variant, but it's contained entirely within the lumen of a pre-existing vessel. And it shows typical morphology of nodular Kaposi sarcoma. It's just the location in the vessel that clinches the diagnosis. And obviously confirmation by HHV8 immunostaining and SMA will highlight the vessel wall. Differential diagnosis, well, all other intravascular proliferations, including intravascular pyogenic granuloma, intravascular fasciitis, Masson tumor, and intravascular myopericytoma. Here we can see an intravascular pyogenic granuloma. And this case, you can see an endovascular proliferation of actin-positive myopericytes, and that's an example of intravascular myopericytoma. One of the more recently described variants is angiomatous Kaposi sarcoma. This is a case of my own that I saw earlier this year. The lesions often look like a pillary hemangioma. Usually the diagnostic clue is the presence of more typical Kaposi sarcoma in the background, and you can see that in this field that those cells lining those capillary-like spaces are endothelial cells infected with HHV8, and that will clinch the diagnosis. It was first described in 2014 by Yang, and in this paper you can see the capillary proliferation. Now, interestingly, in this paper, Yang and Lebois also showed an example which looks very much like cavernous hemangioma. So I think one should regard cavernous hemangioma like Kaposi sarcoma as part of the spectrum of angiomatous KS, and one should use that term angiomatous KS as an umbrella. In their paper, they criticized the term glomeruloid Kaposi sarcoma. We reported this variant some years ago because of the resemblance to renal glomeruli, and they believe that it's a subtype of angiomatous Kaposi sarcoma. I don't disagree with that sentiment. This is an example of glomeruloid Kaposi sarcoma, and it does look very angiomatous, except that these lobules of capillaries do look strikingly glomeruloid. They mimic renal glomeruli. So yes, I accept that it is a variant of angiomatous KS. But the importance in its recognition is not to confuse it with other entities that can look quite similar. And that would be assisted by the use of immunohistochemistry, including HHV8. So the main differential of that entity is glomeruloid hemangioma, which, as you know, is a marker of Poem syndrome. And it can look a lot like glomeruloid Kaposi sarcoma and vice versa. And importantly, both of them contain intracytoplasmic hyaline globules, and as seen in the bottom right-hand corner of the field. Another histologically similar entity is tufted angioma, and these lesions can also harbor globules. So clinical pathological correlation and immunohistochemistry, again, are of paramount importance. So here you have a list of other lesions which may be associated with the presence of intracellular hyaline globules. So Kaposi sarcoma and glomerular hemangioma at the top of the list, but all of those other entities can have globules, right down to angiosarcoma. So just be mindful of that fact. So don't rely too heavily on the presence of hyaline globules to confirm a diagnosis of Kaposi sarcoma. So moving on to a very rare variant, and that's Kaposi sarcoma with myoid nodules. This was a large mass excised from a man's ear, and in the background we see a very typical nodular Kaposi sarcoma, except that it's punctuated by these eosinophilic circular structures which are morphologically identical to the myoid nodules that one encounters in dermatofibrous sarcoma protuberans from time to time. The clue to the diagnosis resides in the identification of the more typical background nodular Kaposi sarcoma morphology, as you'll appreciate in the right-hand corner of that field, and the myoid nodule on the left. And on immunohistochemistry, those nodules obviously stain negatively with lymphatic endothelial markers like D240. They show absence of immunoreactivity for HHV8 and CD31, but they are positive for SMA, whereas the other markers other than SMA will highlight the background Kaposi sarcoma proliferation. Another very rare variant is pigmented nodular Kaposi sarcoma. This is a case that caught me out. We have an ulcerated lesion from a patient's foot. You can see a cellular proliferation, some patchy background inflammation, and on closer inspection, there's clear evidence of intratumoral hemosiderin pigment deposition in addition to these plump atypical spindle cells in the background. I felt that I ought to confirm my morphological suspicion of melanoma, so I went ahead and did melanoma markers, only to discover that the cells did not stain for S100 melan A or microphthalmia transcription factor, so it clearly wasn't a melanocytic proliferation. And only after deliberating over the case and applying additional immunostains like CD34 did I consider the possibility of Kaposi sarcoma, and this was indeed confirmed on HHV8 immunohistochemical staining. So that is a very real pitfall. Fortunately, it's a very rare variant of Kaposi sarcoma. And finally, probably the most recently described uncommon variant is epithelioid Kaposi sarcoma. Only a handful of cases reported. I thought it was first described in 2021 in this paper, which illustrates this round cell morphology and confirmation on HHV8 immunohistochemistry. But as it happens, it was described a couple of years earlier in 2018 in an HIV/AIDS patient, and this is probably the first report of it. It certainly presents with epithelioid rather than spindle morphology, so it is a real pitfall. And obviously the diagnosis is confirmed by relevant immunohistochemical staining with HHV8. I have only seen one case of my own as highlighted here. Now, the differential diagnosis obviously encompasses all epithelioid vascular proliferations, and they're listed there. I'm not going to show examples of all of those entities, but if you're considering a diagnosis of epithelioid Kaposi-sarcoma, one has to be mindful of other proliferations, and not all of them are neoplastic. One has to be mindful of bacillary angiomatosis and verruga peruana if one resides in South America, and one has Bartonella infection to consider there. But here we see an example of epithelioid angiosarcoma with ERK positivity of the nuclei, which would obviously be negative with HHV8. Then finally, something about Kaposi-sarcoma occurring in association with other pathology. For example, this patient with AIDS has distinctive skin lesions on the back. We have two types of skin lesions. We have those plaque lesions of Kaposi-sarcoma and these nodular lesions, which were confirmed to be bacillary angiomatosis. Now, patients can present with more than one disease in the skin at presentation in the setting of HIV/AIDS, but sometimes one sees two diseases in the same biopsy. And it's usually an infective process in association with Kaposi-sarcoma. And all of these infections listed here have been documented in association with Kaposi-sarcoma. It's rare, but it does occur. And usually these are treatable infections, which one ought not to miss. And the case we saw relatively recently here in Johannesburg, a patient with lymphoedematous extremities, these verrucous lesions, and known to be HIV positive with AIDS. You can see these verrucous lesions. On biopsy, a hyperplastic epidermis and a cellular dermis. If we focus on this area here, there's clearly a vasoformative process with histomorphology of Kaposi-sarcoma, highlighted here on HHV8 immunohistochemical staining. But if we look at this part of the field here, there's something else catches one's eye, and there's clear evidence of Cryptococcus neoformans infection. It's confirmed here on mesenchymal staining, Alcyon blue paste staining, highlighting the mucoid capsule. So that's AIDS-associated Kaposi-sarcoma with concomitant cryptococcosis. It's rare. Approximately 9 cases have been described in the literature, and a number of those have been documented from Johannesburg at the University of the Witwatersrand. Sometimes the Kaposi-sarcoma can be extremely subtle. This was the first case I saw some years ago, where biopsy was performed for confirmation of a diagnosis of Kaposi-sarcoma, and then very subtly one can see in those spaces Cryptococcus organisms. And if they're overlooked, this can have devastating consequences for the patient, because you render one diagnosis and miss a perfectly treatable infection, and the patient may return with cryptococcal meningitis. So it's something one should not miss. So one must look at tissue sections very carefully when dealing with HIV/AIDS skin biopsy material. So going back to that list, so we've dealt with cryptococcosis, and I'll show you some examples of these other entities which may present concurrently in a diagnostic biopsy of KS. Some cases from the literature, there we see CMV infection with KS, necrotizing granulomatous inflammation due to tuberculosis in a KS lesion, and molluscum contagiosum overlying a nodular Kaposi-sarcoma proliferation. Case of my own, I was consulted by a colleague at the university of this example, patient with HIV being treated for pulmonary tuberculosis and presented with a facial lesion. The arrow illustrates typical Kaposi-sarcoma lesion, but in the deeper dermis we can see granulomatous inflammation. The Ziehl-Neelsen stain was negative, but PCR performed on the biopsy was positive for Mycobacterium tuberculosis. That's AIDS-associated Kaposi-sarcoma with concomitant cutaneous tuberculosis. Another case I saw some years ago and published, in the deep dermis of this biopsy from the trunk, we can see a spindle proliferation with red cell extravasation and typical histology of a plaque stage lesion of Kaposi-sarcoma, and indeed confirmed on immunohistochemistry. But if we move to the mid-dermis, we see a zone of leukocytoclastic vasculitis, and at the top there's a blister, there's the edge of a bullous lesion with intranuclear Cowdery-type inclusions from varicella zoster. So it's a case of varicella zoster virus infection and vasculitis overlying Kaposi-sarcoma in a single biopsy. And in other instances, it's not really an infection that's seen in association with Kaposi-sarcoma, but an overlying epidermal process, such as this example. This is a penile biopsy, and in the deeper dermis, we can see a plasma cell-rich vasoformative process with red cell extravasation, typical features of Kaposi sarcoma. But the epidermis overlying this shows severe full-thickness dysplasia amounting to squamous cell carcinoma in situ. So that's penile squamous cell carcinoma in situ overlying Kaposi sarcoma of the penis. So some key points to leave with you. One must be aware of this broader histological spectrum than regular plaque, patch, and nodular Kaposi sarcoma. And if one doesn't recognize a lesion as KS, it can lead to erroneous or delayed diagnosis or even inappropriate management of that case. When confronted with AIDS-related cases in particular, it's very important to just make sure that you're not missing dual pathology, particularly in a treatable infective opportunistic infection like Cryptococcus, for example. The unifying factor among all those differential diagnoses I've shared with you and the mimics of KS and its various variants is the absence of nuclear staining for HHV8 latency-associated nuclear antigen by immunohistochemistry. So that's an important immunostain to confirm a presumptive diagnosis of Kaposi sarcoma and to rule out those other mimics of Kaposi sarcoma. If you'd like to read further around the topic, published a couple of papers over the years. This one from 2008 on variants of Kaposi sarcoma. The more unusual ones are dealt with in this paper in American Journal of Dermatopathology in 2010. And finally, this paper that I wrote with Rubina Wadi last year really encompasses all of the variants that I've discussed with you today, including tables which deal with points of difference with respect to the differential diagnosis of each given morphological variant. So I'm going to end my talk there. Thank you for your attention. Thanks again to Dr. Beltraminelli for the kind invitation to participate in the meeting. Thanks again to Professor Mavura and Dr. Keeney. I'll be happy to take any questions if there are any. Do enjoy the remainder of the conference, and for those who are attending the CME meeting, enjoy the meeting, and warm greetings again from Johannesburg. Thank you for your attention.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tirolo Pichari, and I'm from Johannesburg in South Africa. First, I would like to thank the African Dermatopathology for inviting me to speak at this wonderful meeting. The title of my talk is Pitfalls in Morphologic Diagnosis of Cutaneous Lymphomas. Now, this is quite a broad topic, and one wouldn't be able to cover every single entity in one session. Therefore, I have divided the talk into 6 categories, depending on morphologic features or clues that we utilize in day-to-day practice in the diagnosis of cutaneous lymphomas. The first category is infiltrate of discohesive blue cells. And I'm using the phrase blue cells here loosely, as this is usually referred to small round blue cell tumors as seen in the pediatric population. However, here I'm referring to a setting whereby there is a dense infiltrate of hyperchromatic rounded cells within the dermis, such that one is considering a diagnosis of cutaneous involvement by lymphoma. And this is particularly so in the setting of B-cell lymphomas. The second category is epidermotropism. This is particularly a clue of cutaneous involvement by T-cell lymphomas, but it's not exclusive to T-cell lymphomas. The third category is angiotropism or angiodestruction. The fourth category is subcutaneous infiltration by lymphocytes or rounded blue cells. The fifth category is lymphomas with unusual histomorphologic presentation. And the last category that I'll be covering is immunohistochemical pitfalls. Like just going through some things that can trip one over while trying to make a diagnosis of cutaneous lymphoma using immunohistochemistry. In this first category of infiltrate of discohesive blue cells, the first example that I'm going to show is that of a biopsy from a lesion on the thorax of a 61-year-old lady. So clinically there was concern for a basal cell carcinoma, and the histology showed a dense hyperchromatic cells. It was separated from the overlying epidermis by a Grant's zone of cells. At high power magnification, one can appreciate that there is an infiltrate of rounded cells that are discohesive with hyperchromatic nuclei with granular chromatin. So this infiltrate was negative with LCA. It should diffuse staining with A13 with a paranuclear on CK20, while CK7 was negative. Therefore, a diagnosis of cutaneous involvement, or rather neuroendocrine carcinoma of the skin, was rendered. The second case was also an attempted excision of a lesion from the shoulder of an 82-year-old man. Histology showed the dermis extending into the deep reticular dermis. One can of discohesion, and this infiltrate is separated from the overlying epidermis by attenuated Grant's zone, and there's no involvement of the epidermis. Background lymphocytes, which were predominantly perivascular in distribution in the upper dermis. AU13 was diffusely positive with paranuclear dot-like accentuation at high power magnification. This infiltrate was also positive with CK20 with paranuclear dot-like accentuation but it wasn't every single cell that was staining, as you can see in this photograph on the right. And we received a lymph node from this patient. And this lymph node, at high power magnification, one can appreciate that there is effacement of the normal nodal follicular architecture by this diffuse sheet-like infiltrate. And because the infiltrate is hyperchromatic, one starts thinking, there is involvement of this lymph node, possibly by a lymphoma, particularly also given that there was perinodal extension of the infiltrate. However, on immunohistochemistry, the infiltrate was negative with LCA, with this stain just highlighting some residual lymphocytes in the background. And this infiltrate was also positive with A13. And more importantly, CK20 actually showed a similar staining pattern to what we've just seen in the skin, with some isolated cells showing paranuclear dot-like accentuation of staining. This infiltrate was diffusely positive with chromogranin and synaptophysin with a granular pattern of staining. Therefore, the diagnosis here was neuroendocrine carcinoma of the skin with lymph node metastasis. The third example was an incisional biopsy from the back of a 79-year-old man. This biopsy showed a dense infiltrate of rounded blue cells within the dermis with extension into the deep reticular dermis. This infiltrate was separated from the overlying epidermis by a Grant zone with no epidermotropism. At high power magnification, one can appreciate that in the deep reticular dermis, there are rounded cells with very little in the way of cytoplasm, and these cells are discohesive. However, the cells showed diffuse nuclear staining with SOX10, and LCA was negative. Therefore, this was actually a case of malignant melanoma, but what I haven't told you is that this patient was known with a melanoma. In fact, this incisional biopsy was taken from one of the nodules in the vicinity of the primary melanoma excision. Therefore, this was a case of in-transit metastasis of melanoma with a small cell melanoma component in the deep aspect, thus mimicking cutaneous involvement by a lymphoma. Therefore, these three cases, they actually highlight how one can be easily tripped over if you don't interpret the morphology in conjunction with immunohistochemistry and obviously the clinical presentation. Obviously, one will consider the possibility of pseudolymphoma in such cases, but more importantly, I think one must always think outside of the box sometimes when you're faced with a dense infiltrate of rounded blue cells in the dermis, and as these are not always lymphocytic in nature, one has to think of polydifferentiated carcinomas, particularly Merkel cell carcinoma, as well as lymphoepithelioma-like carcinoma of the skin. And lymphoepithelioma-like carcinoma of the skin can show quite a dense infiltrate of lymphocytes which obscure the actual epithelial neoplastic cells. Therefore, one can easily render a mistaken diagnosis of lymphoma. Last but not least is amelanotic melanoma, particularly the nevoid and small cell variants, as this can very closely mimic cutaneous lymphoma. The second category is epidermotropism, which is quite a useful clue in the diagnosis of cutaneous T-cell lymphomas, particularly mycosis fungoides. Whenever we say this histologic reaction pattern, we think of it, or rather we tend to think of mycosis fungoides, but it's not the only lymphoma that can show this pattern. As we will see in the next few cases, this first case, there was epidermal hyperplasia with obvious epidermotropism of large cells. At low power magnification, this actually appears almost pagetoid. And you can also see that there is an infiltrate within the superficial dermis, not as dense as the other cases that I've shown before. Okay, So these cells are relatively larger, and there is involvement of an eccrine duct. The infiltrate is positive with CD3 as well as CD8. Now, what I had not told you was that this biopsy was from a plaque on the foot. Therefore, this is typical of purulent reticulosis, and this is quite a rare variant of mycosis fungoides, which presents in adults in the 6th and or up to 7th decades of life. It usually presents with solitary psoriasiform scaly patches and plaques on acral sides, particularly the palms and soles. And this disease has an excellent prognosis, therefore it's actually important to be able to differentiate it from the other variants of mycosis fungoides, as it tends not to disseminate to other parts of the body. The histology of purulent reticulosis, there's usually psoriasiform hyperplasia. You get a dense intraepidermal infiltrate of atypical lymphocytes, as you have seen in this particular case that I've just shown. And this intraepidermal infiltrate at low power magnification can appear or mimic Paget's disease. There's usually adnexal involvement, and the lymphoma commonly shows a CD8 positive and CD4 negative profile. Often there is CD30 expression. The second case, in this particular case, there was a dense infiltrate within the dermis, but the epidermis was also involved by the single cells with an impression of tagging along the dermoepidermal junction. In some areas, there were also intraepidermal aggregates which closely mimicked portrait microabscesses, as you can see here. But what's striking is the obvious dense infiltrate within the dermis. On immunohistochemistry, this infiltrate was CD3 positive, and in addition, this then actually highlights the tagging along the dermoepidermal junction with some intraepidermal aggregates of lymphocytes. The infiltrate was diffusely positive with CD4. Okay, at this point, one starts thinking that is this mycosis fungoides, but what I haven't told you is that this patient presented with a history of rapid onset of erythroderma, vesicles, as well as isolated nodules, and there were some plaques as well. So it wouldn't be unreasonable to start thinking of mycosis fungoides in this particular case. However, we got additional information from the hematologist indicating that there was lymphocytosis on peripheral blood, and there was involvement of the bone marrow by CD3, CD4, CD7, and CD58 positive lymphocytes on flow cytometry as well. Therefore, a diagnosis of T-cell polylymphocytic leukemia was rendered in this particular case. T-cell polylymphocytic leukemia presents with a median age of about 63 years. Cutaneous involvement can be seen in approximately 30% of the cases, and it typically presents with localized erythema, nodules, and erythroderma can also be seen, as we have seen in this particular case. It commonly shows a CD4 positive and CD8 negative profile, but a CD4 negative and CD8 negative profile is actually more typical of this particular leukemia. Usually there's expression of CD2, CD3, as well as CD7. And CD7 can be sometimes useful in differentiating this leukemia from mycosis fungoides, because a significant proportion of cases of mycosis fungoides tend to show they tend to show a lack of CD7 expression. But one wouldn't rely solely on CD7 in making the accurate distinction between these entities, rather use the clinical presentation as well as immunohistochemistry and other ancillary investigations such as flow cytometry and bone marrow to differentiate between the two. If you're struggling, this particular leukemia has a characteristic TRA, TCL1A translocation, which is diagnostic of this disease. And it's quite important to actually differentiate this leukemia from mycosis fungoides, as the prognosis is particularly poor in T-cell polylymphocytic leukemia, as it tends to show dissemination. The third case, in this particular case, there is florid epidermotropism of these enlarged lymphocytes with a parasitoid-like appearance. The infiltrate is positive with CD8, and it also showed positivity with cytotoxic markers, including TIA1, as you can see in this photograph on the right. Okay, this particular patient presented with multiple nodules as well as some ulcerated tumors. Therefore, a diagnosis of primary cutaneous aggressive epidermotropic CD8 positive T-cell lymphoma was rendered. This disease commonly presents with diffuse eruptive papules, nodules, and tumors. They can also be localized ulcerated plaques, nodules, and tumors. Therefore, the clinical presentation is actually quite different to mycosis fungoides, as this particular disease, usually these nodules and tumors are not preceded by patches and plaques, as seen in mycosis fungoides. And it's quite important also to differentiate this particular disease from mycosis fungoides, as it has an aggressive course with a median survival of 12 months. On histology, there's usually epidermotropism of enlarged lymphocytes. There's variable ulceration or necrosis, and within the dermis, one sees a dense infiltrate of small to medium as well as large lymphocytes in a nodular or diffuse pattern. There's usually adnexal involvement, and rarely one can see angiocentricity. On immunohistochemistry, this lymphoma shows positivity with CD3, CD8, as well as cytotoxic markers, and CD45RO, CD2, as well as CD4 are negative. And more importantly, this lymphoma is negative with CD56. Therefore, one can actually use this particular immuno to differentiate it from extranodal natural killer cell / T-cell lymphoma. And also what's useful is the fact that this particular lymphoma is negative for EBV, and that also differentiates it, or rather helps to differentiate it from extranodal natural killer cell / T-cell lymphoma. Therefore, it's quite important to just be aware that actually epidermotropism is not something that's unique to mycosis fungoides or Sézary syndrome. There's a whole list of other lymphomas that can show epidermotropism, such as lymphomatoid papulosis type B, adult T-cell lymphoma / leukemia, actinic reticuloid, drug reactions, as well as some B-cell lymphomas such as marginal zone lymphoma. They can rarely show epidermotropism. The next category is subcutaneous infiltrates of lymphocytes. The prototypic condition for this particular reaction pattern is subcutaneous panniculitis like T-cell lymphoma, which typically shows involvement of the subcutaneous fat by a dense infiltrate of lymphocytes, which tends to be paraseptal in distribution. There's usually a sparing of the dermis and epidermis. And when you look closely within the subcutis, there's usually rimming of the adipocytes by atypical lymphocytes, and this lymphoma is CD8 positive. However, that's not the only lymphoma that can show that histologic reaction pattern. In this particular case, this lymphoma can also show epidermotropism, but there's quite significant dermal involvement. Okay, and there's a background of polymorphous inflammatory infiltrate, and one can actually mistake some of those inflammatory cells here for rimming around the adipocytes. So you actually have to be quite careful not to mistake this inflammatory infiltrate for the neoplastic cells. Okay, and in this picture here, as you can see, there is rimming of the adipocytes by atypical lymphocytes with coarse chromatin and some showing prominent nucleoli. The infiltrate was positive with TCR delta, including the epidermotropic lymphocytes. Now, what I had not told you was that this patient presented with an erythematous crusted plaque on the leg, which is actually quite typical of this disease. A diagnosis of primary cutaneous gamma delta T cell lymphoma was rendered in this particular case. The clinical presentation of this lymphoma is variable. They commonly present with rapidly growing patches, plaques, and ulceronecrotic tumors, often on the extremities. And hence, this lymphoma was previously classified together with panniculitis like T cell lymphoma. And one can see why, like we've got subcutaneous infiltrates with rimming of the adipocytes by the neoplastic cells. However, it's quite important to be able to differentiate this particular lymphoma from panniculitis like T cell lymphoma, as this particular lymphoma is quite aggressive with a median survival of 12 months, and the patients can develop hemophagocytic syndrome. On histology, this lymphoma shows involvement of all three cutaneous compartments, that is the epidermis, dermis, and subcutaneous fat, as we've seen in the example that I've just shown. Okay, and within the subcutaneous fat, one can see this panniculitis-like morphology, which mimics panniculitis-like T cell lymphoma. The infiltrate usually consists of medium to large lymphocytes with coarse chromatin, and angio invasion may be present in some cases. Therefore, subcutaneous infiltration by lymphocytes is not unique to panniculitis-like T cell lymphoma. As we've seen that this can happen also in cutaneous gamma delta T cell lymphoma. It can also be seen in CD8 positive aggressive epidermotropic T cell lymphoma. Tumor stage mycosis fungoides also can show subcutaneous involvement. And I think also one must always keep in mind that the differential diagnosis of lupus panniculitis. However, lupus panniculitis can be relatively easily differentiated from lymphoma by the fact that there's usually a background of connective tissue mucin accumulation, and sometimes one can actually see an interface reaction pattern within the overlying epidermis, even though this is not always the case. Okay, the other pattern that I will go through is angio invasion or angiocentricity, which is typical of some lymphomas. In this particular example here, this lymphoma shows a dense infiltrate within the dermis, and there is obvious hemorrhage. The picture on the right also shows epidermotropism of the lymphocytes. Okay, and there is involvement of the underlying subcutaneous fat. And at hypermagnification, one can appreciate that there is an infiltrate of atypical lymphocytes with coarse chromatin. This infiltrate shows angiotropism. The picture on the right, one can see that there's involvement of blood vessel wall by the atypical lymphocytes, while the picture on the left shows quite extensive necrosis and a background of inflammatory cells. There's a small vessel in the middle that has been occluded with fibrin platelet thrombi. Now, this particular lymphoma, it's actually positive with surface CD3, but CD3 epsilon is positive with showing a cytoplasmic pattern of staining. This lymphoma shows EBV infection. And when you get told that this patient presented with a destructive lesion involving the nose, then it becomes easier to actually make a diagnosis of extranodal natural killer cell / T cell lymphoma. Now, skin involvement is the second commonest site after the upper urodigestive tract for this particular lymphoma, and it in the East Asian countries, the Central Americas, as well as South America. It presents with nodules, with or without ulceration. Sometimes the lesions can mimic abscesses or even appear like cellulitis. Erythematous patches can also be seen. These lesions are distributed usually on the trunk and extremities. And it's important to make this diagnosis, as this lymphoma is quite aggressive with a 5-year survival of approximately 26%. On histology, typically this lymphoma shows dermal and subcutaneous infiltrates of atypical lymphocytes, but sometimes there can be epidermotropism. Typically, there is angioinvasion or angiodestruction, which can be associated with necrosis and the background of inflammatory infiltrate. On immunohistochemistry, the lymphoma is negative with surface CD3, but there is expression of CD3 epsilon, as well as CD56 and CD2. Cytotoxic markers are usually positive. And what's more useful is the fact that this particular lymphoma shows EBV infection on E/H, which actually helps to differentiate it from other angioinvasive lymphomas. The second example is actually cutaneous lymphomatoid granulomatosis, which typically presents in the 4th to 6th decades of life with a male predominance. These patients, they have various defects in cell-mediated or humoral immunity, and there's almost always lung involvement, even though this might not be apparent at initial presentation, as the symptoms can be quite vague. In the skin, this lymphoma presents with subcutaneous and or dermal nodules, papules, as well as indurated plaques. As you can see in this image on the right from the Journal of Cutaneous Pathology, there are some erythematous small nodules. On histology, one sees an angiocentric or angioinvasive pattern. In a background of a polymorphous inflammatory infiltrate, there can be variable necrosis. That infiltrate usually shows a predominance of CD4 positive T lymphocytes. However, when you look carefully, there's a variable number of atypical B lymphocytes. Well-formed granulomas are sometimes seen, even though this is not always the case, and one has to actually look quite carefully to be able to appreciate them. And unfortunately, this lymphoma also shows E/H positivity within the neoplastic cells. Therefore, without immunohistochemistry, or rather, if one is just interpreting the E/H, outside of the clinical presentation and the immunohistochemical findings, one can easily make an erroneous diagnosis of extranodal natural killer cell / T cell lymphoma. As you can see, there's quite significant morphologic overlap between the two lymphomas, but the clinical presentation is different. And also, this is a B cell lymphoma, whereas the other one is a lymphoma of T cells and natural killer cells. On immunohistochemistry, typically the lymphoma is CD20 positive, but one has to be quite careful when interpreting this immunohistochemistry, as there's usually a predominance of the CD4 positive T cells. So it's very easy to actually get tripped over here and misinterpret the immunos as representing a T cell lymphoma. CD30 is is variably expressed within this particular lymphoma, but CD56 is almost always negative, which helps to differentiate it from extranodal natural killer cell lymphoma. Okay, this is the same case of primary cutaneous gamma delta T cell lymphoma, just to highlight the fact that in this particular lymphoma as well, you can have angioinvasion. So angioinvasion is not it's not limited to extranodal natural killer cell / T cell lymphoma. It can also be seen in this particular lymphoma. Actually, a lot of the lymphomas that show subcutaneous involvement, there can be an impression of angioinvasion or angiodestruction. Therefore, in the differential diagnosis for this angiocentric or angiodestructive disorders, one has to keep in mind quite a long list of other lymphomas that can show this particular reaction pattern. But I think more importantly, we must also keep in mind that this is not a reaction pattern that's unique to lymphomas. Things like Wegener's granulomatosis can have quite a dense infiltrate of lymphocytes in addition to the angiodestructive pattern. Therefore, one can easily mistake it for a lymphoma. Okay, the fifth category is cutaneous lymphomas with unusual morphologic presentation. This is a case report of sarcomatous variant of primary cutaneous anaplastic large cell lymphoma from the American Journal of Dermatopathology. As you can see in this particular case, the cells were spindled in a myxoid background. There was also a polymorphous inflammatory background. However, the spindle cells were positive with CD4. Actually, CD3 was negative in this particular case. The cells were staining with CD30, CD99, as well as EMA. Therefore, this was a case of sarcomatoid variant of anaplastic large cell lymphoma. This is another case report of the same entity. In this particular case, the patient presented with this ulcerative lesions that were distributed in a linear fashion on the leg. And the histology showed a sarcomatoid infiltrate, which was positive with CD30, ALK, as well as EMA. Therefore, this was a variant of anaplastic large cell lymphoma with a sarcomatoid pattern. This third case was actually seen by Prof. Grayson a few years ago. It was a tumor from the right upper arm of a 92-year-old man. The histology showed a dense infiltrate within the dermis. At low power magnification, one can also appreciate that there is an impression of discohesion in some areas, and this infiltrate extends quite deeply into the deep reticular dermis. At high power magnification, one can appreciate the discohesive, small, rounded cells with scant cytoplasm and hyperchromatic nuclei. The photograph on the right highlights those small hyperchromatic cells. Some have, a bit of prominence of the nuclei. However, these cells are accompanied by another population of relatively larger cells with coarse chromatin. Okay, the infiltrate was positive with CD20, CD5, and CD23. Therefore, this was CLL, or chronic lymphocytic leukemia. Now, with this nodules of larger cells that are also atypical, it wouldn't be unreasonable for one to start thinking that there's a case of chronic lymphocytic leukemia that's showing rectus transformation. But those larger cells, they were negative with CD20. As you can see, this stain is only staining the relatively smaller background cells. Those nodules of larger cells were positive with A13, and at high power magnification, one can appreciate that there is a paranuclear dot-like accentuation of staining. CK20 also was positive with paranuclear dot-like accentuation. And the cells were also positive with synaptophysin as well as chromogranin. Therefore, this was a case of chronic lymphocytic leukemia in association with Merkel cell carcinoma, which could have been easily mistaken for large cell transformation in chronic lymphocytic leukemia if the immunos were not performed. Okay, Therefore, one must just be mindful of the fact that sometimes cutaneous lymphomas can have unusual histologic presentation. And I think more particularly so with anaplastic large cell lymphoma, which can have varying morphologies ranging from epithelioid, small cell, and there are also some cases which can be neutrophils rich and mimic an abscess. And as we've seen in the last two cases that I've shown where the histology was sarcomatome. One must also consider the possibility of chronic lymphocytic leukemia when looking at cases of Merkel cell, squamous cell, and basal cell carcinomas. As you know, there have been case reports of CLL in association with this particular tumors. If you see quite a dense infiltrate of lymphocytes accompanying SCC and BCCs, one mustn't just dismiss this for a reactive lymphocytic infiltrate. With regards to immunohistochemistry, I'm only going to touch briefly on the important aspects of this, as I have recently covered this topic quite broadly in the last meeting that we had. One must be mindful of the fact that you can have loss of PEN-T as well as PEN-B cell markers in lymphomas. And there has been reports of loss of CD3 in mycosis fungoides, anaplastic large cell lymphoma, extranodal natural killer / T cell lymphoma can also show loss of CD3. And there's also limited utility of CD7 loss in mycosis fungoides. I know we tend to use CD7 quite a lot, in trying to determine whether an infiltrate is mycosis fungoides or not. It can be useful sometimes, but one mustn't rely solely on this particular immuno, as sometimes some inflammatory dermatosis have been shown to actually show loss of CD7. So rather interpret this immuno as part of a panel in conjunction also with molecular findings. You can also have aberrant expression of T cell or PEN-B cell markers within lymphomas. There have been case reports of CD3 expression in classic Hodgkin lymphoma, which is actually a B cell lymphoma. There have also been reports of CD20 being expressed in mycosis fungoides, as well as MAM1 expression in anaplastic large cell lymphoma. Some cases of plasmablastic lymphoma can also show both CD30 and CD3 expression. And lastly, sometimes lymphoid markers can be expressed by non-lymphoid hematolymphoid neoplasms. Therefore, one must be careful when interpreting these immunos, as there have been reports of expression of B cell markers such as OX2, PEX5, and TDT in Merkel cell carcinomas. Therefore, Merkel cell carcinoma is one entity that we always have to keep in mind whenever we're faced with an infiltrate of cells that look lymphoid within the skin. We must always keep this particular entity in mind, as it can actually very closely mimic cutaneous lymphoma. So the take-home message for this particular talk is that one must interpret the morphology in the context of the clinical presentation, and when looking at the immunos, rather do a panel of immunohistochemistry instead of just relying on a single immuno to actually determine the lineage of the infiltrate. And these immunos must also be interpreted in conjunction with not only the morphology, but the clinical presentation as well. And we should also keep in mind dual pathology, as sometimes, you can actually find lymphomas in some cases that you were not actually expecting to find an infiltrate of lymphoma. Okay, I would just like to thank the African Dermatopathology Society for inviting me to speak at this meeting, and particularly also Dr. Helmut Beltraminelli, who's been quite instrumental in organizing these meetings on a yearly basis, even though they were interrupted by the COVID-19 pandemic. And I would also like to thank Prof. Wayne Grayson and Professor McKee, who provided me a lot of the histology pictures and clinical pictures that I've used for this particular talk. Thanks, everyone.
Hello everyone, Happy New Year to you all. My presentation today is about cutaneous pseudolymphomas, and the objectives are to highlight the most updated classifications, focusing on the main differentiating points from other lymphoma variants. The most recent classification I found and updated was in 2021 by Mitteldorf et al., and it classified pseudolymphomas into 4 categories according to the pattern of the pattern of cells into nodular, simulators of MF and other CTCLs, intravascular, and others. First of all, we will talk about nodular pseudolymphomas, which are classified into nodular B and nodular T pseudolymphomas. The nodular B pseudolymphomas are characterized, of course, by nodular infiltrates of the derms with globules of B cell types, and sometimes also associated with plasma cells, and are characterized by reactive germinal centers. Of course, they take all the markers of B cells, and they are with reactive germinal centers, and they are usually polyclonal. These are the differentiating points from other types of B cell lymphomas, including the primary marginal zone lymphomas and primary follicular center lymphomas. These are the primary cutaneous marginal zone lymphoma, which are polyclonal for kappa and lambda immunoglobulin light chain, and these are primary follicular center cutaneous lymphomas. The other form of nodular B-cell lymphoma, which is Borrelia associated, which shows serological evidence of borrelial involvement, clinically are more violaceous in color than the nodular ordinary B-cell lymphoma, and histopathologically they are characterized by more infiltrate, more granulomatous with involvement of the subcutis, and the formation of B cells together with histiocytes inside the infiltrate, and the positive serology for Borrelia. These are the characteristic histopathological findings: involvement of the entire dermis, presence of Grenz zone, high number of admixed T cells, reactive germinal centers, often large and confluent, absence of mantle zone, tangible macrophage, and plasma cells with eosinophils. Coming to the nodular T-cell pseudolymphomas, which may be 30-30 negative, and the most common example is pseudolymphomatous folliculitis, or CD30 positive, and the most common example is nodular scabies. So the nodular T-cell and mixed pseudolymphomas are characterized by mixed infiltrate of T and B cells, and pseudolymphomatous folliculitis is one example in which the infiltrate is mainly perifollicular of T cells and other Langerhans cells, which are usually positive for CD1A and S100 together, that they may be CD30 negative. And these types of nodular T-cell and mixed lymphomas should be differentiated from CD4 positive small medium-sized T-cell lymphoproliferative disorders, MF, the nodular or tumor stage, and angioimmunoblastic T-cell lymphomas. While the nodular CD30 positive, which may occur not only in scabies but also in tattoos, vaccinations, reaction to certain drugs, may take the band-like infiltrate or the heavy dermal deep down infiltrate, and CD30 positive. Taking nodular scabies an example, occurring more on the genitals, we'll see this patchy lymphocytic infiltrate extending deep to the dermis, and on closer view we'll see a mixture with eosinophils with also some plum endothelial cells and reactive lymphocytes. If you are lucky to find the mite in the upper part of the epidermis, then it's very easy to differentiate. But if you are not, so here the infiltrate is down to the deep dermis and sharply circumscribed, and CD30 may be also valuable to differentiate it from other types of lymphomas which are not CD30 positive, but also it should be differentiated from lymphomatoid papulosis type A and anaplastic large cell lymphoma. Here clonality may be the only differentiating points. And also, if you noticed, the staining of CD30 positive also may be different from neoplastic infiltrates, in which then in neoplastic is more intense and more regular than the reactive infiltrate, and different also arrangement of cells. The second category are the simulators of MF and other cutaneous T-cell lymphomas, including lymphomatoid contact dermatitis, lymphomatoid drug reactions, actinic reticuloid infection, associated pseudolymphomas, inflammatory disorders, and CD8 positive T-cell pseudolymphomas in immunodeficiency. So these share common categories that differentiates it should be differentiated from MF and Sézary syndrome from lymphomatoid papulosis type D, which is usually CD8 positive, and CD8 positive aggressive epidermotropic cytotoxic T-cell lymphomas, primary cutaneous gamma delta T-cell lymphomas. And it's unfortunately those types also are sometimes clonality is not helpful, so they are not always polyclonal, and this makes the differentiation is more difficult. So coming to lymphomatoid contact dermatitis, the history here is helpful, and the presence of the lesion circumscribed to the area of exposure. When we come to the histopathology, we have pseudopotrier microabscesses in the epidermis, and also band-like lymphocytic infiltrate mixed with eosinophils in the dermis. And of course, pseudopotrier microabscesses should be differentiated from potrier microabscesses by positive CD1A staining the Langerhans cell, and the CD30 sometimes also is positive. Lymphomatoid drug reactions, we have long list of drugs that may produce infiltrates like MF or other CTCLs, including psychotropic, antihypertensive, anti-inflammatory, and miscellaneous. And these drugs reactions may clinically vary from maculopapular rash to whole erythroderma. When we come to the infiltrate in the histopathology, we can find it band-like orso or patchy with prominent eosinophils. And of course, the history here is very helpful to differentiate. Another category is actinic reticuloid or chronic actinic dermatitis, and here clinically it occurs also in the sun-exposed areas with thickening of the epidermis, and diagnosed with MED, which is the minimal erythematous dose needed to reduce the reaction, which is lowered here in actinic reticuloid. Also, the epidermal changes here are helpful to differentiate. We have epidermal thickening together with the band-like lymphocytic infiltrate, which is usually also polyclonal. Another category is CD8 positive T-cell pseudolymphomas in immunodeficiency, and this can occur in immunodeficiency including renal transplant or transplant patients and HIV categories. And the most the most dangerous or the most confusing part is that also T cells here produce the cytotoxic granules like TIA and granzyme, which happens also in cytotoxic T cell lymphomas. And together that all these patients also are exposed to have lymphomas. So we should be very careful when you diagnose these categories, which are usually CD8 positive, and to do the clonality studies. Infections associated pseudolymphomas include related lymphoma, B cell type, and produces T cell type, leishmaniasis, herpes, pox, and infections. So Borrelia associated T cell lymphoma with maybe MF-like variant or subcutaneous panniculitis-like T-cell lymphoma-like variant. So here the clinical presentation of acrodermatitis chronica atropicans, atrophic patches on the trunk with erythematous hue, and on histopathology you may find the band-like lymphocytic infiltrate in the upper derms. Also the other variant, which is more deep, the subcutaneous panniculitis-like T-cell lymphoma-like variant, which are CD8 positive in the derms. Leishmaniasis also may produce granulomatous infiltrate lacking the organism to be found in the derms, and this should be suspected in an endemic area with leishmaniasis, and the history to differentiate it from other deep-seated lymphocytic infiltrates and lymphomas. Herpes virus also does not produce the classic cytopathic changes and produce CD8 positive infiltrate in the derms. And ORF or Melker's nodule also can produce these changes in the deep part of the derms, which simulates classic also nodular infiltrates of lymphoma and maybe CD30 positive. Molluscum also here the beautiful molluscoid bodies, but when you notice the heavy lymphocytic infiltrates, mainly follicular or nodular in the derms, and also CD30 positive. And we have the Hydroa vacciniform caused by Epstein-Barr virus, which also simulates Hydroa vacciniform-like lymphomas with reactive CD30 positive and positive for Epstein-Barr virus. So in syphilis, we may have all types of lymphocytic infiltrate, band-like or patchy or granulomatous infiltrate, and this may occur in the primary, secondary, or tertiary stage. We usually don't see tertiary stage nowadays, but in primary and secondary stage, we are often we can find the Treponema pallidum easily by the special stains. So this is important not to miss syphilis among the differential diagnosis of these types of lymphomas. And also fungal infection can produce either typical fungal lesions, circinate lesions, or erythroderma. And when you try to differentiate from erythrodermic lymphoma, may be confusing, but on histopathology you will find the eosinophilic infiltrate together with neutrophils, and also the CD30 positive may be helpful in differentiation. And then we come to the other category, which are the inflammatory disorders. And here also they simulate the mycosis fungoides or other T-cell lymphomas, including lichen sclerosus, morphia, lupus, pityriasis, lichenoids, pigmented purpura, and others. So in lichen sclerosus, the typical clinical presentation on the genitals is always helpful, but also the presence of the epidermal changes, especially in early lesions, can differentiate it from early MF. Together, also this happens in morphia, especially early or inflammatory stage, should be differentiated from early MF with the clinical course, and maybe we need serial biopsies to identify the changes in collagen and to differentiate. Others include lupus erythematosus, for example, and here lupus erythematosus is a clinical and histopathological mimicker and has different spectra which may be differentiated or can be differentiated from different presentations also of lymphoma. So we have the tumid lupus spectrum, which has patchy perivascular and periadnexal infiltrate, and lupus panniculitis also presented by subcutaneous panniculitis like T-cell lymphomas. So lupus tumidus here, the patchy infiltrate is perifollicular or periadnexal and with heavy mucin deposition. Sometimes it may be so subtle, but you can still differentiate, and we have useful marker differentiation here, which is CD123, staining the plasmacytoid dendritic cells. We'll see here in lupus panniculitis typical clinical presentation with the pannicular lobular panniculitis involvement here, and the positive staining of CD123. We have also different histopathological presentations that may be similar to other lymphoma variants. So we have the nodular, the angiocentric, and the band-like infiltrate mimicking MF. Even clinically, the spectrum has been extended to include other categories of pseudolymphomas that were not included before, like PAME, which is palpable archiform migratory erythema and Jessner's lymphocytic infiltration of the skin. Pityriasis lichenoids. So either the acute form Pityriasis lichenoids, everoliform acuta or Musha-Haberman disease, or the chronic form Pityriasis lichenoids chronica can mimic MF histologically and also sometimes. So here you can differentiate by the even the clonality. Sometimes it's not helpful, as we said in the beginning of the inflammatory disorder introduction. Here, regular follow-up resolution of the lesions, for example, but sometimes you can suspect when there is the certain criteria being double negative or double positive for CD4 and CD8, and being lost early the markers of pan T cells. This also sometimes is confusing with lymphomas. So it should be differentiated clinically from lymphomatoid papulosis, also which is CD30 positive. So the positivity of CD30 in Pityriasis lichenoids is questionable and is not always, it's mostly CD30 negative, but not always. As I said, clinical course here is the differentiating point. And lymphomatoid or lichen aureus sometimes clinically, although it's pigmented Berbera, so it's not confusing, but histopathologically we find some exocytosis in the epidermis, which may be also misdiagnosed as mycosis fungoides. And here the collection of CD30 positive pseudolymphomas may be occurring in nodular, inflammatory, as we said, and infections, viral, especially viral infections, lymphomatoid drug reactions, and intravascular lymphomas will come to this category afterwards. So we have another new entities have been added to the lichenoid or MF-like pseudolymphomas, which include ALD, annular lichenoid dermatitis ovus, and ALD was first described in 2003 by Anisi et al. And who found a group of Italian youth coming with annular patches on their trunk. And clinically and histopathologically, it passes into 3 stages, the first of which is annular erythematous patches with erythematous border and also erythematous center. And in this stage, it has the band-like lymphocytic infiltrate in the dermis with some exocytosis of lymphocytes in the epidermis. Next stage with clearance of the center and still erythema at the margins with some papular eruptions at the periphery, and in this stage band-like infiltrate still there with keratinocyte apoptosis emerging in the epidermis, and finally healing with hyperpigmentation all over. And in this stage we'll find the melanophages and the derms with some atrophy, partial atrophy of the epidermis. Also, another category, lichenoid or lymphoid keratosis, which may be present with lentigo maligna or some lichenoid hypertrophic epidermal lesions like seborrheic keratosis or lichen planus, hypertrophic lichen planus, also should be differentiated from the MF by the epidermal changes and by the course of these lesions. Vitiligo should be differentiated clinically from hypopigmented MF, especially the early stage, and also histopathologically by presence of CD8 positive cells in the derms. And here the melanocyte markers are usually helpful to differentiate the destruction of melanocytes in vitiligo. Atopic dermatitis on the long run, being pseudolymphomatous presentation clinically and histopathologically, should be differentiated by serial also biopsies, and by taking biopsies from different sites should be differentiated. So we here finished the category of the simulators of MF, and we move here to the intravascular lymphomas, which may be also CD30 positive or CD30 negative, occurring in a reactive condition like drugs or trauma or infection or whatever. And here are the differentiating points are usually the lack of the presence of admixed infiltrate, presence of reactive lymphocytes, absence of Epstein-Barr virus positivity, presence of the evidence of inflammation in the surrounding, all help to differentiate them from intravascular true lymphomas. The last category and the other pseudolymphomas include overlapping features with each other, like acral pseudolymphomatous angiokeratoma, T-cell rich angiomatoid polypoid pseudolymphomas, primary cutaneous angioplasma cellular hyperplasia, and lymphoplasmacytic plaque, and these all share the presence of plasma cell infiltrates in the derms with sometimes angiomatous proliferations, and all are reactive and benign conditions. So acral pseudolymphomatous angiokeratoma is a condition with epidermal keratosis, hyperkeratosis, and presence of angiomatous not malformations but proliferations. This is proved by positivity for WT1 and negativity for D240, and presence of reactive plasma cell infiltrate may be admixed with other T cells in the derms, and occurring in the children are called Apache, acral pseudolymphomatous angiokeratoma in children. The other category is angiomatous polypoid pseudolymphomas, characterized by polypoid also of polypoid vascular proliferations positive for CD1, CD31, and a presence of epidermal correlates enclosing the lesions in the epidermis. And the plasmacytic plaque, which may occur also in other conditions like plasmacytosis, will come to this later, and lymphocytoma cutis, marginal zone lymphoma. So it is a condition that's overlapped with other conditions occurring mainly in children with hyperkeratotic plaques, mainly with vascular tinge. And on histopathology, the infiltrate may be band-like or nodular infiltrate with plasma cells. Mixed with histiocytes. These histiocytes are present around the collagen bundles, so forming what's called the pseudo-rosettes, and together with histiocytes, giant histiocytes, this characterize the lesions, but all of them are like benign reactive conditions that when removed surgically, it does not recur or anything, and it has positive markers for plasma cells. Should be differentiated from plasma cells, marginal lymphoma, and these are usually polyclonal, not monoclonal. And also the associated conditions of cutaneous IgG4 related diseases that has serum and skin elevation of high IgG4 concentrations, and maybe accompanying other conditions like Rosy-Dorfman or cutaneous plasmacytosis, chemora, granuloma facial, or angiolymphoid hyperplasia with eosinophilia, as we said. Angiolymphoid hyperplasia eosinophilia was included in the category of pseudolymphoma, but now don't, because they have certain clinical pathological features that differentiates it from lymphoma, maybe the presence of reactive like germinal centers, but now they are not included, as I said. A cutaneous plasma cell granuloma is a monomorphic infiltrate of plasma cell taken then nodular pattern, and with reactive plasma cells not showing any abnormalities or atypicabilities, and the systemic form of it, which may be associated with fever, lymphadenopathy, and limited or restricted to the Asian races. It happens in Japan and these countries, and associated also with nodular plasma cell infiltrate, which are reactive in the derms, and maybe overlap sometimes with also overlapping with marginal zone lymphomas, but they are totally benign. So by now I'll talk about some entities that are mentioned in literature and cannot be classified under anything. So I revisited the classification, and I classified it again into infections, inflammations. We have malignancy associated and idiopathic pseudolymphomas. So idiopathic pseudolymphoma, the term was described in literature like from long time ago, either occurring solitary or multiple, or sometimes have the granulomatous presentation on histopathology. And the characteristic clinical feature is that when it is removed, so it does not, it's totally gone. So this is helpful to differentiate. And now also they correlate it or underlie it on the nodular category. So it's nodular idiopathic pseudolymphomas. So as I said, maybe solitary or multiple may take the nodular or granulomatous infiltrate with CD30 positive presentation. And we have some malignant tumors like lymphoepithelial-like carcinoma or cutaneous angiosarcoma or myelodysplastic syndrome, which may have reactive lymphocytic infiltrate. And also we can add the histiocytoid sweet syndrome in this category. So in these cells are reactive lymphocytes, and also sometimes they are CD30 positive. So at the end of my presentation, I'd like to stress that CPC is the question and CPC is the answer. So CPC is the question, pseudolymphomas or are clinical pathological challenges that may face the dermatologist or dermatopathologist. But the good news is CPC is also the solution, because CPC means clinical pathological correlation. So when you correlate the history, pathological data, and the immunohistochemistry together with clonality, you can easily reach to the diagnosis, not in all times, but in most of times. I'd like at the end to show you these are my references and to thank you all for your kind listening. Thank you, and I'm happy to receive your comments or queries. Thank you very much.
Hi everybody. It is such a pleasure of mine to participate in the 8th version of the African Dermatopathology Conference. Today I'm going to review what's happening in the last few years regarding the correlation of the clinical picture together with the dermoscopic and dermatopathological examination. I won't get into much details about dermoscopic signs, but I will explain some of them as we go, just for the sake of elaboration. But this is one of the very basic rules in the world of dermoscopy that comes handy when we discuss dermatopathology. Pigment changes color when it changes depth. So melanin, when very superficial in the stratum corneum, will appear black via dermoscopy. When it goes a little bit deeper in the epidermis, it appears brown. Again, deeper in the papillary dermis, it becomes gray. Deeper and deeper in the reticular dermis, it will be bluish in color. Today I'm going to mainly discuss a few concepts: the dermoscopy guided biopsy, whether for pigmented lesions, non-melanoma skin cancers, inflammatory lesions, the derm dotting and dermoscopy guided sectioning briefly, and the use of the correlation in cicatricial alopecias. Starting off with a very interesting concept, which is the dermoscopy guided biopsy. This comes very handy to interns and to specialists and to consultants. We all have to decide where to take a biopsy. And dermoscopy actually comes to the rescue here. Our very first case is a very interesting case of a lesion that is a very big lesion on the face. So definitely you will decide to take a biopsy before you do further management. But where should you take that biopsy? I'm sure some of the presents in the room will pick probably maybe the highly pigmented parts of the lesion. Maybe here, maybe here. But if you do pick these parts, the dermoscopy actually tells us that you will face a very innocent lentigo. While if you do a thorough dermoscopy examination, you will find what you are looking for in a very innocent looking part of the lesion, which is actually showing a very specific sign to lentigo-maligna lesions. This part, it shows a sign that we call annular granular sign. Annular granular sign stands for gray or brown dots around follicular openings, and this will be your clue to the pathology that you're looking for, and this is actually where you should take your biopsy. Further clarification about the annular granular sign. The annular granular sign, where a follicular opening is surrounded by brown or gray dots forming an annular pattern, is very alarming of lentigo-maligna. This is the top differential whenever we see that sign. Now, for non-melanoma skin cancer, the dermoscopy guided biopsy will be actually more useful, since you're doing more biopsies for these lesions if they are suspicious, if they are a little bit larger in size. In this basal cell carcinoma, if you decide to take your biopsy from the areas pointed to by the black arrows, what you will end up with is superficial basal cell carcinoma. While if you use the dermoscopy and you take the hint and you take your biopsy from the deeper bluish discolored parts, which, as we agreed earlier, denotes deeper involvement of the lesion, you will see a nodular basal cell carcinoma. So your diagnosis actually depending on that dermoscopic hint or clue. Now, for the inflammatory lesions, it actually becomes even more interesting. This is a case of a female presenting with an erythematous plaque on the nose. Of course, most of us right now are thinking of discoid lupus erythematosus, and the next step is naturally to take a biopsy to confirm your diagnosis before the management. I want you to take a second right now and to decide where you're going to take the biopsy. So pick a spot and let's see. Dermoscopy tells us that if you pick your biopsy on the right half of the lesion, you will be facing sheets of fibrosis in a pathology report, which will be non-specific. But if you look on the left side of the lesion, you will find follicular plugs actually evident in the dermoscopy. And this is where you will get your specific pathology picture and pathology report, because you will have periadnexal lymphocytic infiltrate, perivascular lymphocytic infiltrate, you will have your follicular plugs, and you could have a specific diagnosis. For this case, it's a very interesting case. It was discussed by Dr. Zoe Apala, and I really admire her work in progressing this concept of dermoscopy-guided biopsy. For this male presenting with multiple nodules on the face, initially diagnosed as granulomatous rosacea, and on moving to the biopsy step, one lesion had to be picked because apparently the patient has multiple lesions. And here comes the role of dermoscopy. We have 6 lesions, we have different dermoscopy pictures, we have different dermoscopy signs. Let's examine one by one and see which one will lead us to the diagnosis that we want and which one actually carries a surprise. So, for instance, if we take number 3 is showing aggregated white-yellow nodules. They are surrounded by branching vessels that extends towards the center without crossing the center. This is what we call in dermoscopy crown vessels. So this biopsy actually will be very innocent. It will not lead you to what you're looking for, and it will be for sebaceous hypertrophy. While these 2 lesions actually carry a surprise. They are showing arborizing vessels, they are showing flecks of pigment and absence of pigment network, they are showing leaf-like blobs on the borders. They are suggestive, of course, of basal cell carcinoma. This lesion is pretty innocent. It's showing some comma-shaped vessels and a brown halo. You will be just faced with a nevus. While only these two lesions with linear vessels in a reticular arrangement, they are taking the classic polygonal form, some of them at least, and this is what will show the correct pathology of the granulomatous rosacea. And now regarding the concept of derm dotting and dermoscopy-guided histological sectioning, actually multiple retrospective studies were very interesting in that matter. For instance, this study that was published in the American Academy of Dermatology journal, 150 sections were restudied, reprocessed, and resectioned, where dermoscopy-guided sections were compared to non-dermoscopy-guided sections. And one of the cases that they examined was very interesting, in where the dermoscopy-guided section was showing atypia and mitosis and definite invasive melanoma, while the non-dermoscopy-guided section was mainly showing a dysplastic nevus. Another retrospective study where the author was evaluating the ex vivo dermoscopy, which is a very interesting concept of examining the specimens in lab with a dermoscopy. And for this study and for multiple other studies, the technician is the one doing the ex vivo dermoscopy. Technicians are being taught dermoscopic science, and they are adjusting and adapting the cuts according to the dermoscopic reading. So for this lesion, which was diagnosed as a superficial spreading melanoma, you can see one of the signs that the border all around the lesion is very homogeneous in color and in pattern, except in this part of 11 o'clock where it differs both in color alteration and in pattern alteration. And this is a very suspicious sign. This was examined and it turns out the suspicion was in place. And this study has come to the conclusion that ex vivo dermoscopy and derm dotting with adapted sectioning allows a more accurate and less time-consuming histopathologic diagnosis of skin tumors. These findings suggest that pathologists involved in skin tumor evaluation should be encouraged to learn dermoscopy and replace a random transverse cutting with lesion-specific and dermoscopy-guided cutting. For cicatricial alopecias, the benefit is great using dermoscopy. We were all taught where to hunt for biopsies, whether in lichen planopilaris or cicatricial alopecias in general. We were taught to look for the periphery of the lesion for parts where erythema and scaling are present, to pluck some hairs, and whenever we find anagen-like roots, then to target these parts. But dermoscopy will provide more specific targets and signs where you can look for, and specific targets and signs where you should avoid. Starting with lichen planopilaris, a disease where many of the times you end up with slides of fibrosis and scarring alopecia and non-specific signs. While Dr. Antonella Tosti has recommended, and not just that, she found 95% success rate in reading the pathology if you find the recommended sign of perifollicular concentric white scale. If you start to look for that and aim for that while taking the biopsy, then you will be able to capture the peripilar fibrosis and lymphocytic infiltration and fibrosis at the isthmus level on your horizontal sections. For the frontal fibrosing alopecia variant, if you hunt for biopsies at the areas of concentric peripilar white circles, also you will be able to see the perifollicular fibrosis and the lichenoid lymphocytic infiltrate with some focal areas of scarring. For the central centrifugal cicatricial alopecia, if you try to find the peripilar gray halo, then you will be able to see some follicles devoid of the inner root sheath, some showing desquamation or peeling of the inner root sheath, concentric perifollicular fibrosis, and some scarring, of course. For the DLE, definitely you have to look for areas of follicular plugging, perifollicular erythema, linear vessels. This is to show the true diagnostic signs of discoid lupus erythematosus. But you have to avoid areas showing loss of follicular ostia, white patches, blue-white dots. These are areas that will not show you any of the specific and pathognomonic signs. These were my references for today, and thank you.
Abadi, everybody. I'm sorry not to be with you this time, but I'm happy that I can still participate. Helmut, asante sana for the invitation. The subject of this presentation is panicolitis, or inflammation of the subcutis. This is a group of diseases where pathologists and dermatologists can't do without each other. Histopathological correlation is essential in almost every case. This is the content of the presentation. I will start with a brief discussion on fatty tissue. Then I will briefly mention how to classify panicolitis. I will mention clinical and histological features of the different diseases, and I will end with some remarks on general approach and treatment. In subcutaneous fat, different structures can be found. The main cell is the so-called lipocyte. This is a cell with a small nucleus at the periphery that is often not visible. It has an enormous amount of cytoplasm that is normally filled with fat, but on H&E it is totally empty. Some people compare the shapes of lipocytes with a singlet ring. Groups of lipocytes form lobules. These lobules are separated by septa that are composed of collagen fibers. Septa contain blood and lymphatic vessels and nerves. Panicolitis is a challenging kind of disease. There are difficulties on different levels. To start with, panicolitis is clinically monotonous. In most variants, there are painful nodules on the legs. So, the same clinical features for different diseases. Secondly, there is confusing terminology. There are different names for the same diseases, and once in a while names are being replaced. Another challenge is that usually clinicians take punch biopsies of the lesions. Often the inflamed subcutis breaks off partly or completely when taking the biopsy out, making the sample difficult or even useless for the pathologist. Panicolitis is sometimes called the ugly duckling of dermatopathology. The classification is unsatisfying, differences between different variants are subtle, and the older the lesion, the more they look like each other microscopically. To conclude, the challenges from a clinical point of view, panicolitis is generally very difficult to treat. Panicolitis can be divided in primary and secondary variants. In this presentation, we focus on the primary variant, in which the inflammatory process originates in the subcutaneous fat. but it is good to realize that the subcutis can also be affected by inflammation originating in higher layers of the skin. A big problem with classifications is that they are the work of humans. We try to categorize and group things based on what we think diseases do and don't. However, diseases don't always behave like we think they should do. This is especially a problem in panicolitis. So far, no good classification has been found. The most widely used, but certainly not ideal classification is based on whether the inflammation is mostly septal or lobular. This classification assumes that a deep biopsy of a new lesion has been taken, because the older the lesion, the more likely that both septal as lobular involvement is found. In the ideal situation, a diagnosis can be made after these steps. Decide if the infiltrate is mainly septal, lobular or mixed. Then enlarge to categorize the type of infiltrate. Check for the presence of vasculitis and for additional features. Sometimes stains are necessary. Before moving to the different variants, first, this is a very useful picture. Most types of panicolitis can appear anywhere, but focus on certain regions. The shins, for example, are a typical spot for erythema nodosum, whereas the calves are more typical for erythema induratum. Lupus panicolitis is usually found higher on the body. Erythema nodosum is the most common variant of panicolitis and the only variant that non-dermatologists know. It is most frequently seen in women. It is characterized by symmetric, erythematous, tender and warm nodules that can be found everywhere on the body, but as mentioned earlier, especially on the shins. Usually they last for weeks or days, and relapses are frequent. Often patients have systemic symptoms like painful joints, fever and malaise. Erythema nodosum is a non-specific hypersensitivity reaction to different entities. In the past, TB was found in 90% of patients with erythema nodosum. Nowadays, different infections still account for 1/3 of cases. Sarcoidosis, inflammatory bowel diseases, and medications are other frequent associations, but unfortunately, often no case can be found. Erythema nodosum is the prototype of septal panicolitis, at least when an early lesion has been biopsied. In this early stage, septal edema and many neutrophils and sometimes erythrocytes can be found. Later, the septa widen and a mixed infiltrate with many histiocytes is seen. Later, the infiltrate fades away and the septa show fibrosis. Eventually, the tissue remodels. Clinically, no scarring is seen afterwards. Treatment is usually supportive, with painkillers, rest and compression. In severe cases, prednisone can be given. If a cause is found, this of course has to be treated. Erythema induratum or nodular vasculitis is a type 4 reaction to Mycobacterium tuberculosis or other infections. If tuberculosis is the underlying cause, it is called erythema induratum of Bazin. But clinically, this is not different from erythema induratum caused by other infections or medication. Erythema induratum is characterized by tender, red to purple, sometimes ulcerating nodules and plaques on the calves. It mainly affects middle-aged women, or at least that's what the literature mentions. It is not my experience, to be honest. Erythema induratum usually follows a protracted course with recurrent episodes. When erythema induratum is diagnosed, it is important to exclude TB and, if found, of course, treat it. On histology, a lobular or mixed panicolitis is found. In early stages there are neutrophils, later histiocytes that can form granulomas. Vasculitis is one of the findings that can distinguish erythema induratum from other lobular or mixed panicolitis. Sometimes caseous necrosis can be found. Lipodermatosclerosis is also a variant of panicolitis. It is also called sclerosing panicolitis by some. It is the consequence of long-standing venous insufficiency. In early stages, the lower legs are tender, warm, and erythema and peeling are seen. Above the ankle there is induration. In time this induration progresses and rusty brown discoloration appears due to hemosiderin. The legs get the shape of a reverse wine bottle. Elastic compression is the best treatment. Medication is mentioned, but in practice this is usually not effective. On histology, features of stasis dermatitis can be found, with prominent capillaries, fibrosis and hemosiderin depositions. In the subcutis, a mixed panicolitis is seen with septal sclerosis, thrombosis, hemorrhage and lipomembranous necrosis, where fat cells break down so that big holes are formed. This always makes me think of Swiss and Dutch cheese. Traumatic panicolitis can be caused by many kinds of traumas, for example injections with oily substances. This gives a subcutaneous inflammation due to foreign body giant cell reaction and other immune mechanisms. Clinically, inflammatory nodules are seen. These are sometimes tender, sometimes not. Histologically, a mainly lobular panicolitis is seen, with in early stages a neutrophilic and in later stages granulomatous infiltrate, with degenerations of the lipocytes. Often the material that was injected can be seen. Blunt trauma can also cause panicolitis. This is mainly found on the mammae and on the shins. Most likely the subcutaneous inflammation is the consequence of the breakdown of the membrane of erythrocytes. Clinically, nodules with a red-purple aspect are seen. Just like in traumatic panicolitis due to injections, a mainly lobular panicolitis is seen. There is fat necrosis with a kind of cystic spaces within the lobules. Due to the blunt trauma, there is hemorrhage, or in later stages hemosiderin. Furthermore, focal granulomas can be found, and in later stages there is fibrosis. Cold panicolitis is most likely not a kind of panicolitis that is often seen in Moshi. In the Netherlands we see it once in a while. It affects young children, especially on the cheeks. This is usually the consequence of popsicles. It also typically affects horse riders, or these days more typically scooter drivers. In these cases, the thighs are cooled down because of long exposure to cold or to wind. Clinically, red, cold and indurated nodules are seen. The lesions disappear when avoiding cold. On histology, a mixed panicolitis is seen, which is more superficial than other kind of panicolitis, namely at the dermal subcutaneous junction. Furthermore, changes that you can also find in perineuris are seen, namely edema in the papillary dermis and superficial and deep perivascular infiltrate. Lupus paniculatus or lupus profundus affects a minority of patients with SLE. It is found on the face, the upper side of the body, with shoulders and upper arms and around the hips. Typically, it heals with deep scars remaining visible the rest of life. Just like other variants of lupus, it has a chronic course with frequent relapses. Treatment is the same as other types of lupus. On histology, often one can find features of lupus in the epidermis like interface dermatitis and mucin. In the subcutis, a lobular paniculatus is seen with a dense sort of nodular infiltrate. This consists of lymphocytes and lymphocytic debris and typically plasma cells. When one finds plasma cells in paniculatus, in general one has to think of paniculatus due to autoimmune diseases, like lupus, like in this case, or in dermatomyositis and scleroderma. Finally, prominent hyaline eosinophilic necrosis is found. Paniculatus in dermatomyositis is extremely rare. It looks quite similar to lupus paniculatus clinically, with a similar distribution, clinical features, and even the histology with the lobular paniculatus with plasma cells is somewhat similar. Interestingly, in dermatomyositis, paniculatus can also be a coincidental finding, with histologically features of paniculatus but clinically no symptoms. Scleroderma paniculatus is a rare and also a bit controversial manifestation of limited or systemic sclerosis. Indurated plaques on the upper part of the body are seen. Linear scleroderma and eosinophilic fasciitis are sometimes seen as variants of this entity. The question is whether it is a primary subcutaneous process, making it a true paniculatus, or a secondary paniculatus due to extension of the sclerosis from dermis to septa. On histology, a combination of septal paniculatus with broad sclerotic septa is seen, with, just like in lupus and dermatomyositis, a lymphoplasmacellular infiltrate. Pancreatic paniculatus is a rare but serious complication of pancreatitis or pancreatic carcinoma. Sometimes it starts before other symptoms of pancreas pathology are manifest. There is fat necrosis due to pancreatic enzymes like lipase. Clinically, subcutaneous tender nodules are seen, mainly on the lower legs. Typically, there is ulceration with oily excretion because of the fat that is dissolved by the pancreatic enzymes. In general, patients are sick and often they have arthritis, fever and abdominal pain. If the pancreas pathology is treated, the paniculatus also disappears. Histology of pancreatic paniculatus is very typical. Mostly lobular paniculatus with fat necrosis with calcification is seen, in combination with the typical ghost cells. These are necrotic lipocytes filled with amorphous pink to blue-gray substances. Another serious variant of paniculatus is alpha-1 antitrypsin deficiency paniculatus. Alpha-1 antitrypsin is a protein produced by the liver and it is an important protease inhibitor. When there is deficiency, proteolytic enzymes like trypsin, collagenase and elastase are not inhibited, which can result in many systemic symptoms. Also in severe paniculatus with deep necrotic ulcers with oily exudate, mainly on the lower legs but also higher up. The disease is very difficult to treat. It is a lobular paniculatus with necrosis and many neutrophils can be found. Also between collagen bundles in the dermis. This is called splaying of neutrophils. Infectious panicolitis results from bacterial or fungal infection of the subcutis, either by direct inoculation or by hematogenous spread or extension from deeper structures. Usually there are underlying diseases with immunosuppression. It affects the lower legs and feet with swelling, erythema and sometimes fluctuation, ulcerating or draining nodules. Because of the infection, on histology there are many neutrophils. Sometimes abscesses are found. Typically, many microorganisms can be found, even on HIE. This is due to the fact that it only affects immunocompromised patients. In newborns, there are two kinds of panicolitis. One is totally harmless and self-limiting, the other is lethal in most cases. So it is essential to make a fast diagnosis. Subcutaneous fat necrosis of the newborn presents in the second or third week with indurated plaques or nodules on the buttocks, shoulders, cheeks and thighs. There is spontaneous regression without any sequels. Scleroderma neonatorum is something totally different. Newborns with this disease are usually severely ill and premature. There is a progressive yellow-white woody induration of the skin, and most infants die due to comorbidity and sepsis. In panicolitis of the newborn, typically so-called needle-shaped clefts or crystals are seen in the lipocytes. These are formed by dissolved lipids. In subcutaneous fat necrosis of the newborn, there is a heavy inflammatory infiltrate with many foreign body giant cells. In contrast to that, in Scleroderma neonatorum, the infiltrate is almost absent and there is no necrosis. Post-steroid panicolitis is rare these days, as steroids are usually tapered and not suddenly stopped. However, if it occurs, it is usually in children up to 6 weeks after sudden withdrawal of systemic corticosteroids. Clinically, itchy, sometimes tender nodules on cheeks, arms and trunks are seen. These resolve spontaneously. One can also reintroduce corticosteroids and slowly taper them. Histology is similar to panicolitis of the newborn, a mainly lobular panicolitis with needle-shaped clefts in lipocytes and necrosis. The last variant of panicolitis that I mentioned is cytophagic histiocytic panicolitis, a very rare variant that can behave relatively harmless but also very aggressive. It is associated with infections, especially herpes, but also with autoimmune diseases like lupus, medication, and with malignancy, especially subcutaneous panicolitis type T-cell lymphoma. One can see skin-colored or red nodules and/or hemorrhagic plaques on trunk and extremities. Sometimes there is ulceration. Usually there are systemic symptoms, like fever. It is caused by increased cytokine production and increased phagocytosis. Histology shows a lobular or mixed panicolitis with focal necrosis. Typically, so-called beanbag cells can be seen. These are phagocytic histiocytes that give the name to this disease. These histiocytes are filled with erythrocytes, lymphocytes, and with other debris. In cases caused by subcutaneous panicolitis T-cell lymphoma, atypical lymphocytes are seen. We discussed many variants of panicolitis, and as I mentioned, for clinicians and pathologists, it is a very difficult disease. It is really impossible to remember all I have said, but as most of us are clinicians, I end with some practical tips on what to do when patients present with panicolitis. Really, the most important thing is, of course, the patient's history and examination to localize where on the body you can find the lesions. This already gives the direction. For a proper diagnosis, histology is necessary. Don't take a punch biopsy, but perform an incisional biopsy with a lot of subcutis. Also choose an early lesion, and on under indication other investigations are necessary, but histology really is the cornerstone. Treatment starts with treating the underlying cause if it is known. For the panicolitis itself, often painkillers are necessary, just like rest and compression. Sometimes systemic immunosuppression is necessary. To conclude, the take-home messages. The variants of panicolitis are often clinically similar. Nevertheless, there are different types, and for proper treatment, an exact diagnosis is often necessary. A biopsy is necessary to make the diagnosis. And if you take a biopsy, don't take a punch biopsy, but an incisional biopsy of ideally a new lesion. Work together with your pathologist and provide as much as possible clinical information. Panicolitis is often difficult to treat, and if found, the underlying cause should be treated. Furthermore, often symptomatic treatment is necessary. And then I end with this slide to thank you for your kind attention. Asante sana, and hopefully see you next year.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tirolo Pichari, and I'm from Johannesburg in South Africa.
Hi, my name is Dr. Jason Sluzavich, and I'm one of the staff dermatologists at the Mayo Clinic in Florida. And today I'd like to talk to you about cutaneous lupus, the clinical and histologic features of this disorder. I don't have any conflicts of interest. We will discuss some off-label treatments. So the goals of this talk will to be review the characteristic cutaneous presentations of skin lupus, to examine the histopathology of acute, subacute, and chronic lupus, and to understand the role of lymphocytic and neutrophilic inflammation in the pathogenesis of skin lupus. So when we think about cutaneous lupus, it's classified essentially into three types: an acute, subacute, and chronic. And each of these has a distinctive morphology. So when we think about acute lupus, we think mainly about photodistributed erythema, and probably what comes to mind most common clinically is the so-called butterfly facial rash of systemic lupus. And certainly much of the photodistributed erythema seen with acute lupus is typically a manifestation of SLE, but as we'll see, these often can be manifestations of early chronic lupus. And then we have subacute lupus, which has both an annular and a psoriasis-like form. And in this case, excluding a drug etiology is very important because drug-triggered SCLE is quite common. And chronic lupus has different forms. Generally, these forms result in skin scarring and/or alopecia. And we're going to talk about discoid and profundus, and then also tumid, and see how it's sort of unique with respect to chronic cutaneous lupus in general. Over time, really, cutaneous lupus can evolve from the acute form into the chronic form, and typically this evolution from a clinical standpoint will be discoid type lesions, and we'll show how the histopathology and the clinical presentation changes with that evolution. And then subacute lupus is sort of its own category of lupus, And so we don't go from acute to subacute or subacute to chronic. It really is almost sandwiched between these two forms, and it was actually described much later before the initial clinical classification of lupus was developed. And so we'll see how the histopathology is distinctive as well as the clinical morphology. As we mentioned earlier, any form of cutaneous lupus may be seen in systemic lupus, but there are a lot of people who just have systemic lupus. So 95% of the time, patients who have subacute lupus will just have basically skin-limited disease. There is a small portion of patients with SCLE that actually overlap with systemic lupus. And then commonly, most patients who have limited discoid lupus, they're not going to have systemic involvement. It's almost always just purely skin. And so this is where serological profiles are very important, because the histopathology is not going to be able to separate and tell you whether this is lupus in the setting of a systemic lupus or whether this is just a skin-limited presentation. So how can we think about the pathologic changes that define cutaneous lupus? Well, basically, as the lesion goes from acute to subacute to chronic, there's basically increasing inflammation, and this inflammation is typically lymphocytic. So acute lupus basically affects the upper layers of the epidermis. It's sort of an epidermal issue. Subacute, we're going to have the same changes in terms of an interface dermatitis at the epidermis, but we're going to be increasing the superficial paravascular lymphocytic inflammation. And then with chronic discoid type lupus, there'll be deeper inflammation around the vascular plexus as well as adnexal structures. And then sometimes we actually will have inflammation in the subcutis. When the subcutis is involved, it can be just by itself, or it can have concomitant changes of other forms of acute or chronic lupus with it. So here's some clinical examples of acute cutaneous lupus. So this is sort of the localized forms. This would be the so-called butterfly rash. The main take-home point is this is photodistributed facial erythema. And the malar erythema is characteristic in that the nasolabial folds and often a lot of the philtrum is spared. And if this is truly acute, this can last, for hours to days and then may actually resolve. But with time, you can see this transition from acute, this is becoming more chronic, and that you'll get fixed plaques with increasing levels of scale. And in that setting, the risk of certainly scarring would increase. Here's an example in higher Fitzpatrick skin types. What's clear here, this would be more of an acute presentation. The erythema here is usually less obvious, but that you can see it really suggests that there is a lot of inflammation. And because pathologically lupus is characterized by an interface dermatitis, there can be a lot of dermal pigment incontinence, and that can present in some cases with very striking post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation. So you can see in these areas, this is probably a bit older, but there are some areas that are still red with active disease, and we can again see the sparing of the nasolabial folds and philtrum very clearly here. Sometimes acute cutaneous lupus can be generalized. Generally, you'll have the same type of facial involvement with the malar erythema, but then on the trunk you can get more biliform lesions that can resemble perhaps a drug eruption or a viral exanthem. It is not uncommon in this setting to then get a lot of involvement of the dorsal hands. In this situation, what you see is often the knuckles generally are spared, and this is in contrast to something like dermatomyositis where the knuckles are very much involved. So if we look at the histopathology, we've talked about this before, so the changes in acute lupus are really at the dermal epidermal junction, and we have what's called a cell pore, or what we call vacuolar interface dermatitis. And basically here the keratinocytes are dying by apoptosis, so you can see there's a small dyskeratotic cell here. And when these rashes first develop, depending on the stage, this interface dermatitis, the degree that you see, can be somewhat subtle. If it's more chronic, we tend to get some pigment incontinence, especially in patients of color, and there will be melanophages. And then sometimes you can see some dermal mucinosis, and we'll look at some examples of that in other forms of lupus. This vacuolar interface pattern, however, is not specific to cutaneous lupus, and you could have a patient with dermatomyositis to really have identical findings. So as we'll see in many cases in this talk, the clinical pathologic correlation is really important in terms of getting you to the right diagnosis. So let's look at an example case. So this was a 51-year-old female with a history of rheumatoid arthritis with a 4-week history of a progressive painful skin eruption. And she had been switched to leflutamide for 6 weeks after discontinuing methotrexate. And we can see here, there's a couple interesting things going on her skin. There's some mucositis here, so she has some erosive mucositis on the lips. She has these broad, confluent, dusky plaques. And then on her hands, similar areas of confluent, dusky erythema, but also targetoid lesions. And she had had a prior biopsy before being transferred to the hospital here, and they were very concerned that this patient maybe had Stevens-Johnson or erythema, or a severe case of erythema multiforme. And certainly from a morphologic standpoint, that could be possible. The other relevant thing to notice is really her face. And so if you look carefully, you can see she does have, again, this photo-distributed erythema, sort of kind of a hidden butterfly rash here. And then again, this philtrum that's being relatively spared. This was the biopsy, which actually shows a very severe interface dermatitis. So you can see here, there's a lot of bubbling of the basilar keratinocytes. In fact, here we formed an artificial sort of cleft here where the epidermis has separated from the dermis, and these are essentially dying keratinocytes. So in the context, if someone said, is this Stevens-Johnson syndrome? This could be Stevens-Johnson syndrome. This biopsy is certainly consistent with that. And so the key point of this slide is just that there is a differential for severe acute interface dermatitis. Some of that includes erythema multiforme, SJS. Typically, you're not going to see the parakeratosis with that. A severe fixed drug eruption could look very similar, but generally there would be dermal melanophages. This could be bad lupus or photoflared lupus or photoflared dermatomyositis. Again, we have to sort of use clinical information. So it was this biopsy that sort of triggered the thought that maybe her presentation was SJS-TEN-like, but actually this is a case of Rowell syndrome. So when we did serologies, we can see her ANA is strongly positive, her SSA is positive, and she has other markers, certainly characteristic of her rheumatoid arthritis, but also of mixed connective tissue disease. And so this is a form of generalized acute lupus that presents with EM skin lesions, often has mucositis. It's typically seen in patients with SLE or mixed or undifferentiated connective tissue disease. They'll have very strong serology, so both the ANA and ENA generally are very high titer, and SSA or Rho is generally positive. One thing that distinguishes this condition, Rowell's, from EM is that these patients are very highly prednisone sensitive. So if anyone's ever taken care of patients with SJS or EM, you'll see that prednisone helps them, but it doesn't clear them as fast. And you can see this is the same patient that I showed you earlier, just a week later. and almost all of the lesions have resolved. And because this is more of an acute process, histopathologically, they're resolving without scarring. Let's move to the second form of lupus, which would be chronic cutaneous lupus. And we're going to focus on discoid first because morphologically this is the most common form. And as the name implies, these are round plaques. They typically have this brawny adherent scale. And the lesions, as they evolve, will burn out and leave these hypopigmented cicatricial areas. One characteristic feature of discoid lupus is involvement of the concha bulb. So if you're thinking about that clinically, you always want to examine the ear very carefully because that's often a characteristic location. And when it's active, it's essentially red, raised, and scaling. So you can see this is a very sort of active lesion here. And then with time, these will essentially evolve into these more cicatricial hypopigmented areas with sort of white, flat scar-like areas. In patients of color, the changes are very similar, but what tends to dominate is the hyperpigmentation and or the hypopigmentation. So you can see here, this is not just burned out end-stage disease, there is erythema, so there's still activity, but as the lesions resolve, there can be more prominent hyperpigmentation and or hypo. And then again, this is just an example of how active disease in the concha bulb would look with a higher Fitzpatrick skin type. And similarly for activity, it can be maybe a bit more difficult to assess, but you're really looking for erythema and scaling. And then these inactive areas generally will not have erythema and be hypopigmented. So how does the histopathology differ from acute lupus versus chronic lupus? Well, the epidermis is essentially the same. So we're going to have some form of interface dermatitis. But as we mentioned earlier, we're going to now add additional dermal inflammation. So here you can see there's lymphocytic inflammation that's superficial and deep in terms of the paravascular sort of plexus. And then you can also see here, these are eccrine glands and ducts. And so even around, and also even around the follicle, there's lymphocytic inflammation. So it's the superficial and deep paravascular and paraadnexal inflammation that helps to separate acute from chronic. You can also see with discoid lupus that here the epidermis looks very much effaced. We don't see a lot of the ridges, and so in chronic lesions, epidermal atrophy is quite prominent. And so here we're starting to see the effacement of the epidermis, and then we have a very active vacuolar interface dermatitis, which we looked at before with acute lesions. Here's another example up close of the lymphocytic paravascular. So we have deeper involvement, and then sometimes you can see some mucinosis, and so there's some dermal mucinosis in this area. And then with later changes, the basement membrane actually becomes redundant and thickened. You can use a PSD stain to highlight this in some cases, but here you can see there's very significant epidermal atrophy and then this hyalinization of the basement membrane. It looks redundant, and then adjacent to the follicle, as the follicular epithelium becomes thinned, it actually becomes plugged. So the basement membrane thickening, and then here's a very good example of the follicular plugging. So this would be a very old, kind of very chronically inflamed lesion of discoid lupus. And so here's a clinical example. So the long term, you can get very severe and permanent alopecia. And sometimes in very severe cases, you'll get this, what we call carpet tacking sign, where every follicle looks sort of hyperkeratotic. So there's some other scarring hair diseases that do have kind of a similar change. It would be like in planopilaris, but there really the scale is just at the bottom sort of like a tufting around the follicle. This is almost like more of a comedonal like plugging, but it represents the change that we saw previously with the follicular hyperkeratosis. And then this is an example of a horizontal biopsy. So for evaluation of alopecia, horizontal biopsies can be helpful. And here's sort of a relatively normal, I think this actually came from someone with gynecology. So this is miniaturization, but the key point is you can look here in a patient with end stage discoid lupus, and you can see there's just no follicle. So completely replaced with scar and this sort of patchy alopecia. And so really from a therapeutic standpoint, we're trying to prevent this transition. To talk about this, the evolution of cutaneous lupus, acute lesions will be smooth and avescent. They'll have minimal skin change. If we intervene early, we can prevent scarring. And if we take a sample, we see an interface dermatitis, but that biopsy is less specific, as we've seen, because there's many things which cause an interface dermatitis. And then with chronic disease over time, we get more fixed plaques with established scale. Scarring is more likely, and as the inflammation increases, we get features that are more specific for various forms of cutaneous lupus. And so here's an acute lesion, just review and reiterate, and then chronic lesion, again, the epidermal atrophy, the follicular plugging, the absence of hair follicles, and the patchy superficial and deep lymphocytic and paravascular inflammation. So how do we treat this? This is not really a clinical talk, but generally this is the rule that we break the rule and we use high potency steroids. Okay, so high potency steroids are certainly fine for any form of chronic lupus, especially discoid lupus. The mainstay. The other thing that's always important is to note that hydroxychloroquine and really all antimalarials are attenuated when patients are smokers. So this was a guy, he simply smoking and remained on his Plaquenil, and you can see there was a dramatic improvement in these lesions. They're basically now burnt out. They're just scarred. They're no longer active as they were before. The next form of lupus I want to talk about is tumid lupus. This is kind of the one that's the exception in terms of scarring and alopecia. So it's going to present very much sort of like acute lupus, and then there'll be these smooth erythematous papules and plaques, and they tend to be distributed. These patients flare very quickly, so they'll get large numbers of lesions very fast. And this is what would separate the tumid lupus from the discoid lupus. Also, the absence of the interface dermatitis is very helpful. And you can use Alshan blue to help highlight the mucin, but it's typically not necessary in most cases. The next form of chronic lupus that we're going to talk about is lupus panniculitis. So lupus panniculitis is inflammation that is confined to the subcutaneous fat. The torso tends to be preferentially involved. And as these lesions, basically, when they're chronically inflamed, as they evolve, they'll have some form of lipoatrophy. So we get these cup-like depressed plaques, and in some cases they can ulcerate. So you can see an example of this sort of atrophic area here. This is in a patient of color. There is some post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation. You can see this area is very boggy and probably indurated and active, and these are some on the periphery of early lesions that have burned out. This is an example of this sort of drop-off atrophic effect that can be seen with this, that is somewhat characteristic for this clinically. And when this is limited to the legs, it can actually mimic other forms of paniculitis, and so biopsies are generally very helpful in establishing paniculitis. Like acute to subacute to chronic lupus evolution, these do have phases. So oftentimes early you'll note clinically these indurated erythematous, very firm kind of papules and plaques. Sometimes they can ulcerate, and as they sort of evolve, they're left with this sort of atrophic plaque-like change. So the histopathology here is when we have just pure lupus paniculitis, we don't really have any epidermal or dermal inflammation, but instead we have a lobular lymphocytic paniculitis. So you can see there's lymphocytes here in the lobules, and there's the septa is generally relatively spared. So the inflammation is more lobular. And what's important for this, you can see this is just the up close view of this. So you can see the lobule is full of lymphocytes, and then the way the lymphocytes interact with the fat, they produce a very characteristic death of the fat, so it's called hyaline fat necrosis. And so this is a relatively specific histopathologic sign for lupus paniculitis. Now sometimes lupus paniculitis can occur with discoid lupus, and then when that occurs, we call it lupus profundus. So what you're seeing here, this is a lady with chronic lupus profundus. Here are older end-stage lesions. This was probably just purely lupus paniculitis because we don't really see a lot of epidermal change. But you can see here, this was probably a lesion with DLE and lupus paniculitis, and then this is a very active profundus lesion. You can see how swollen the arm is, and then this lesion looks like there could be some impending ulceration. This is a really difficult condition to treat. Probably of all forms of lupus, this is the one that gives me the most challenge in getting patients into good remission. And so here, lupus profundus will combine histopathologically the features of discoid lupus and lupus paniculitis. So if we just look at the top of this biopsy specimen, we can see we have features of discoid lupus with the para-adnexal lymphocytic inflammation, the paravascular, and there would be some interface dermatitis, which it's hard to appreciate here. But then if we look deeper in the subcutaneous fat, we also have a lobular lymphocytic paniculitis. This is just an up-close view showing you the parafollicular, the para-adnexal involvement, as well as the interface change, and then sort of the deeper change here. So another example of the lobular lymphocytic paniculitis, and as this progresses, we get that very characteristic hyaline fat necrosis. So as I'd mentioned here, it's not uncommon for this form of lupus to not do well with anti-malarial therapy. It's important here to be careful with intralesional injections. There's sometimes a tendency to try to inject these, which works very well often with discoid lupus that's refractory to topicals, but my hands, it often causes a lot of problems, so be cautious with this. And the key thing is anytime you have a paniculitis, you need to know what you're treating. So generally with chronic relapsing paniculitis that's not responding to first-line therapy, you do need to take a biopsy. And generally the best way to do this is to do a thin incisional biopsy and orientate it on the long axis, and that's going to give you a much better view of the subcutaneous structures that you're interested in. So let's look at this case. This is a 41-year-old female with a 5-year history of indurated plaques on the upper arms and torso with scaling and progressive dyspigmentation. There is no ulceration. So you can see here this looks very DLE-like. We have erythema, we have hyperpigmentation, there's some parafollicular carpet type scale, but also the arm itself is quite sort of swollen. And if we serologically profile this patient, we can see everything is negative. So the cutaneous lupus, it's not developing in the setting of SLE. So here is her biopsy. So we can see we definitely have features of chronic lupus here. So we have the superficial and deep paravascular and para-adnexal inflammation that's lymphocytic, and then we can see there's a lobular lymphocytic paniculitis here. And we've seen this change before, so very characteristic of the hyaline fat necrosis and the lymphocytes and the lobules. If we look up here, you can see here, there's the early hyaline fat change, and these lymphocytes look pretty monomorphic, not really anything cytologically atypical. And then here again, we can see very nicely the lymphocytic inflammation around the eccrine glands and around the vascular structures that would be characteristic of discoid type lupus. And there's some follicular, this is also a follicular structure here, and then you can see the vascular structure. And so basically this was lupus profundus, DLE changing overlying lupus paniculitis, and we gave her Plaquenil. And this patient did well for a while, and we thought that things were really going well for her. And then this came back 1 year later. So just to reorientate you, that plaque that we saw, this is the one that I showed you as the original biopsy. This is now just showing a hyperpigmented sort of irregular patch. It's sort of burnt out, but you can see things have certainly worsened. She has huge induration and swelling of the arm. This plaque looks very active. It's actually beginning to ulcerate, and she has this infiltrated change kind of within the face. So this is, of course, was concerning. So this is a repeat biopsy, and in this case, not surprisingly, we can see that there's lymphocytes in the fat. Okay, so this is a paniculitis, but these lymphocytes are a little different than the ones that we saw before. You can see they look more hyperchromatic, and you can see the size of them is somewhat enlarged. So there's some pleomorphism to these lymphocytes that we did not see before. And these lymphocytes here you can clearly see how hyperchromatic and atypical they are, and their pleomorphism with variation in size and shape. And you can see here they're actually rimming or surrounding the fat, and then after that, this is causing the fat to necrose. So there's this rimming quality. So atypical lymphocytes with this early. This had additional immunostains. And what's notable now in this case is that all the lymphocytes that we're seeing here are CD8 positive. So this is, and they're also granzyme B. So this is a cytotoxic marker. So in this setting, when we have this phenotype, we have to exclude other things, because there's other things that can be that are atypical within the subcutis. And so we did a CD56 stain, which helps us to exclude NK T cell lymphoma, and as well as doing in situ hybridization studies for EBV. That was negative. We found a clone, and these are what we call beta F1 positive T cells. So these are sort of the standard T cells that you usually see. So this is actually a case of subcutaneous paniculitis like T cell lymphoma. So this is a primary cutaneous lymphoma, and it's a lymphoma from mature cytotoxic lymphocytes. So they immunophenotypically are beta F1 positive and CD8 positive. The main teaching point here is that there is this association of this disorder with lupus paniculitis. So some patients who present very much look like lupus paniculitis, and morphologically you would think that they have that. And unless you do a biopsy, you may sort of miss this diagnosis. And then there's sort of the case that we had here, where it was very clear this patient likely did have lupus paniculitis, and then just due to the chronic inflammation, there was a small subset of patients that seemed to evolve into this. This is another presentation of the subcutaneous paniculitis like T-cell lymphoma, but this is mimicking erythema nodosum and mimicking erythema induratum. So in this patient, they presented with some lesions on the upper arms, which you rarely can see with EN. It sometimes happens, and more classic lesions that look EN-like. And then this patient had more erythema induratum-like lesions posterior, but did have this strange facial swelling, which would be a clue that this certainly isn't classic for erythema induratum. And so the key point on this is that anytime you have chronic paniculitis, you can't necessarily rely 100% on the morphologic features. You do need to do biopsies. And then this just summarizes this case. So this was a case of subcutaneous panniculitis like T-cell lymphoma that was developing in the setting of prior lupus profundus. And so this can be a de novo thing that clinically can mimic lupus profundus, or in rare cases, you can have a patient with lupus profundus that just due to the chronic inflammation appears to evolve into this very unusual primary cutaneous lymphoma. Okay, let's switch gears and go to subacute. So like as we talked about, subacute is its own little thing. It presents two forms. There's an annular form and a psoriasis-like form. These patients generally are almost always ANA positive. I mean, rarely they can be ANA negative, but for practical purposes, they're all ANA positive. And then they're either going to be Rho SSA positive or LA SSB positive. So 90% of the time, this is going to be skin limited. But if you use sort of criteria for lupus that are sometimes done with studies, some of these people by criteria will meet the definition of systemic lupus. So they'll have skin rash, they'll have aphthosis, they have alopecia, they're photosensitive, but generally they're not going to have systemic manifestations. This is a skin related or skin primary disorder. 5% of the time patients actually have underlying SLE, and their cutaneous manifestation of 5% of the time they have systemic lupus, and the cutaneous manifestation of their systemic lupus is subacute lupus. Okay, so rather than having discoid lesions or lupus panniculitis, they have subacute lupus. So that can be seen. And then between 20 to 40% of cases, at least in the US, can be drug induced. So anytime we see this diagnosis, we're always searching for a drug etiology. So the annular form, as it implies, is annular. So it's photodistributed, upper torso, back and arms, but in contradistinction to systemic lupus or even chronic cutaneous lupus involving the face, generally the central face is spared, okay? And these lesions do resolve without scarring. There may be some pigmentary change in terms of hypopigmentation, but they don't technically scar or cause permanent alopecia. So this is a really clear example of this predominance of the lateral aspect of the face with SCLE. And this is an example of, a strikingly annular presentation or arciform presentation. And like lesions of discoid lupus, there's both inactive and active areas. So here we see this sort of active edge that will have some erythema and scale. And then as this resolves, there's some post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation, but you can see this guy's got a little hair on his shoulders. These hair follicles are preserved. They're not being damaged, and we'll see why the histopathology predicts that. And then there's a psoriasis-like version. It looks very much like guttate psoriasis with that sort of mica-like scale, but again, this distribution, upper chest, upper arms, shoulders, central face, generally spared, is characteristic. And this again shows activity, so active disease, raised and scaly, inactive, some post-inflammatory hypopigmentation, but not scarred. And so how does the histopathology of subacute lupus differ from the other forms? Well, it will have a vacuolar interface dermatitis, so it's generally pretty prominent. And then we have just superficial perivascular lymphocytic inflammation, okay? So the deep vascular plexus and adnexal structures is not involved like DLE. And then we can have variable degrees of dermal mucinosis. And interestingly, the histopathology does not change whether it's annular or psoriasiform. It's the same histologic pattern. Sometimes in this differential histopathologically, there can be confusion over erythema multiforme because erythema multiforme has a very similar change with superficial perivascular and interface. But generally with most forms of lupus in general, dyskeratosis is significantly less. So really the dyskeratotic changes are going to be more at the basement membrane zone, where for instance with EM, if I was going to make this erythema multiforme, I would just add a lot of dyskeratosis through all levels of the epidermis. and take away any mucinosis, and then this could be EM. And sometimes some forms of acute graft versus host disease can be confused too, but typically the clinical situations are so different that you're able to separate that out clinically. Here's just a high-powered view, so you can see there is dyskeratosis, but it's really confined mainly to the basement membrane zone. And we don't have high epidermal cytoids, which would be more characteristic of an EM type or fixed drug, for instance, type process. And so the key thing about cutaneous lupus is that despite its name, it's not a subacute disease. Most patients who present acutely, meaning that they go from nothing to something very quickly, because it's generally, these patients are very photosensitive. And if they keep getting sun exposed, you can in fact get chronic erosive change of the lesions. So it would be almost, if you were to take a biopsy, it would be almost like a phototoxic eruption. And so that's one exception to the rule. Is lupus very dyskeratotic? If it's photoflared, you may see a lot of epidermal dyskeratosis. These patients typically are very treatment responsive to antimalarials, and sometimes they can be on antimalarials spring and summer and then go off fall and winter. And just to highlight, the drug-induced etiology is very common, and the serology is identical, the biopsy is the identical, so you can't separate that based on biopsy or serologies. Typically the clue is that they don't do as well with antimalarials, and generally any drug started within 6 months of SLE should be considered suspect. Basically the ones I see most commonly are hydrochlorothiazide, and then also proton pump inhibitors. This would be things like omeprazole. These are over the counter in America, so knowing what people are taking even not on their prescription list is important. And then the other causes are basically antihypertensive. So always think about that when you see someone with this disorder. This is something I mentioned earlier. Very rarely you can have subacute lupus in the setting of SLE. So to be clear, it's not that the subacute lupus progresses to systemic lupus. It's just that some patients with systemic lupus will have SLE-like morphology as their manifestation. So here you can see she has basically a butterfly rash that's moving more to chronic cutaneous lupus. And then over here she has these more patches that are sort of vaguely psoriasiform, but again over the upper shoulder, neck, and back. And I'll show you her biopsy. It kind of combines features of a chronic interface dermatitis, so sometimes you'll see very prominent basement membrane thickening, and then you'll see variable degrees of paravascular superficial lymphocytic inflammation in the upper portions of the dermis. So this is something that clearly you need CPC to figure out. I think if you just looked at these slides in isolation, you would say, wow, this is probably some form of chronic cutaneous lupus. But then you look at them clinically and there is no scarring, and you see she has SLE, and then you can put it together. So again, this reiterates that, you know, sometimes we can be very definitive in establishing what form of lupus patients have histopathologically, but you always really need a CPC correlation to be absolutely sure. So the next form of lupus that we're going to talk about is neutrophilic lupus. So we have talked about the conventional forms of skin lupus up to this point. 95% of the time they will have an interface dermatitis and will have lymphocytic inflammation. But sometimes cutaneous lupus is actually mediated by neutrophils. And this morphology is very different from the conventional forms of lymphocytic-mediated cutaneous lupus. So we generally divide it into two types: a bullous form, which produces clinically blisters, and a non-bullous form, which produces sort of fixed hive-like lesions. And these generally will be minimally or brightly erythematous, and they can sometimes have a peripheral pallor and really look very hive-like, but they're generally not itchy and they're fixed. So that's an important clue. So let's look at this example. So this is a 49-year-old female with a 1-year history of extensor erosion. So you can see the erosions here. And here she has a few scattered tense bulla. Her feet are not involved, and she also has these periocular whitish papules. She doesn't drink any alcohol, and no other family members have this problem. And what you can see here, this is an example of basically bullous SLE. So here's on her arm, she had this crusted erosion and large bulla. They tend to favor acral surfaces, and oftentimes the milia will be photodistributed or in areas where the blisters heal. This form of bullous SLE tends to be in the setting of systemic lupus by definition, and it will generally be their only manifestation of skin lupus. So they won't have discoid lesions or SCLE-like lesions. This will generally be it. And usually their lupus serologies are very high titer. So you can see this person has very high titer disease. So let's look at the histopathology. So it is a subepidermal cleft between the epidermis and the dermis. And then within the cleft, there's large numbers of neutrophils. These patients will develop autoantibodies to type 7 collagen, and oftentimes they respond to dapsone, but more recently we've been treating these patients with rituximab, which often helps with things like pemphigus and other immunobullous disorders. Let's look at another example. This is a 36-year-old female with a 2-year history of edematous painful papules and plaques on the upper arms. She had several outside biopsies that were thought to be consistent with Sweet syndrome. And so when you look at this, it's not, super impressive, but you can see here there is some edematous papules here. And if we look at conventional lesions of Sweets, you can see this is not necessarily great for Sweets. So typically Sweets will have fire engine red plaques. Sometimes they can they can actually be frankly bullous, or often have a pseudo-vesiculated appearance, and they're commonly on the head. So to orientate you, this is the little mole here, and then these were the areas. So subtle but present, and these are not itchy, and they're not associated with fever, but they do resolve with prednisone. So this is actually her biopsy, and so biopsy shows a lot more than you would think clinically, honestly. So this, again, this is a common theme with connective tissue disease, that oftentimes very subtle changes like macular erythema, edematous lesions, often histopathologically show a lot. So don't fall into the trap of, I think it looks like nothing, the biopsy isn't going to show anything. Many times it will. So we could see this person had a positive ANA, double-stranded DNA, and a high SSA. So she basically has lupus. Her SPEP and ESR were normal, and histopathologically we have this diffuse neutrophilic infiltrate with leukocytoclasia. Clinically, you could maybe think about urticarial vasculitis, but we're not really seeing any vasculitis here, and we don't have papillary dermal edema, so this really can't be Sweets. So this is a case of non-bullous neutrophilic lupus. And so this will present with urticarial Sweets-like papules and plaques. They can be quite subtle, as we've seen clinically. Histopathologically, you may see some interface-like change in association with neutrophilic papillitis, but generally there's diffuse neutrophilic inflammation with prominent leukocytoclasia. You can maybe identify small areas of vasculitis, but that's typically incidental just to the intensity of the inflammation. Let's look at kind of another reactional pattern. So this is a 39-year-old female with SLE, with lupus nephritis, with a 6-month history of painful persistent urticarial papules and plaques. And so you can see here, these are the active lesions, and you can see here they've resolved with post-inflammatory hyperpigmentation. This is where the biopsy was taken. I was thinking this was going to be a case of urticarial vasculitis, especially the way the lesions resolved with hyperpigmentation, and this patient even had angioedema. This was occurring even despite being treated with Cellcept and prednisone. So our differential was urticarial vasculitis and then perhaps some form of non-bullous neutrophilic lupus. So this actually showed something a bit different. So in contradistinction to the other pattern that we saw where we had diffuse neutrophilic inflammation. Here we just have superficial and deep paravascular interstitial neutrophilic inflammation with focal leukocytoclasia, but we don't have any vasculitis and we don't have any form of interface change. So this is actually a reactional pattern called neutrophilic urticarial dermatosis. So it represents a reactional pattern. It clinically will share many features of urticarial vasculitis, and in some cases it actually may represent early urticarial vasculitis. What is unique about it is that there is minimal leukocytoclasia. There is mainly paravascular and/or interstitial neutrophilic inflammation, but there is not frank vasculitis, papillitis, interface change, or papillary dermal edema. So it doesn't meet the criteria for a Sweets-like reaction, and it doesn't meet the criteria for non-bullous SLE. And so this pattern is called neutrophilic urticarial dermatosis, or NUD. So it's both a disease and kind of a histopathologic reactional pattern, and it has a number of etiologies. So it can be seen in systemic lupus, which was with this case. It can be a manifestation of Still's disease. It can be a manifestation of Schnitzler syndrome. So this is associated with a gammopathy, early urticarial vasculitis, which I think there's certainly clinical features to suggest that was the case, but DIF on this was negative, and then some periodic fever syndromes. So this is kind of another example of this in a different context, a 45-year-old with a 3-month history of waxing and waning erythema on the upper torso with fever and joint pain, and she sort of has these ill-defined sort of macular lesions on the arms. This is the biopsy. It's again the same NUD pattern, this superficial paravascular lymphocytic, or basically paravascular lymphocytic and interstitial neutrophilic inflammation with variable leukocytoclasia, but no vasculitis. And what was characteristic of her is her ferritin was very high. So that's very characteristic of Still's disease. And she had a negative ANA excluding lupus. She had a negative SPEP, which would exclude Schnitzler syndrome. So this is kind of an overview of neutrophilic inflammation in lupus. We have the classic neutrophilic dermatosis, Sweets, PG, and subcorneal pustular dermatosis. But really the take-home message is if you get any type of reports or you're seeing things that are reminding you of maybe a conventional neutrophilic dermatosis, but it doesn't fit clinically, then these are kind of the entities you want to consider. Does this patient have lupus, and could that be a potential explanation for why they're having these neutrophilic infiltrates? So it's certainly not necessarily always specific to lupus, but lupus is an important diagnostic consideration in evaluating these types of reactional patterns. So in summary, we've reviewed the clinical presentations of all major forms of cutaneous lupus, acute, subacute, and chronic, and we've examined the major histopathologic patterns that are seen with cutaneous lupus, the interface lymphocytic pattern, which is essentially 95%, and of course, the neutrophilic pattern, which may or may not be a specific lupus manifestation. We've again talked many times how we need CPC to get proper diagnosis and treatment, and that really these subtle skin lesions can have a very specific histopathology. So that's something that I've always been surprised doing this over many years. And so in this case, a lot of these patients are seen by rheumatologists, but medical dermatologists can be very helpful in sort of sorting these out and properly classifying these patients. So as dermatologists and as dermatopathologists, we have, an important role to play. And the more that you know about the patient or seeking information about the patient, the more helpful as a dermatopathologist you can be to your clinicians. So I'll leave my email address up here, so if people have additional questions, I'm happy to respond by email, and very much appreciate the opportunity to talk with you, and wish everyone a productive and safe new year. Thank you so much.
Hello, everybody. thank you very much to all lecturers for your beautiful talks. So thank you, Jill Dirks, Wayne Grayson, Marva Mubarak, Beda Müleisen, Tirelo Picciadi, Jason Slusevic, Markus Staring, Amal Vaggi, Alisa Mani, Anama Eyage, and Luli Kini. Thank you very much. I am sure the participants enjoyed this conference with very, very broad topics. Now I'm happy to open the discussion, and I saw that there is one question from Wayne Grayson to Jill Dirks. Maybe Wayne is also connected and can ask Jill directly. Hi, Wayne. I don't hear you. Maybe you try again. The sound is not working well. We see you perfectly. There's a problem with the voice. I can. Okay, you can log in again. Maybe during the time you are logging in again, I have a question for Jason, if he's online. What is, from your point of view, the best way to rule out or to diagnose drug-induced lupus? Because several times you have a patient with several drugs, and then you have a lupus manifestation. How can you really decide that lupus is caused by drugs? Maybe Jason is not online. Does somebody of you? There was only one question of Wayne to Gilles, and I don't have any other questions from the audience. Now, you part of the speaker that are now here online, do you have question to one or to the other speakers? Something not clear? Maybe I have a question to Marva, Luli, and Alice. When do you have cases that necessarily need immunohistochemistry? I think you have a little bit different settings. Maybe between Marva and Luli there is a different answer. What is your approach, Marva?
You mean what do we do when there is
in your
no
lab
available immunohistochemistry?
in your lab, do you have all immunohistochemistry you need? Is this something that you can access easily?
In our lab, no, but we can refer the patient to private labs, for example. They may have it, or central labs like in larger cities or something like this.
Okay, and around you, if it's private or not, you find the immuno you need.
In most of times, yes.
Okay.
But of course, it's expensive. It costs a lot for the patient and for whatever he pays for.
You have a patient with a possible lymphoma, so you have to do you have maybe to do 10 or 20 or 15 immunohistochemical stains. How much does it cost for the patient amount?
Of course, no, we don't have all the 10 or 15 or something, but we refer it. For example, we have an oncology center here in our university, and we can refer him there. He can do about 70% or something of them, and it's for free. But
Okay.
when there is like something that is not common or something like this, it may be present in private labs. But I mean, as a dermatology, we in the past we had more facilities in our department to do this in our department, but now, no.
Okay, thank you. Wayne, maybe now it's working, the voice?
I hope so. Can you hear me now?
Fantastic. Yeah. Now it's fantastic.
Oh,
Thanks.
thanks. I'm sorry, it's just very noisy outside here, so forgive me. I've already gone outside to scream at the neighbors and their dogs. I don't know if Gilles is on the.
At the moment, I don't see him. Maybe you can try to ask the question, and we will see if he's jump into the discussion.
I know Terrell is also interested in immunofluorescence, but the one thing I picked up on his talk. Sorry, hello everyone, by the way. It's nice to see you all again. The thing I picked up in his talk when he was dealing with the aspect of salt split skin immunofluorescence, he mentioned the indirect technique whereby a sample of non-patient skin was used as the substrate rather than the patient's skin. And I wasn't familiar with that, and probably purely out of ignorance. Over the years, I've tried to apply it to a biopsy of uninvolved perilesional skin, and often it's submitted originally for perhaps something like bullous pemphigoid, and then we've retrospectively unfrozen the frozen section specimen and incubated it in the appropriate concentration of sodium chloride, and then induced the split, and then retrospectively done the split skin immunofluorescence on that sample, and it sort of worked. But I wanted to just really find out from if that's an acceptable way of doing things, and I asked that purely out of ignorance because I wasn't familiar that it needed to be an indirect method. So that was really the question. I typed it in the chat when his talk was on okay. Thank you. I don't know if anyone else can answer that question.
We can see if he's jumping
Gilles
into
is
the
going
discussion.
to log in shortly.
Oh, that's great.
Okay. Then we let him answer that question. Somebody else from the connected people has a question?
Yeah, also
I have one for you, Helmut.
Yes.
But
go ahead. Marva.
Yes, as a lymphoma expert, because I had so much dilemma when I was preparing the pseudolymphoma talk. Do you think that items like in the past we were saying like morphiaform MF or lichen sclerosis like MF or this stuff, are they now considered? I mean, are they are considered pseudolymphoma and then they pass into lymphoma, or they are lymphoma from the start and we misdiagnosed? Or do you face cases like this?
I can, of course, give one short answer to your question. The other, I'm not sure myself. So about the lichen sclerosus like MF, I think there is this is a tricky situation because in lichen sclerosus you may have classically in the setting of the disease lichen sclerosus a kind of epidermotropism. So you may see lymphocytic cells going into the epidermis, making something called like lining up along the basal membrane zone and having a little bit of suprabasal lymphocytes. This is something well known in lichen sclerosus, and it is looking like MF, but it is not MF. So I saw several cases of lichen sclerosus where you can doubt of MS, but then it's not mycosis fungoides. I think the key is clinical pathological correlation. When you have a clearly lesion looking like lichen sclerosus, being sclerotic and not having other mycosis fungoides, let's say clinical phases, then this is one way. In addition, you can do the whole immunohistochemistry, and you probably will see that there is no loss of CD2, CD5, CD7, then CD4 and CD8 is normal balance, and there is not one much more than the other. And if you want to force it, but it's becoming expensive, you can look for clonality. But this is again something dangerous, because there are clonal eczema, clonal psoriasis, clonal lichen planus, and there are also clonal lichen sclerosus. So I will not rely only if the clonality is positive or negative. I give you this part of my answer. For the Morphiform, it's more problematic because it's an interstitial MF, so it's not easy to understand the difference. Did I answer your question?
Yes, and that's exactly what yes, it's exactly what the talk says. I said at the final slide that clinical pathological correlation is the cornerstone.
Exactly.
But I mean, if there is lichen sclerosus like MF, if this actually exists, or people in the past were like, just when they say the epidermotropism like features in lichen sclerosus, they tend to say it as MF. Then now with clonality and with all these techniques that are recent, the recent techniques, it's now just a mimicker, and there is no lichen sclerosus like MF.
I think there are possibly some cases. There are possibly some cases of lichen sclerosus like MF, and this come into the field of the possibly hypopigmented MF. This exists, so it's something that you may consider, and probably you have to keep this as particular eye on that cases and have a follow up clinically.
Thank you.
Now Gilles is coming. Wayne, your question for Gilles.
Hi, Gilles. How are you?
Hi, I'm fine. Thank you.
Good to see you. I really enjoyed your talk.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I did type a question, but I have asked it already. But I'll just say it really briefly, in case you didn't hear it, or
no, I haven't heard. So
yeah, I was just it was just regarded the salts, the salt split skin immunofluorescence. You mentioned that you used non-patient skin as a substrate and then used indirect immunofluorescence. Would it be incorrect to use uninvolved perilesional skin from the patient to do the salt split skin immunofluorescence? Or does that really impact negatively on the diagnostic yield of the investigation?
I think that the last remark you said, that's correct. I think we know that healthy skin is from a non-patient is the most reliable test to find out if there's circulating antibodies and if there's an epidermal or dermal binding. And the perilesional skin of a patient is not that reliable because sometimes you can see as well epidermal as dermal binding. So I wouldn't use that. I really would use a if you can get it, healthy skin of a non-patient. So we use skin from breast reduction surgery, for instance. You can use that and fresh skin, and then keep it on a high molar salt, and then there's always a splitting at the same level. So you can use that.
Thanks very much for that. Well, I've certainly learned something new today. So I'm glad you mentioned the fresh breast reduction specimen. I thought I had to sacrifice some of my own flesh to provide a sample.
No, but you can do it.
But I'm happy to do that. But thank you for that. That's very useful. Yeah. I really wasn't aware of that. So I guess one has to learn something new every day in this life.
Yeah. Okay. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Are there other questions from the speaker?
No.
Tirelo.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is actually directed towards Jason. With regards to lupus paniculitis, I just wanted to find out from you, what's his experience with using CD123 to differentiate lupus paniculitis from subcutaneous paniculitis like lymphoma? Does he often do that?
I'm not sure if Jason is online. I think I give a small comment about this question because it's a topic that interests me also. as you probably know from the literature, there are some let's say discussions about a continuous line between the lupus paniculitis and the cutaneous T-cell lymphoma lupus-like paniculitis, and sometimes it's really not easy to understand when ends the one and when ends the other, because there are some cases, I've seen a couple of cases in a collection in Lorenzo Ceroni place in Graz, that you had a patient with a lupus, and in the follow-up it's manifesting later the lymphoma, so from the lupus to the lymphoma, and it's probably difficult, and not all patients with a lymphoma, paniculitis like T-cell lymphoma, are coming from the lupus group, but some are, and some are similar as a lupus patient. I think I'm not sure if the CD 123 is very helpful to make the difference, but let's see if Jason is answering differently. He's probably not online. Are there other questions among us? Everything is clear? I think I leave a couple of minutes more. If there are some questions, I quickly go to the chat line, but there are no further questions. And if not, we will move directly to the African Dermatopathology Society meeting. I see there are no other questions. We still can answer a question if some is coming, but I invite the leaders of the African Dermatopathology Society to begin the discussion of their meeting. I take this occasion, before the people here are coming into the chat round, to say thank you. Big thank you again to all lecturers. I'm sure this was a successful conference. You did a beautiful program. Thank you very much for everything, and see you next year with the next conference. Now we switch to the African Dermatopathology Society meeting, and my greetings before I'm still waiting that the people are coming into the room. My greetings also to the in-person participants in Moshi, in the room where I've been in the last 10 years, every year, for the CME, the conference coming from Wednesday to Saturday. And from 2015, I was physically there with parts of you, some of you, Monday and Tuesday for the African Dermatopathology Conference. Now I've heard there are about 25 people in the meeting room, and I can tell you we have 180 registered participants that are online. They were not everybody all the whole time online, but we have 180 participants online. So I'm waiting to start the last part of the meeting.
Well, thank you from all of us, Helmut, for putting it together. You know, it's a big job to organize, and must be like herding cats sometimes.
Without the effort of everybody, I would be here reading slides alone. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see faces. So have we officially started the meeting? You know, I need to put a time into the start of the meeting.
Go on, Anaba, go on.
What? I said good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I said, have we officially started the meeting? Because I need to put a time into the meeting.
We officially started.
But right now I can only see Alice. I don't see Zuriel.
Alice is
I'm
here.
just the secretary. I can see Alice, but I don't see Zuriel. Zuriel is the president. I don't see him. And so I don't know.
I understand. I understand. Maybe we have to wait 3 minutes and before he's coming.
Other people can. Okay. Because with the last meeting we had just 10 of us. I don't think that is representative of.
I think last time he said he will be in person in Mushi, so I don't know if he.
Aha. And then how do we know the people in Mushi? Sorry, in Moshi. How do I know who those are so I can include them in the attendance?
We cannot know, but if he is there to speak and everything, he should connect at least with his phone, because there is no possibility to have a chat with him. He is not if he's not connecting with his personal device.
Okay, so I'm going to log out temporarily and call him. If that's okay. Let me log out and call him.
I take the time to ask you, Wayne, you are organizing your meeting in the next days. Are you making it as an in-person meeting, definitely?
Yes, it's purely in person. We decided not to have a hybrid meeting. We haven't had a meeting since 2019.
Yeah.
And I thought when things were safe and they were opened up, we'd have an in-person meeting. So I'm not sure of the number of registered participants at the moment. I did send the details on to Anima to circulate amongst the African Dermatopathology Society members to see if anyone would like to come to Johannesburg. I'm not sure how many people will be coming. I haven't really checked the numbers, but I hope that some folks will be able to come. It's obviously more expensive doing it that way, you know. Involves air travel and hotels, but I'm looking forward to it because I think it's the first in-person meeting I'll be attending.
I know.
So it's be nice to not wear a mask and be normal again.
Yes, I remember in last October where a lot of people were in Milan. I think there were 15,000 people joining the European Academy of Dermatology and Venerology. It was very, very nice to see again all the people really in person.
I just hope it didn't turn into a super spreader event. I think we'll probably bring it up when we discuss on our discussion of the agenda. But last time we convened, we spoke about combining your meeting with the Johannesburg Dermatopathology Society meeting next year because it's also in January.
Yes.
But we can probably discuss that later in the agenda.
Yes. Usually, how many people do you have as participants? Usually, this year you still don't know, but
yeah, usually around 100.
Wow.
Sometimes it's slightly less. Sometimes it's up to 120. But I'm not sure now. You know, people are so accustomed to doing everything on Zoom.
Yeah.
So I'm a bit nervous. I'll probably know later this week when the early registration date lapses, how many people. So I'm expecting at least 80, I hope.
Okay. Then this is fine as a post-COVID conference for the first time.
It's always a danger when you stop a meeting that's been going for 15 years, and you know, because it loses momentum. So you have a 3-year hiatus, and so I'm not sure if I don't know if it requires major resuscitation or resurrection or prompt burial. I don't know.
Let's see. I wish you all the best.
Oh, thank you. It's a bit nerve-wracking when you consider the expenses involved. You know, if 10 people come or if 200 people come, the expenses are still the same.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's true. Don't know if Anaba was able to reach Daniel.
I said he was having network issues, and he said the net. I don't know wherever he is. The network wasn't working on his laptop, so he was trying his phone.
Okay, okay. I think let's begin, and then we will see. He's now. I see his name in the list of the people joining the room. He's at least among us. I think Anaba, you may start, and then we will see if Daniel can definitely connect, because I think it's better to
Okay.
try to
Good
start.
evening, everyone. So it's good afternoon for me from Nigeria. So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the African Society Dermatopathology Society meeting of 2023. We did have one end of October. Unfortunately, you don't have the agenda. I'm just adopting the same agenda we had in October. So you should have that as an email. You already had that. I sent those to you last year anyway. But we're not discussing much. So I guess I'll have to say over to Daniel. So we officially have started the meeting. So Daniel can give us a brief welcome address, then I can read out what the minutes from October.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you very much. Allow me to appreciate all of you who have been very key to today's performance. Helmut, as always, much appreciation and thank you very much for your presence, your guidance, your leadership on this matter. Thank you, colleagues from our colleagues from Europe and around Africa. We thank God because we're growing step by step. Even though we're not meeting physically, we can feel each other. We can feel the association, the society is growing step by step, and that's a great one. Yes, it's the other day when we had our 7th meeting, which went very well. It was a great success, and this time we've met again through the support of our dear colleagues. We are grateful. Welcome everybody to this evening's meeting, and I invite our Honorable Secretary General to be able to lead us in the adoption of the minutes, or the agenda rather.
Okay, good evening everyone. Back to the meeting. So in October, there were just 10 of us in attendance. That's because the October meeting was actually in conjunction with, was right after the meeting from the Switzerland Society of Dermatopathology. So we did have a few deliberations, but I think because we were not so many, it was only the leaders in the meeting. So I don't think, so we actually reached some decisions. I don't know how far reaching or binding those decisions are. So in attendance were Alice from Rwanda, Helmut from Switzerland, Fuad from Ethiopia, Wayne Grayson from South Africa, Lemu from Ethiopia, Zurel from Kenya, Mao from Egypt, Kiprono from Kenya, and Tirelu from South Africa. We had a welcome address just as we've had now. And the Amani let us know that the association has $500 in their account, and that the association is yet to have a proper account because you require the physical presence of both the president and Amani. And the thinking was that Zurel was going to be in Moshi, and that from Moshi he could transition to Rwanda and have that account open. So Zurel, are you in Moshi or where are you? So matters arising, we're talking about the annual meeting, and we had so we're having this hybrid meeting right now, which is what was discussed then. And we also talked about the proposal for the meeting for 2024, if we could merge with South Africa or not. That was not concluded. And then I did volunteer that we could have an online meeting in 2024, and I would be able to coordinate as long as Helmut was going to be behind me, nodding me on, and we agreed about that. And we're supposed to liaise with the Aortic Africa. We haven't done that. And then we discussed the challenge with payment of membership dues, since nobody's physically present and we don't even have an account. So you can't tell people to transfer into the account. And then Mawat from Egypt says she has revived our Twitter account, and we're all encouraged to make that Twitter page very active to give us prominence. Professor Gracie brought up the idea of registering with ILDS, which I have done and communicated with everybody, but they haven't gotten back to me as to whether we are. So I've applied for the registration. They haven't gotten back to me, so we do not know yet if our application is accepted or not. And Kriprono updated the House as to residency starting in Kenya in 2023. And then Surya said they already had their own residency ongoing in Denmark with 10 students. And Professor Grayson had graciously extended an invite to me to attend the ICDP meeting in November, which I did on your behalf, and the meeting closed at 7 p.m. So that's our meeting. So we, from sorry, first of all, do we agree that that's a summary of the meeting in October?
Yes.
Yeah. Two reactions. Number one, Honorable Secretary.
Okay.
Down there, we have not started DAMPath, but dermatology.
Oh, it's dermatology.
Yes, clinical dermatology.
Oh, okay.
Remember,
sorry, sorry to interject.
Sorry.
So missed out the fact that 3 students.
Yes. This is the first time in Kenya we are training residents in dermatology. So the first program started and we have 10 students.
All right. Any other reaction, please?
Yes, I'm in Nairobi, still negotiating with my employer on how I can get space. So I couldn't get time to get free to get to Moshi. By the end of this week, I will be able to communicate further. Yes, those are my reactions.
I have a question. Who is responsible for the training of the dermatologist in your hospital?
It's a collaboration between the Kenyatta National Hospital and Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. The people who are teaching, really the faculty has been people who has been brought up. Like I was picked, I'm in the University of Nairobi, but they picked me to teach dermatopathology. So they have other dermatologists who are in other hospitals or private practice.
So in Kenya, you have now 2 teaching facilities. One is the one of Kiprono, and the other one is yours for residency in dermatology.
Yes, we do. Kiprono and not, I think Kiprono was to begin now. 2023, yes. So we'll have those two facilities, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a question about something that Anaba said, just passing by. Maybe someone of you can have an update, can give an update. I know it's short time since October. Did somebody of you look at the homepage of the AORTIC, the African Organization for Research and Training in Cancer? Did you, let's say, see what they are doing? Are you considering to go to the conference of the AORTIC, or are you considering to have a collaboration? Because some of you are dealing with tumors, and AORTIC is, I think, is a good organization in Africa, in the African continent, for research and diagnosis of tumor in general. Sorry. Probably nobody. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't found it, but I think, thanks for reminding us. I think it's probably slipped our minds, but I think it's something we should explore. I think we all got busy towards the end of last year, and I completely forgot to look into it myself.
I send you the link so you can click it as an answer in the mail in after this meeting.
Yeah, thanks. I think, could you send it to all of us, please, and we can all
I'll do it.
I think that would be a good thing. I think we just, it certainly slipped my mind.
Okay. Anaba, I let you to go on.
Okay, so I'm just typing too. So now I've typed that for the AORTIC conference. Sorry. So we're getting a link from you.
For the AORTIC, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I would ask, Alice, I guess we are still on the same level with regards to our finance.
Yes.
Because you don't have Zurel, so you can't open that account.
Yes, it is still pending.
Sorry, I'm moving around a lot in my house. That's because I've got a clinic crew in the house. So I couldn't go to my office. I have to be in the house with them. So I'm trying to find a quiet area in the house. They're all over the house. I'm sorry about that. Okay. So financially, we are still on the same page. On this, we haven't moved. I don't know if anybody is active on our Twitter page. Anybody active on our Twitter page, please? Including Wawa, who opened the Twitter page. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So our Twitter page is still not active. Well, we can't do anything about membership payment as long as we do not have physical attendance and we do not have an account.
I have a question. Because we still have the, we still don't have, or you still don't have the bank account running, because there is this signature problem, and I think it could cost a little bit of time still.
Yes.
I would suggest that we still give the possibility to African interested in dermatopathology to join the society, and maybe we begin to collect the money to be part of the society, like, I don't know, this $50 per year that you decided, just from 24 or from somewhere in the future, but that you can have new registered people in the society, independent that they are paying or not. Because if we are just waiting this bank account, we risk that the society cannot have new members with new ideas, and is blocking a little bit the whole, let's say, the development. This is a suggestion to be discussed.
Well, we never stopped new members from joining with regards because of registration fees or membership fees. So that was never a deterrent to.
But how
new
many members do you know? How many new members we have since last year?
No, we don't have any new members since actually since 2019. Since 2020 we haven't had new members because 2020 was our last physical meeting, and the only other meeting we had was just this October. And with the October meeting, I don't think we really had new people coming on. Also, with the October meeting, there was only this speaker interaction. There was no possibility of knowing who else was online because I couldn't see those, and we didn't ask about membership.
You know, in the absence of a formal website, the Twitter account's probably the only way people will be able to trace us as a society, isn't it?
Yeah.
I was wondering, is there maybe someone in the audience in Moshi at the moment who is interested? Do we know? Because I think none of us is in Moshi at the moment.
The only person in Moshi at the moment is Luli, but I'm unable to interact with her as long as we are doing this. Because the only other way to interact with her is to make a call, and she doesn't seem to be on in this meeting.
And do we have the email addresses of the people who are in Moshi right now, or does she have?
She has it.
Yeah, because maybe that's a way to ask if people are interested into growing numbers.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so maybe after the meeting, I'll send her a message.
Yeah.
And ask if she could send me the email addresses of people physically present, and I could ask them if they're interested.
Maybe I have a question. We are few people now here. Maybe we can send the question also to Luli to discuss among the people that were in the audience. Do you have a kind of expectation what an African Dermatopathology Society should or could do? So we are organizing this conference once per year. This is one thing that, let's say, is given. I think this discussion we already did physically a couple of years ago. I think we should decide a couple of other targets in the sense of networking, discussing difficult cases, growing expertise. So because we are a group, we can take a little bit, let's say, make something out of it. And the question is what we want to do and how.
Right now, there's actually a WhatsApp group, African Dermatopathology WhatsApp group.
This is very active.
Yes, it's very active, and people actually put in difficult cases. And I know that I've had to call Zuriel twice and to show him something, like having a second opinion. I think people are doing background referrals and second opinions. So I don't know.
I have an idea.
Okay.
So I think in order to attract members, members should think they get a benefit. So I suggest that we should do like some dermatopathology courses, like short courses, especially for people, I mean the people who are certified to give. Maybe it can be with like minimal costs, very like simple fee money or something to support, and at the same time it will like people make them know more about the society and get engaged in the activities. I don't know, just a suggestion.
So we had discussed in October
that we should start having things like maybe every 3 months or 4 months,
Yes.
some dermatopathology seminars. We had discussed that in October as a way of making the society relevant.
Yes, but not at the level of difficult cases, on the level of the basics. I mean, for the beginners to have like some introductory courses or something like this.
So now, that 3-4 monthly courses, nobody discussed how the difficulties. So you are discussing now the specifics. So really, in those 3-4 monthly courses, because we didn't want anything too regular, then it becomes boring. Whoever is presenting, we can say make it basic or make it whatever level of difficulty.
Are those not almost two separate things, though?
Okay.
You know, a meeting where you discuss difficult cases, I think is a very valuable thing amongst us. But you know, by the same token, the folks who are new to dermatopathology also need something a bit simpler. Unless one can dovetail the two and have an interaction that's partly geared towards a problem case and partly geared towards basic teaching. But I think what you said about losing momentum is a very important thing, because if the meetings are too regular, I think it could die off. But if you have 3 or 4 meetings a year, I think most people would join. But I think we have to be very clear on what we want from those meetings. So we might be dealing with 2 parallel things here.
Perhaps maybe we can actually have both, as you suggested, whereby you actually have meetings where you're doing problem cases, and then also alternate that with meetings where you're now teaching registrars and residents basic dermatopathology. Maybe that could work.
And you mean to combine this in one event, like the first half basic and the second half difficult cases, or making splitted different events?
I was actually thinking more along the lines of splitting them and alternating the meetings, but combining them is also, it's not a bad idea either. It might be a bit long if we combine them, whereas if we alternate them, then we can actually have a meeting that's only an hour long, because you don't want to make it too long.
I think
it's a good idea.
If we combine, you can say 30 minutes basic, 30 minutes difficult cases. This is because we are not exactly so many. So you don't want a situation where you are calling on one person too often. So I don't know. Because if you say basic and difficult cases combining, and we're discussing four meetings in a year, that means you have 2 basic teachings and 2 difficult cases. And I don't think you want to be listening to difficult cases for 1 whole hour.
Yes, I think separate will be good, will be better.
I think the only thing is with the difficult cases, it might be a bit difficult to get through everything in half an hour. If you're having half an hour of difficult cases and half an hour of teaching, it might be a bit tricky to, discuss all the difficult cases in half an hour.
So conclusion is alternate difficult with basic teaching. Okay. Now the African, sorry, just a minute. Let me add something, then you can add it to your discussion. There's an African Society of Dermatology and Venereology. Then there's also something from South Africa with Professor Glover. They tend to have this, I think she calls it something dermatology on the continent or something like that. So they tend to send out like emails, like flyers, maybe a month before. Then people can register. I'm just saying, if we want to start doing this, then that's the model we can adopt. So, Prof. Wayne, so there's Prof. Wayne, Marcus, and Fuad that want to talk. So, Prof. Wayne, please.
Yeah, I think we must also just have our definitions. And when we say difficult cases, is the intention to present cases that are a diagnostic challenge, whereby one's seeking a sort of a group opinion on a case, or is it a case that was difficult for one personally, but which had a sort of a teaching message, and you've actually unraveled the problem yourself, or both, or either?
I think both.
Both, I would think.
I think
So
both.
we have two people, so one person present one or two people talking for each session.
And then Fuad and Marcus wanted also to say something. Fuad?
Yes, good afternoon. I just want to mention that as a society, as it had been mentioned, in order to be able to attract new members, we should offer them from which they can benefit. And also we benefit among ourselves. So if we, for example, add as part of the activity, the continuous professional development in dermatopathology, this could be a webinar, probably 30 to 45 minutes. And it could have been taken place probably once a month or once in 6 weeks, one in 1.5 months. That would be something that we can perform as association, as African Dermatopathology Association. And this is going to be probably less costly, apart from meeting on regular basis. So we can share slides, and it shouldn't take a long time, so that people can only plan well ahead in time and can attend these webinars, and we can learn from each other, and we can also provide for those who are new and who could develop interest in dermatopathology.
Well, I don't know if you listened to what we had discussed before, so I don't know how this your suggestion ties in with what we have discussed before, because that's same thing that Maro asked, discussing basic cases or like a teaching, and we did say that we can't have too frequent meetings, otherwise we're going to have a burnout syndrome, law of diminishing return will set in.
Anabe, I have one short question. Can you check for a moment your microphone? It's a little bit noisy. Perhaps you can just
I'm using my phone. Okay.
Yeah, it was in the beginning, it was very good.
Wow.
You were crystal clear in the beginning, but now it's a little bit noisy. When you can just set up again, like in the beginning, that would be amazing. But
Okay,
we
so
hear you. It's just a little bit noisy.
Let me exit and come back in.
Ah, that's nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph, for this help. While we are waiting, Anaba, Marcus, you wanted also to say something?
Yeah, Fuad, I like your idea about the webinars, but I think one of the things that we have to organize before we can do the webinars is to have a website with a platform to put them on. So I think that's the first thing, and then I think you need the technology, and I'm not an expert in that, but maybe that's quite difficult. But it sounds like a nice plan. The other thing that I was thinking about was that there's a lot of difference between the expertise. So we have like real beginners who do not even know what is eosinophil, and we have top experts. And if we have one meeting with like beginner things and more advanced things, I think you really lose the people like beginners when you have like too advanced things. So I think it's not a good idea to really combine it like within a short time. So not half an hour basics and then half an hour expert, but more like maybe in the morning basics and then in the afternoon a couple of hours more advanced. So I think we have to kind of separate it a little bit more, not to lose the like beginners.
I can say something about the platform. in the chat line on your right on the screen, you see now the aortic. This is the first answer I wanted to give you, but the second is about webinars. There is a homepage, is Gloderm. It's a group of a lot of people. Let's say a couple of women started this. Claire Fuller, Esther Freeman. Claire is the head of International Foundation of Dermatology, and Esther Freeman is responsible for an humanitarian project in her department in America, in the United States, and with other women and some men, they developed a group of people with humanitarian interest in teaching how to teach humanitarian medicine and dermatology. Go in this Gloderm and you will see there are a lot of webinars, and this could be a platform if we or some of us are intentioned to produce something in a webinar form and to put it in this let's say group of humanitarian developing dermatology. Go to gloderm.org and you will see what they are doing. I think you will have some answers to some of the questions discussed in this room there, and Professor Dlova is also being there.
How's my mic now? Is it better?
Yes, now it's very good. Thank you, Anaba.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I would like to say now that our conclusion is conclusions. 4 meetings per year, alternate basic and difficult cases. And when we say difficult cases, we're discussing two sets of difficult cases, either a self-resolved difficult case or a difficult case that you want the input of other people. That's that. And now the platform for these meetings, we can either do our own self-Zoom or we liaise with already established platforms like Glodem and the African Dermatology Society, whichever one. So we can have, because really who is interested in DEMPAT more is the dermatologists that are going to provide the patients for the DEMPAT. So if we can have them more interested in the DEMPAT, and then also that serves as a way of actually educating people as to appropriate biopsies. So I think it would be a good idea to liaise with already established dermatology platforms. So we can say we want to provide dermatopathology input into their platform. I can liaise with Professor Dlova, and I actually am registered on Glodem. So I would see if I can get in contact with them and know what they have to say. I don't know if that works. Those conclusions, those work?
I think we should discuss concretely a couple of activities for 23 and 24. In my agenda, April 4, 23 is our first meeting of difficult cases, where I will send you a Zoom meeting, and it's scheduled on at 5 o'clock Central European Time. This is what we decided last time. Can you confirm that this is the next meeting that we decided to share difficult cases in a Zoom meeting?
Yes. Yes, because we did agree last Tuesday. We voted for Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Yes.
I think we should begin with one, and then we will see how we move forward.
Forward.
So this is, for the moment, is the only fixed event that I have for 23 in my agenda. Do we want to decide something more or different?
Would that be purely for difficult and problem cases, our first meeting in April?
Probably yes, but it's open to be discussed.
So you're saying we should already earmark dates today for the rest of the year, probably?
I'm looking if I have another one.
It is probably a good idea to finalize it now while we're all in the same room, so to speak.
I have the 11th of July, same time, also in my agenda. And
wait a minute, sorry. What we agreed was every 3 months, that there will be a virtual meeting every 3 months
yes,
for 1
I
hour.
have 4th of April, 11th of July, and 3rd of October. I have 3 dates.
Okay. And 1 hour first Tuesday and a maximum of 3 speakers. So if we have April, it means that we need another date. If I try to look for dates, I'll be out of this meeting. So if we have April, it means that the next date will have to be sometime in July. So that will be July,
I tell you the
September.
date. July is the 11th. We
Okay.
fixed the 11th of July and 3rd of October.
July 11, October 3.
Sorry,
Okay.
what was the April date?
4th.
24th. 4th?
4th. Okay.
I thought you said 24th.
No, 4th.
4th. Okay.
And the October date?
3rd.
October is 3rd.
3rd, okay.
Okay.
So our next society meeting is when?
Our society meeting is usually annually, so I guess the next society meeting is in 2024.
Date to be discussed?
Yes, date to be discussed, because we did say 2024 meeting will be virtual with the Zoom link provided by you. And Annabelle will coordinate.
I think the first thing is, Anaba, that you think about a date, and we can discuss together, because I have to help you if it's fitting fine, if it's fitting also for me, and then we can go out with a communication about the date in 24.
Okay. I thought the date should be the same as the meeting in Mushin. In Moshi. There's Mushin in Nigeria. That's why I keep saying Mushin. Sorry. The meeting in Moshi. So that gives the people on ground there ability to join, or we're not doing that.
So same as today, you mean?
Yes. We're not doing that?
We can.
Okay.
And there was another discussion with the meeting of Wayne. I don't remember if it was 24 or 25. The other discussion.
So there was a discussion for 2025.
For
that
the meeting of Wayne Grayson.
Yes, in 2025. Yes.
Okay.
I think we just need to clarify something, because are we not alternating between African cities anymore for our meeting? Because unless I have the wrong end of the story, I thought that we were going to start doing that now that the pandemic had lapsed, and we'd be alternating African cities, and then that Johannesburg would be the African city for 2024, and that 2025 would then be back in Moshi. Or has that fallen away now?
No, I cannot give a definitive answer. I think despite a lot of people are still traveling this year, I'm speaking about 23, a lot of people still have problems to travel, even with their hospital. They have not the freedom that they had before. I think we should observe how the pandemic is continuous moving, and I'm not sure that we can say that now we are out of the pandemic and everything will be sure for traveling around. This is my concern.
Yeah.
The question is, Wayne, if we would do it in your place, is there a possibility to do it hybrid or not?
I think it's probably doable. I just think it does create a bit of a logistical headache and causes additional expense, but I can look into it. I mean, that is an option. The only problem is I think the date might be a bit difficult because many people here go on vacation in December, January, and the schools open sort of mid to late January. So I tend to have my meeting on the third Saturday of January, which is a little later than your meeting.
Yes.
So I think we just need to see if that's a conflict with your plans. If you don't think it'll work that late in the month, then I think one has to just maybe rethink it. But if you think it can be pushed forward a couple of weeks and combine them, then I think we can look into it.
My concern is not really the date, is the traveling. A lot of people around me are today traveling like 10 or 20% in comparison what they did before pandemic. So it's still very, very let's say weak, the whole traveling around for conferences.
Well, I can certainly look into it. If you don't think that a date more towards the latter half of January would be a problem, then we could explore the possibility of a hybrid meeting. It's usually on a Saturday. That's the only snag.
What I can say for a possible hybrid meeting, I could help a similar way like we have today, exactly like this, with registered conferences, and these are streamed for the live participants in the room, and some who can and will travel will be in the room, and some of the conference will be direct from the room, and another part is the streamed one. So I can imagine something like this, and I could help for the streaming part. So in this sense, you have not this part, but of course then there is the physical, the in-person part that has to be organized at that place.
Yeah, and the camera to that's the. Well, I can look into it. If I'll be brutally honest, if I think it's difficult to do or it's going to cost, because it does increase the expenses quite significantly.
We can discuss it on the 4th of April.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, so can I let me get this right. So we are discussing the meeting in January 2021.
Yes.
We're discussing the annual conference. That's what we're discussing.
Yeah.
And to merge it with the meeting in South Africa.
Yeah, as the African city hosting it on this occasion, then in 2026 it'd be a different city.
Okay. No, I just wanted to know what. Sorry, I just wanted to know what to put in the minutes. That's all.
I mean, that's my understanding.
We try to go in that direction.
Yeah.
Okay.
The good thing is, if things really go bad again, we can automatically just make everything virtual again if we have to.
Yes.
No,
please let nothing go bad again. I'm tired.
I mean, we don't want to think. No, we're all zoomed out and Teams, Microsoft Teams out.
The days are longer now. You have been going
just thinking about it. Oh, we're all Zoomed. We all want to see each other, don't we?
Yes.
Let's make some work to see how it is feasible and how are the costs, and then we speak together in April when on the 4th
I'll
of
look
April.
into it.
I'll do the same for my part.
Yeah, I'll think. But thanks for the offer, Helmut, because that also helps with just the logistics of it. But on my side, we just need to get the AV, the AV sorted out in the venue. But I don't think it's impossible, and other people have been doing this fairly frequently. I've just been a bit resistant to it, because to me it's sort of double trouble having a hybrid meeting. Having an in-person meeting is enough of a stress.
But I have to say the live hybrid meeting is a stress, but the registered one like this one is not so stressful, because you register everything in advance and then you are safe. You know that everything is there.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't know if anybody has any other concerns,
Anaba,
any
Daniel,
others like.
Alice, Marva, have you anything else to say?
That's what I'm asking. Does anybody have any other thing they would like to discuss?
Perhaps if I may, just regarding 2025, we're scheduled to host the symposium of the International Society of Dermatopathology in Cape Town. So that'll be probably in October or November of that year. So that's an international meeting, and it'd be lovely if people from Africa could attend. And I think we had to abandon the idea because the pandemic came along and we had to postpone the meeting entirely. So the ISDP Executive Committee decided that we'd rather postpone our symposium until 2025. So that's just something to bear in mind. I think we'll do our best to have an educational day, which hopefully we can make free of charge for the delegates. Just purely educational day, pre-symposium. That's what we earmarked for the previous meeting, and that would be very nice for the folks from African countries to attend. So that was
Wayne, a question, and the idea to join, because we had already this idea to join together this meeting and the 25 ISDP meeting that you are organizing in South Africa could also be something.
I think so, because it's one. I don't think anyone has the budget to fly up and down every 3 months to meetings. No. It's very, and Cape Town Cape Town is an expensive city, but I think if we can combine meetings, I certainly won't have my January meeting in Johannesburg of 2026, and I might not even have my meeting in 2025, to be honest. Just so that everyone consolidated into one meeting and have everyone rather come to one larger meeting for over 3 or 4 day or 3-day meeting with a 1-day educational day pre-symposium with the same recipe we just have the same recipe that we envisaged for the year of the disaster that struck us.
I think we should consider if we join this meeting with your meeting in 24 in January, or if we join this meeting with your organization of the ISDP meeting in October 25. I think this is now the big decision to be taken.
Well, either way, it's not a big drama to do either or both, for that matter. So I'm having my meeting next year in January, and if you'd like to add it on, it'll only be a pleasure for me.
Let's discuss it in April then. Yes.
Yeah, but 2025, you're also welcome to join. I'm certainly going to join the Johannesburg Dermatopathology Symposium with the ISDP Symposium, because it just means one expense for people. I think it's also the organization, and also if having meetings too close together means people end up choosing one or the other. So rather make it simple, and if people are going to spend money on air travel, they can just buy one plane ticket and attend a nice juicy meeting with substance, I think.
Let's think about.
But I'll explore the hybrid option with the folks over here, and I can get back to you in April.
Same for me.
Thanks.
Anaba, do you want to close? Or Daniel?
Daniel, Daniel is still here, so he can close. Daniel?
Yeah, sorry. Yes.
To close the meeting.
So yes,
Close the meeting.
thank you. Thank you. At this moment, I will hope, of course, you're going to, our Honorable Secretary will flash us again with the events that you've discussed. But of import is the event of this year that we have said April, July, and October. We shall have our difficult case discussions as scheduled. And thank you, Helmut, for that organization and commitment. We are looking into the next year where we have agreed that actually our Honorable Secretary and again Helmut will help so that we can have our online again meeting next year. We're looking into 2025 with enthusiasm because we have the JOBAG meeting and possibility also of the ISDP. I am in between there because I agree we will need at some point in the coming years or a year or two, we'll need just to have a physical meeting so that we can have that rubbing on one-to-one. It's been a while, and so we keep eager and look forward to that. Largely and pending is, of course, the account opening and the discussion. I will keep engaging with Amani, very helpful, so that we can see how in the coming days I can be able to get release from the department to be able to see whether I can visit her so that we can formalize that. I think I made that commitment. I'm still on it. And we are extremely grateful to all of you. Thank you very much, Fuad. Always been great support in many ways to this family of ours. I also thank everyone. The team from Egypt is always present. The people from Europe, we are extremely grateful. South Africa has been great. We just have, and West Africa, we just have a little gap in Central and Central Africa, and we hope we need to fill in that gap. I don't know what Egypt and South Africa must do to narrow the gap in the Central Zone, but it's great. Helmut has been helping a lot of Africa to learn dermatopathology so that we can be useful in this continent. The continent is growing with the growth in challenges and technology, with the training of all clinical team. We also need a stronger also pathology team. Kindly take our appreciation and greetings to your institutions and the families. And we look forward to meeting again in April. We have not concluded how the 3 cases will be presented, but for sure by April I will have one or two difficult cases that I can push forward. Then let's forward also our intention for the first group of April. Then we can have another group for July. Then people can start preparing for those cases on how we shall do. Without further ado, allow me to call this meeting into termination. It's been a great start of 2023, and I hope all of you will enjoy good health and enjoy your work and enjoy your family. Thank you very much for attending and for making dermatopathology in Africa great. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye.
you.